For the benefit of those people who may have just arrived here at the Knoll, Borodar, good morning. Welcome to the home of Neath Cricket Club. The news from the middle is that the Sussex Sharks won the toss. They're going to be bowling first when the game gets underway at 11 o'clock. And if you look over towards the pavilion, you can see this morning's Guard of Honour being formed by boys and girls from Neath Cricket Club and Anistawi Cricket Club.
These days, so to get a couple at Neath every year is good for South Wales cricket in general.
It certainly is, yeah, nice to be out on the road, great from people in this part of the world. It's a big cricket area, and of course this cricket ground adjacent to the famous Knoll rugby ground as well, which we can see just opposite where we're sitting at the moment. But let's get to the teams and to the action. Of course, Glamorgan have really enjoyed this competition in recent years. 2 wins in the last 5 seasons, 2021-24. And so they've really kind of taken this competition seriously over the years. Maybe first slightly different this year with 5 players away in the 100, which is more than they've had in recent seasons. So 4 of the top 6 batters playing in the 100 this year. So, and that means an opportunity for a couple of young players, in particular Callum Nichols, who's opening there, and also Jack Cope-Bell. What do you make of their choice of selection today?
Yeah, I thought it was good to see both of those have a go. Callum Nichols was the only contracted staff player who didn't play a single game across all formats last year, and speaking to Mark O'Leary yesterday, he said that his development and coming on, getting used to playing different roles within the second 11 has really developed him as a player. So to see him at the top of the order is really good. He grinds out the runs for St Fagans. I think he's been top run scorer in the South Wales Premier League for the last 2 seasons, so he's certainly worthy of a go. And Jack Hope-Bell is someone they've picked up start of this year from the academy, played in the England under-19 invitational side and to warm up for the England under-19 main squad series with South Africa earlier this year, so he's obviously got recognition across the country as well, and he's another exciting youngster on the books at Glamorgan. So as you said, with the 4 of the top 6 batters going, really it does give those opportunities, and even people like Henry Hurl, Will Smale, who haven't played a great deal of senior cricket, are going to get those opportunities as well.
Yeah, and when you look at the side, actually, quite an experienced bowling lineup, with perhaps the exception of Romano Franco, the young left-arm spinner, but Tim van der Hooft and Andy Gorvin, of course, who's captaining in this competition, Jamie McElroy, Dan Douthwaite, lots of experience there, but also a younger Batik lineup. Of course, this competition is a place where younger players can really sort of make their name, and we remember Tom Norton last year making his debut, playing a couple of matches and then going on to do amazing things in the championship this year. Well, he's one name that is missing. He has got a bad back, and so a stress fracture, and so hopefully that won't keep him out for too long. And also Ned Leonard, not yet recovered from the shoulder injury he picked up in the blast as well. So yeah, interesting to see. Experienced bowling attack, less experienced batting. Let's just quickly turn our attention then to Sussex, who have won the toss and have elected to bowl. And again, I think similar story for them. Some new faces there as well, and a couple of debuts as well.
Yeah, they're always missing a few with the 100, with the likes of Jofra Archer. Obviously you wouldn't necessarily expect to see in this competition anyway, Tymal Mills, but also likes of Danny Briggs, as well as Tom Alsop, who's been picked up this year, so they've been forced into a few changes. Couple of debuts for them, Toby Munt and Ollie Kirtley, son of the England Test bowler and Sussex legend James Kirtley. So they've both got debuts, and then there's also Troy Henry, who played just 1 game last year, along with Dom Goodman, who's only 25 and hasn't played a great deal of cricket due to his injuries. So it is a rather youthful bowling attack, but they've got plenty of options in all-round departments as well. If you just go through the rest of the side, basically Jack Carson, the captain, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Leaning is probably the most experienced player on the side, Dan Ibrahim, Tom Price, George Thomas can bowl a bit of handy medium pace as well, and Charlie Tears, the wicket-keeper, at the top of the order. So plenty of options in the bowling department, plenty of youth with a bit of experience from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's got the ball in his hand, and Jack Leaning as well.
So, an opportunity to get to know some new players on both sides. And the Glamorgan opening pair, just taking guard Eddie Byram, who's going to take the first ball. Got an experienced player, left-hander, and he's partnering Callum Nichols on debut, so a very big moment for him and his family.
Good opportunity this for Eddie Byram as well, who's obviously been out of the first 11 since those first few championship games, really.
So the scene is set, a couple of slips in, as Finn Hudson-Prentice will open up from the Llantwit Road end, and in he comes to get things underway. And one to the total straight away, just trying to find his get the radar straight early on. So yeah, attacking as you'd expect here. Sussex, a couple of slips in, see if they can get a couple of early wickets. The pitch itself actually looks quite green, even though it's been very hot in this part of the world. First runs off the bat. So Eddie Byram up and running. And that brings Callum Nichols on to face his first ball in the Glamorgan first team. Yeah, big moment, has been in and around it for a while. But now he's here, will be really keen to make sure he takes his chance.
And he wouldn't be given the opportunity unless they felt he was ready and thought it was right. They could have done it last year, but gave him that extra year, and he's made plenty of runs at second 11, and as I mentioned, in Premier Club cricket as well. So they feel he's ready, and why not give him the opportunity?
That's a good zit and carry from Hudson Prentice. Keeper taking that in front of his face. Keeper Charlie Tier. The crowd just gently filling up here. It's lovely to sit so close to the action. There's a couple of rows of seats most of the way around the boundary, and yeah, a lovely feel. A bit of cloud cover here, but certainly a lovely warm day again. And Nichols gets back to ball.
I can't remember the attendance numbers when we were here last year, but it definitely got to a couple of thousand, didn't it? Because they played against Hampshire here in the opener, and that was a thrilling game. Kieran Carlson at a big 100.
And a couple of young Hampshire lads who could have introduced themselves in that game.
Yeah, Manny Lumsden, 16-year-old then, and he's now gone on to play in the Blast finals day and England under-19s. He's
what a prospect.
An exciting player. And they all started here.
Yeah, that's it. I remember it well. Remember Kieran Carlson hitting him for a couple of sixes over the pavilion, and then he came back well and got some wickets. Well, that's a lovely drive. There we go. Well, that'll settle him down. Lovely cover drive from Callum Nichols, and greeted with a loud round of applause from his teammates in the pavilion as well.
It's always going to get you off to a nice start when you can do that, isn't it? Ball was moving, played it nicely. Swinging just away from Nichols, freed the hands.
Yeah, crisp shot. That'll certainly make him feel a little bit better. And we'll hope he can hang around for a while. Think about a single, but wisely decide against it. So 6 without loss, 1 ball to come in the first over. Of course, power play first 10 overs here, so some fielding restrictions. Only a couple of fielders allowed out on the boundary there. They're currently down at third man and fine leg. But 2 slips in. 3 fielders saving 1 on the offside. 2 on the leg. Nichols defends again to bring to an end a good first over. 6 without loss. And Callum Nichols with his first boundary for the first team.
Yeah, as I said, just one to settle the nerves, isn't it? I think when on debut, you probably first thought, right, if I can just survive 1 ball, then it's right, okay, now get off the mark and then see how far you can go from there. So to start with the boundaries, he's done the second step in quite an accelerative manner. So
that's it, just feeling the ball on the bat. That's just what he wants at this early stage.
Dom Goodman is going to take the new ball from the Dyfed Road end. Of course, in this competition you get a new ball at each end, so a fresh one. The Sussex opening bowler signed from Gloucestershire at the start of this season. Bowl to Eddie Byram. It's a bit short to start, a bit of a loose snow, and Eddie Byram gets away his first boundary, up and over, extra cover.
Yeah, short and wide there. Nice invitation for Byram. He didn't worry about hitting it in the air. Was confident he could get it up and over, and another boundary for him. So Glamorgan into double figures.
And driven nicely into that same region. This time it was a bit fuller from Dom Goodman. Probably went too much the other way, and Byram just climbed into it. back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, seeing evidence here just how quick this outfield is. That's absolutely racing kind of up the hill here towards us where we're commentating at the moment. But yeah, he kind of lent on that, didn't he, and just timed it nicely, and it absolutely flew through the gap. So potential for a high-scoring game, you'd think here. Not a big ground.
Outgrounds do tend to be high-scoring generally, don't they? Because they are just naturally smaller grounds, and here it is particularly small. If you look square of the wicket, I think I remember a lot of boundaries last year, particularly coming square of the wicket. Well, he has brought that man into a short extra now. Dan Ibrahim has come out of second slip to go there.
Yeah, interesting tactic that. I suppose that's immediately plugging a gap that Eddie Byram has put them through. But I mean, there maybe is a case to kind of leave the gap there and encourage him to drive with 2 slips in to try and induce the nick. But they've chosen to. He's quite close in, so maybe see it as a catching position as much as a run saver.
Well, it depends what the pitch is going to offer as well. As you said, it is a bit green. Maybe the ground staff wanted to make it a bit greener to negate the fact that it is a small ground. You don't want it to be one-sided for batters, as much as that might be entertaining for the crowd. I'm not sure how enjoyable it is for the players to have a 400 place 400 game. Shorter and tickled round the corner, and there's going to be a chase on from Hudson Prentice. He will haul it in, and then a relay not perfectly executed means they can come back for 3.
Well, that's good running on a smallish ground. Got it right into the corner, which I suppose is one of the longer boundaries there is here.
Probably the longest, yeah, down that side, isn't it?
Yeah, they ran hard though, which was good. And picked a 3 nice stop. Good to see the big fast bowlers sort of just got rid of it before his feet crossed the rope.
Well, the sign there must be that the outfield must have been watered pretty well, because he slid quite far. Hudson Prentice almost took the ball over the rope with him.
Yeah, your sort of heart is in your mouth a little bit when you see big fast bowlers sliding around on the grounds like this. Just hope that their foot or boot doesn't catch in the turf and do something to one of their limbs, but he did that really well. Of course, they practice that sort of stuff a lot.
Nichols happy to defend the final ball, so a productive one for Glamorgan. 11 from it with those 2 boundaries and that triple, so 17 without loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, good start. No dangers, no issues, no false strokes even. So and a few nice boundaries. So good start for Glamorgan. They haven't really had to take any risks or do anything fancy. Just put away the bad balls when they were on offer, and at this level you always get a few, and what they've done well is made sure they went to the boundary. So Finn Hudson Prentice to continue. So Eddie Byram waits, left-hander. Another single. Down to George Thomas here, fielding in front of us. So I guess interested to see what their approach is. Obviously it's the power play. There are more gaps to hit boundaries, less cover on the perimeter, and it's a question of how hard they want to go this opening pair.
Well, both are natural red ball openers as well, so I think it'll be proper cricket played.
Yeah, getting forward there, Callum Nichols.
So if you look down the lineup as well, you've got Will Smale, who we're expecting to come in at 4. He opens in the T20s. Alex Horton down at 7. Usually that's probably flexible, but listed at 7. He usually bats in the top order in the T20, so I think that's a sign of 50 over cricket's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got the power play, but it's not played in the same way that a T20 power play is.
Good connection, but straight to George Thomas, who's in the gully. Got down to it well.
And just with the two fielders out at deep third and at fine leg as well, it means everything feels a bit tighter in the ring in front of square. George Thomas just behind square at a point there with a big gap round to cover and then another big gap round to mid-off.
So maybe trying to tempt, if they can get the ball pitched up and get a bit of movement, trying to tempt Nichols to drive at something. Defends again. It's been tighter from Hudson Prentice this over. Just a single from it from the first 4 balls so far.
Yeah, he's probably the most experienced bowler in this Sussex lineup. I mean, Jack Carson's the captain. He's only 25 years of age. Hudson Prentice, 30-year-old, former Derbyshire. Useful across all formats for Sussex.
Hooks has got all of that. 1 bounce, 4. Well, there's a sign of confidence from Nichols. The first one that was dropped short at him. Well, no question of ducking it or get out of the way. Hooked it with a great connection above head height, really. So it was pretty high and sent that all the way to the boundary. Good shot. And evasive tactics needed in the crowd there as well. You are very, very close to the boundary rope when you're sat down there. It'll take your life in your hands a little bit when the ball's flying about. Well, we've seen a nice shot from Nichols, one on the offside, and that attacking shot on the leg side. He's put those away really well, actually. I'll be pleased with that. 22 with that loss after 3.
Yeah, I think we saw with that short ball, it didn't quite zip through as much as you'd probably expect on, talk about pitches, as I said, around this time of year with the weather we've had. Usually on the harder, flat surfaces, you might want to look to bowl back of a length to try get a bit of pace and carry out of it. But where this one is a bit greener, it is a bit softer, and you could tell that from the way it came off the pitch when it was short, just hung up there for Nichols. Well, and that one's hung there, and it's caught by Dan Ibrahim at extra cover.
Well, maybe that's making your point there. That one just seemed to hold in the wicket, and Eddie Byram was in position to turn it onto the leg side. Got into position a little bit early as maybe the ball stopped on him, leading edge, and that has just looped up for an easy catch at short cover. So disappointment for Eddie Byram. Yeah, interesting, just even with the hook shot we were talking about earlier, the fact he hooked it so far in front of square perhaps suggests the speed of this pitch, and yeah, just got there too early. Easy catch for Ibrahim, was never going to drop that. So, well, first wicket down.
Yeah. And there again, there's the sign of just holding in the wicket, and they did move Ibrahim out of second slip in the previous over to plug that gap. Obviously sensed that the pitch might offer that mode of dismissal, and there it is. And so as Byram goes for 13, Henry Hurl comes to the crease. Someone who's been around Glamorgan for a few years now, but still a youngster who's not played a great deal.
He was in the Blast team earlier in the season when they had a couple of players away and made a great debut. Got 46, I think, wasn't it, on his Blast debut. Played very nicely. Some clean hitting, clean striking, but now lots of responsibility, batting at 3 in this side. And I think he is one of those players who feels that he is close to being regularly selected. It's a very competitive atmosphere now, I think, in the Glamorgan setup. Lots of good young players pushing the more experienced players, but with a few away on the 100. Great opportunity now for Henry Hurl.
He's going to get off the mark straight away, just off the inside half of the bat, takes a single. Yeah, he played 5 games in this competition last year, 21 years old, just finished his studies, I believe, at Cardiff University, where he played in the UCCE setup there, so obviously he's good practice playing against counties. Made 99 against Northants earlier this season, which would have been nice for him to get 100 against a county side, but shows the potential he's got. That one again there, just popping off the surface, just hitting the gloves or top of the bat of Callum Nichols.
Yeah, I think it's the bounce here, isn't it? Maybe a little bit tennis ball. It's sort of slowing and lifting, not coming on quite as the batters would like. So that dismissal of Eddie Byron will just put a little question mark in the mind of these two batters here.
Dom Goodman as well is a slightly taller, probably slightly quicker bowler as well. So he might be the one to get something out the surface if anyone's going to. Finn Hudson-Prentice is quite tall as well, but not as quick, probably more around the mid-70s mark. Goodman's probably towards late 70s, pushing early 80s when he gets in full flow. Another single taken for Nichols, who with every run is just going to grow in confidence here.
Well, he's looked really compact, really tidy, strong defence, and when he's had the opportunity to free his arms, he's done that really well. Really lovely pull shot and a lovely cover drive as well. So good signs, but it's just a start.
And a confident drive from Hurl to finish, albeit back to the bowler. So wicket in the over for Goodman. Byram gone for 13 after 4 overs. Glamorgan a 24 for 1.
Yep, so, well, the loss of the wicket there. That's, Glamorgan would hope to be able to, that it won't turn into 2 or 3. I think that's what they've got to try and make sure here. And a good opportunity here for these two young batters. Just got a really good chance if they can get themselves in to score quickly and score big. But with the pitch just signs that's maybe a little bit too paced, and so bowlers certainly interested as well. Short and put away. Well, that again is a very confident, almost dismissive shot by Nichols. Short and wide, and he pounced on it, got over it as well and hit it down. Another quality stroke.
Yeah, nicely latched onto. Again, that's just not the length on this pitch. It seems, from what we've seen already, only 4 overs in. It's just sitting up there nicely for the batter to dismiss. And Callum Nichols, when it's come, he has put it away.
And again, hit it in front of square, which just suggests the ball's not really coming on and it's not quick, this pitch. Defends again. I think he's got a really solid, compact technique. Getting in behind it.
I think when you've got 2 slips as well, it's, you know, you've got to be pushing the ball up there, see if the white ball does swing early. If it is going to swing at all, it's going to be in the first 5-10 overs.
So still the 2 slips in for Hudson-Prentice. Looking for a second wicket here, the Sharks. Put them in a good position. Stifled appeal, but looks like it was going down. Well, it's good to see a young player looking so confident. He certainly looks like it's his stage. Just even the way he holds himself in between balls and the way he hit the ball away to the boundary and just turned away. Good signs there. Clearly Glamorgan really like his temperament, like his talent. Oh, that's the first one really that he's played and missed at.
Yeah, that's a good length from Hudson-Prentice. Let the ball talk, just landed in that area. And again, if it's going to do anything, it will early on. Nichols will know he'll just have to kind of weather the first few overs and put away the bad balls as he has done.
And it is the bounce again that just seems, again, the way he sort of stood back, I think, and was surprised him kind of how high that ball got off that just short of a length. he's been given. Well, that's the end. Callum Nichols has gone. Looks like he's got a little edge maybe onto the pad, and that's flown through to the keeper, Charlie Tier. So, well, disappointment for Callum Nichols. It was looking so good. And he's rather dragging himself off the pitch, and you can understand why. It was looking so good. And there it is, just a little edge. Went through low to Charlie Tier, who made no mistake, just catching it in front of moving across towards first slip. Yeah, a good ball actually. Almost rather squared him up. And so that is the end of Callum Nichols for 13, 28 for 2. And, well, a bit of rebuilding needs to be done here now, as Will Smell comes out. Glamorgan's number 4.
Yeah, one of the more experienced players in this side now, which feels bizarre to say as someone who's just 25 years old. Played a lot of T20 cricket, played about 20 List A games and just 3 first class games, so has been around, and he was around a long time before that as well, playing a lot of second 11 cricket, trialling, and another one from the university scheme system. So he has played a lot of cricket, and it's just bizarre though, isn't it? You know, when they play football in their warm-ups, for example, it's normally like old v young uns. I would imagine he was on the older side today with the amount of youngsters in there. So he'll have to take the responsibility today.
Well, defends the final ball of the 5th over. 28 for 2. As Blake heads off for a well-deserved cup of tea. And be joined now by the sports journalist Alid Hopkins. So 28 for 2 after 5, and well, 2 new batters at the crease. Callum Nichols has faced 19 balls and probably felt he just about got himself in, and then got a ball that just moved away, pitched up and nicked it. So disappointment for him. But Alid, good to see you. And after this ball, we'll just chat a bit about the match context. What have you made of the first 5 overs?
Yeah, morning Ash, morning everyone. I was just about to say, morning Ash. I was just about to say that Glamorgan had made a decent start before that wicket of Callum Nichols, and disappointing for Nichols. He looked in really good nick, didn't he? Especially to the short ball, put those 2 ones away, and he'll be really disappointed. Just got a good ball though from Hudson Prentice. It just moved late, I think.
Oof, now that one has climbed and lifted. That's perhaps the quickest delivery we've seen so far. That one did seem to fly through. Beat the outside edge of Henry Hurl, and a bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, look quick, that one from Goodman, and I think the Sharks have just found their length a little bit on this pitch now. It's slightly back of a length. In the first couple of overs they were guilty of over pitching, and it got punished, and then, you know, a little bit too short. I think they've found that ideal length now.
Hurl defends. Yeah, the bounce does seem to be the thing here that is proving most difficult to handle for the batters. Ball stopping and climbing a little bit, not coming on. We've seen a lot of the attacking shots being hit in front of square, so that suggests that it's not coming on quickly.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, or as you and Blake mentioned earlier, small dimensions here, square of the wicket, so...
and that's a chance. That has been missed, and Goodman, you can see, he knows that was a chance. Big tall man, hard to get down. It was probably about knee height when it got to him, as Hurl just blocked it back.
Yeah, he's a tall man, is Goodman, and as a fellow tall man myself, I know how difficult that is to get down.
Right, don't rub it in.
But Hurl just not quite over that shot. Didn't get his head in a good position, off balance, and I mean, this has been an excellent over so far from Goodman.
Yeah, 4 dots so far. There's 5. then we'll just hope to finish it off and get himself a well-deserved maiden. Yeah, 28 for 2 with 1 ball left in the 6th over. And so just getting a feel now for how this pitch is going to play. You'd assume, I wonder whether it might get easier as the day goes on, but we'll see. Good length again. I think must have been down the leg side. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just straight down that leg side, but hitting that kind of area again. It's getting a little bit of purchase off this surface now. It looks green, as we've said, but with the weather that we've had in the last 2 weeks or so, I would say it hasn't really rained here. That ball is just zipping up ever so often.
And Henry Hill leaves that one. And so 29 for 2 after 6. And yeah, not easy out there for the batters. They've put the bad balls away well, which is why there's their scoring rate has been okay. But you can find that length, that just hard length, just short of a length, where the ball's coming through more kind of waist height, certainly high hip height around there, then it does look harder to play.
Yeah, and these two are just trying to figure that out for themselves at the moment, aren't they? Hurl's 1 off 8, and 2 overs ago I was looking at the run rate and it was climbing up towards 7. It's down towards 4.83 now, so really good job by the Sussex bowlers.
So Hudson Prentice back into the attack, left alone by Smale. It was that awkward length, and he's going to go down and give that a prod. No, that's about the area, just short of a length, which has seen the ball sort of climb through. So need to work this out. Obviously Sussex winning the toss and maybe thought their best chance was to have a bowl early on.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised at that, but then looking at their team, there's probably more bowling in this team than batting, so maybe that factored into the decision making, and obviously the green looking surface would have as well, but slightly surprising with that.
So Smale got a very exaggerated trigger movement, steps quite a long way back into his crease. Again, just going down just to prod the pitch and look at that area where Hudson Prentice has started to land it on a more regular basis now. There's a few loose ones early on, as you might expect.
And he's come in good form, hasn't he, Will Smale? Had a good back end of the T20 competition and ended with 350s in that, 342 runs in the comp as well. So he's in decent nick here, Will Smale.
This time comes down the pitch. Just trying to ask a few questions of the bowler. Put him off his length. Yeah, Smale in the blast, his job pretty much is to come in and whack it, isn't it? Will be a different sort of role now, particularly in the match circumstances that he finds himself in. Glamorgan will not want to go 3 down this early on. Although there is quite a bit of batting to come. You'd say definitely bat down to 9 probably in this side, but still you don't want to leave it to 6, 7, 8, 9 on the top order to build the platform. Big appeal, hit on the back leg and given.
Wow.
Well, Will Smale is gone. He stops and stares. I don't think he can quite believe what's happened. Was hit on the back leg by a full delivery. And the umpire, well, he raised the finger with no hesitation. So Glamorgan in a spell bother here, 29 for 3, and we're still midway through the 7th over.
Yeah, it's really, really disappointing for Will Smale. Just waiting for the replay to get a better view of that. But umpire seemed convinced, as you said. Replay coming up here now. As you said, there's that trigger movement back in and across, and yeah, it's dead in front, isn't it? Full length ball from Hudson Prentice, and it looks pretty dead eye. Yeah,
it just went straight on. That probably is hitting middle of the leg, isn't it, by the looks of things. So yeah, no hesitation. The umpire was absolutely convinced, as were the Sharks players, and so Glamorgan in a little bit of bother here. And what a time to come out on debut. Jack Hope Bell coming out. He would have liked to have come out with a bit of a platform and maybe the freedom to play, but he now knows that, there's a little bit of rest on his shoulders now. Him and Henry Hurl, 2 young players.
Yeah,
and Bell on debut, and he will have to try and battle his way through this very tricky period here, get himself in, and try and help Glamorgan to rebuild something here.
And Hurl now has to take that senior role, doesn't he, with Jack Hope Bell, and fairly inexperienced himself. It's a big job for these two now, but Hudson Prentice and Goodman in the last couple of overs have really done well. They've, as we said, they've found that length, and after a good start from Glamorgan, they've wrestled it back in favour of the visitors.
Lets the first one go by. I think with the ball doing a bit off that length, or just short of a length, a judicious leave, probably a good tactic early on. Don't want to play it too much. That's rising, going past off stump, at sort of 5th, 6th stump. 2 slips still in place, and they'll definitely feel like they're in the game, those slips, from what they've seen. Fuller delivery, dug out, can't get his first run, as Toby Munt dives athletically in the covers. So at the end of the 7th, Glamorgan 29 for 3, and they need these two to hang around if they can.
Yeah, they've got to build a partnership now, these two, and Jack Hope Bell has earned his spot, his opportunity in this competition, and can he take it? It would be a brilliant debut knock if he can do something here with Henry Hurl as well, who will be one of those players wanting to use this competition to elevate himself in the coach's thinking going into the end of the championship, and then of course into next season as well. So obviously only the first game in this competition here today, but you do feel that there is runs out there to be scored, even if the pitch is offering a little bit for the bowlers. It's an even contest at the moment. We've seen an even battle for both, haven't we, so far?
So Goodman to Hurl. Henry Hurl gets forward and just blocks that back. So a bit of pressure here. Got to decide whether to stick or twist if anything's in the slot. You think you've got to try and put it away, keep the scoreboard ticking. But I don't think the Sussex bowlers will mind watching either of these batters driving at this stage. Of course, as soon as try and play an expansive shot like that, there's always a chance of a wicket, a missed shot. And Hurl is defending now, just getting himself in.
Yeah, and Goodman's just hitting that length consistently now, and he's, as you say, he's putting pressure on the batters to play a more expansive shot, and then he knows he's in the game. The ball is in his court at the moment. He's dictating things, just saying to the batters, come and try and hit me.
Well, just a single in 10 balls, Henry Hurl so far. Cuts, but doesn't really time it as he would like, and just goes straight to the fielder there at a backward point, and another dot ball. So these dot balls are starting to build up a bit here now.
Yeah,
so we haven't had a run since the 5th over, and we've had a couple of wickets. So, just a wide. That's all we've had.
Yeah, spoiled his maiden, didn't it?
Oh, well, that was a better looking shot, and fair play to Goodman. Got down really, really well. We saw him drop a catch a little bit earlier. I think that one, I think it definitely got him on the hand. I just wonder whether it got him on the shin or the foot. Well, Henry Hurl drove that well. Yeah.
Just attacking that middle stump line again, though, isn't he? And just there or thereabouts all the time. Really hard to turn it onto the leg side as well, at that length. So he's really found his range here, Goodman, and as you mentioned there, that continuous dots apart from the wide. Morgan finding it really tough to get anything now. And just fixing his laces or his strap in on the boot.
Well, it's 21 balls since we've had a run off the bat.
Yeah, just shows how well these two have done. And another dot from Goodman, putting together another maiden over potentially. 3.7 now the run rate. That has really plummeted, hasn't it, from, I think when I joined the commentary on the 6th over, it was up near 7 or just under. It's really plummeted.
Well, what they've not been able to do really is rotate the strike with singles. It's just been a flurry of boundaries early on, but now having to work hard to just stay in there as the wickets have been tumbling. So at the end of the 8th over, Glamorgan just on pause at the moment, 29 for 3. These two just trying to hang in there. Henry Hurl's faced 14 deliveries and has only got a single to his name. He's also been dropped, so just I've got to try and work out a way here just to keep this scoreboard ticking, just to rotate the strike. Both batters will feel easier if that's happening, even if they're not hitting boundaries. It always feels better when you're jogging up the other end and watching for a bit. I feel like you're doing something. The scoreboard is ticking. And the young Newport player Jack Hope Bell now has a chance to rebuild something for Glamorgan here as Hudson Prentice comes in and clip round the corner. There we go. Well, that's a run off the bat, first one for a while, and his first run as well, so will feel like a significant moment, I'm sure.
It will, absolutely, when runs have been that hard to come by, and he's a young player who's come in this situation. He's seen his partner at the other end really struggle to get anything away, and that'll just give him a notch of confidence. He's been in fantastic form for Newport and for the second team, as well as obviously been called up with the England under-19 setup as well. Really promising young player, and if he can perform in a pressure environment like this today, it's really encouraging signs for both him and Glamorgan.
Hurl drives, and there we go, and that's the first one he's got through. Hit it really cleanly, hit it up there towards the hospitality tent, away to our right, up the hill, and well, a little bit of pressure relieved.
Yeah, just slightly fuller there from Hudson Prentice, and a little bit of movement away, slightly wider, just allowed Hurl to free his hands, and he absolutely smashed it through the cover region. Much needed boundary for Glamorgan.
Let it go, and well, it was wide. So beyond the little blue lines you can see there on your screen, which help the umpire decide what's wide and what's not. And that one just creeping a little bit too wide to the offside. Only just, but shaping away.
Just takes off the pitch, and there is a little bit of a sort of ridge at this end, this David Road end, just around the batter's feet. So we've seen a few balls take off from that length. Remember that from playing here myself in my junior days, and it's quite a significant slope up to the dressing rooms and the commentary position as well, isn't it? On this offside.
Yeah, we feel quite raised. Is that where we are?
It's almost a naturally elevated commentary position here at Neath. Don't need a fancy scaffolding box or a media centre.
I must say the facilities they've changed it. We were in a tent last year. We've got a lovely wooden kind of gazebos, perhaps not the right word, but a lovely shot again. Hurl hit a couple of really great straight drives, hasn't he? And has not had value for either of them.
No, really unlucky that time. Hit it so well and cannons into the stumps at the other end. Thankfully, it was hit too hard for Hudson Prentice to get anything on it, and that would have been an awful way for Jack Hope Bell to go on debut, wouldn't it? But really unlucky for Hurl. Brilliant shot.
That's normally a good sign, isn't it, if a player is able to play those straight drives. Very unlucky though. He's hit those hard along the floor as well, and showing the full face of the bat, but unable to get it through again. Blocked by the stumps this time. flicks it dismissively through mid-wicket. Wristy shot, finds the gap, and Hurl a couple of boundaries this over.
Yeah, just releasing the pressure a little bit now. Just again over pitch slightly from Hudson Prentice, and I love those little flicks when the back leg goes up. Really nice controlled shot into that mid-wicket region. No fielder there, ran away nice and easily to that long boundary on that side.
Well, they've just moved second slip out now. Dan Ibrahim's gone in at sort of short, catching mid-wicket. Probably for that shot. It was a little bit in the air, and I think that's why he's been placed there. Think about a single, but decide against it.
But that's a much better over from Glamorgan.
Yeah, 39 for 3 after 9, and yeah, that one with a couple of boundaries. Certainly the best we've had for a while, and but perhaps the most important thing is that these two are still there.
Yeah, and that just eases that conversation in the middle now. I think just eases the pressure a little bit, and those two will take confidence from what they've seen. They've seen Hudson Prentice just over pitching slightly a few times in that over, and in fairness to Hurley, he made him pay.
So Goodman, 1 for 14 so far from his 4 overs. Pretty tidy stuff. Got the wicket of Eddie Byram as well.
Question is, can they get this man away? Because at the moment he is tying down the Glamorgan pair. Took 2 wickets in the championship game at Hove as well. So Glamorgan have seen him before this season, Goodman. Maybe not these two though, but
so Jacko Bell defends solidly in behind it.
Bit less pace on that one from Goodman. It seemed. I think it just held in the track slightly. Oh, Bell, nice solid in defence, but still the string of dots that Goodman is putting together continues. Jack Carson will be absolutely thrilled with how he's bowled.
Short, just that back of a length again, and Hope Bell up on his toes, trying to make sure that he gets right over it. Just important at the moment that he stays there. Just calms the mood around the team amongst those waiting to bat. I mean, just as was that sense when 1, 2, 3 wickets fall in quick succession, got a slight air of panic and run through a team, but trying to just let that drain away.
Notice that Ibrahim, who's collecting the ball now, is in closer, that catching mid-wicket to Hope Bell.
Well, it seems like a reasonable tactic to me, if the ball is holding in the pitch, just to get a couple of catches in reasonably close, and where Ibrahim is now, for the ball that stops and you get a leaning edge, which you're trying to turn around the corner, that's the sort of region it's going to fly into the air.
And that's what we saw with Eddie Byram, wasn't it?
Exactly
that exact thing.
Cuts. Lovely shot. Well, that's a classy shot. Jack Bowes leaned back on it and cut it in front of square for his first boundary.
Beautifully played from Hope Bell. Again, just used those last couple of balls to find his range on this pitch and leant back, hit his hands through the shot to that offside, picked the gap on that offside, and really nice boundary for him and for his team as well.
So 43 for 3, 1 ball left to come in the power play. Runs it off the outside edge. Just going to take 1. And so at the end of the power play, Glamorgan are at 44 for 3 with Henry Hurl on 9 and Jack Hope Bell on debut on 6.
Yeah, and a decent recovery in the last couple of overs from Glamorgan. They're 5 off that over before Goodman had tied them down with a maiden before that. And just starting to come back into it now. These two build in a bit of a partnership, and they'll hope that they can bat through for another couple of overs. Nice crowd here now, emerging. We're 10 overs into this innings, a bit of a hum around the ground as well.
So change of bowling from the Llantwit Road end. It's Tom Price coming into the attack. He's going to replace Hudson Prentice.
The umpires signalling that the next power play is about.
Yeah, Tom Price, all format player, joining from Gloucestershire this season. Did play against Glamorgan in that championship game.
Yeah, a lot of all-rounders in this team.
Yeah.
It seems loads of bowling options that they have. Nice that Jack Carson has plenty of options at his disposal. He bowls nice off-spin himself as well, of course.
I was just about to say he's probably going to have a big hand in this bowling attack as well himself. It's been one of those names aired around the England conversation when chatting about a spinner. Mason Crane, one of those as well. Obviously away with the 100 at the moment, but Jack Carson was another one of those names mentioned that I heard. And a few Northern Irish cricketers in the circuit. Born in Craigavon, Jack Carson. A strong Welsh contingent in this Glamorgan side today. Obviously a young side with plenty of academy prospects, plenty of Welsh representation.
Well, it's definitely something they're trying to work towards here at Glamorgan. I think they do feel that things are pretty healthy with in the pathway. Of course, we've got a couple of players here, recent products. Well, both these batters actually,
Yeah.
Henry Hill and Jack Cope Bell, and of course we saw Callum Nichols a little bit earlier as well. Both players who've come through the junior system, young Welsh lads, and there are others to come as well.
Will Smale, of course, as well. We've seen, and
in the squad, Harry Wallace, of course, as well, who son of Glamorgan Director of Cricket Mark Wallace, who has been having a brilliant year, scoring hundreds for fun, including one in the sort of an invitational sort of warm-up game for the England under-19s just a couple of weeks ago. A terrific prospect he is. Has been part of the under-18s, Glamorgan under-18s side that won the National Cup last year as well. So. And then there's Jacob Blades as well in England under 19. So there's a lot of players, particularly batters, just bubbling under. Drives, nice looking shot. They're going to hurry through for single.
really good run in there. Hope Bell, as soon as he hit it, he was on his bike, made a big call, and end of the over. Glamorgan 45 for 3 as Ash heads out for a break, and we'll bring in Blake. Blake is back. Glamorgan slightly better in those last couple of overs, but you would still say the game is in favour of the away side at the moment. Finn Hudson-Prentice and Dom Goodman have done a really good job of tying Glamorgan down in the power play and removing some of those top order batters. Henry Hurl and Jack Bell out here trying to rescue the situation for the home side, build a bit of a partnership as we welcome back Blake. Blake, what have you made of those last couple of overs?
Yeah, cheers, Alan. Well, the third wicket falling, obviously not idealistic for Glamorgan, but Hope Bell and Hurl have looked to handle themselves relatively well, shape up pretty nicely. So it's just all about recovery now. As change of bowler, we're going to see the debutant Toby Muntz come on, left arm seamer, part of the Sussex pathway.
Munt is in and driving is Hope Bell out to that deep sort of cover region. They'll come through for 1. So decent start there for Munt, just trying to find that length that Goodman was bowling, slightly back of a length Slightly shorter than Goodman is Munt, but left armour as well. Gives something different for these two. And that is a fantastic second ball from Munt. What a delivery. He has removed Henry Hurl for 9. And that is another big strike for Sussex early on in this game. And just as those two were starting to build a partnership, Hurl has got to go. And a fantastic start for Munt.
Yeah, exactly the start you want to your professional career. 19 years old on debut. Comes in, second ball, knocks off Henry Hill's off pole. Middle and off, there we go. Just nipped back through the gate and was slightly open for the ball to sneak through, but take nothing away from him. It was a perfect delivery, really. Left arm over to the right-hander. And already into Dan Douthwaite in the 12th over, batting at number 6.
Yeah, and maybe that change of angle, that left arm over the wicket, just deceived Henry Hurl there. Really good ball though from Munt. Toby Munt, as we said, on debut. Plenty of second team action this season. He had 5 wickets and a 50 in a game at Northants for the second team. So showed plenty of promise for Sussex so far. And he struck early on. Big job for Dan Douthwaite now, one of the more experienced members of this team, coming in at number 6. And we've seen Douthwaite's got a lot of power, hasn't he? He can find the boundary, as we just see Sussex making a couple of changes to the field. Deep extra goes out. There's a short cover in there as well. As Munt comes into Douthwaite. Douthwaite just nurses it down to the offside. It'll be cut off, but they'll come back for 2. Bit of a fumble on the boundary, but just saw the power of Douthwaite there. He only leant into that, flew off the edge, and it flew along this outfield. Made it tricky.
Look at who's to come for Glamorgan as well. 4 down. Alex Horton, relatively inexperienced in number of games played, and then you're into the bowlers: Gorvin, Van der Gugten, McElroy, Franco.
As Douthwaite just leaves that one. Bit more pace maybe there from Munt. Good length again. Just finding that good range that Goodman was hitting. That nice landing zone. Just slightly back of a length maybe from this David Road end. Douthwaite happy to let it go. And this time Douthwaite is strong in defence.
Yeah, liking the look of Munt. He's got a nice action. Not express, but brisk with his pace. We don't have a speed gun here. I'm not sure that technology's reached Neath, but he's, if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say it's the mid to late 70s region, probably around similar to Hudson Prentice. Not quite as quick as Goodman, I'd say, if comparing from the same end.
And Douthwaite again just defends, looks to maybe get a single, but the field in there is good. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan 48 for 4. The wicket of Henry Hurl in that over from Munt. And Glamorgan with a bit of work to do here. The experience of Douthwaite and the inexperience of Jack Hope-Bell. Douthwaite really needs to guide the youngster through. Hope-Bell 8 of 16 so far, with hit that nice shot out to cover for a boundary. Just looks like he's starting to get comfortable out there, but Price is back. Only one off his first over. Couple of changes here in the field.
medium pace of Tom Price. I think you said earlier on, Anna joined from Gloucestershire at the start of this season. His brother Ollie, of course, still there. Someone who's had his injury problems, but a real talented cricketer. Been good with the bat this year as well for Sussex. Played across the T20s and in the first class. 324 runs, an average of 46 with the bat in the county championship. And of course found fame when he took a hat-trick and scored 100 in the same day for Gloucestershire. I think that was in 2024.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Yeah, that's a decent day for him. If I was him, I think I would have had to retire on the spot. You know, it's not going to get any better.
No. Could only dream of doing that.
Hope Bell just looking to use the pace that is on the ball to run down to deep third, but it's not quite there at the moment. The pitch will improve throughout the day, you feel. It's not played badly thus far, despite the scoreline, but it is not necessarily coming onto the bat as much as they would have liked. Probably a good decision at the toss from Sussex, but you imagine it will dry out and improve. That's nicely played in front of square, and deep square's got a lot of work to do and does mop it up, but nicely away for Hope Bell, just making sure he doesn't get bogged down. 50 up for Glamorgan in the 13th.
Yeah, nice shot there from Hope Bell, and he's just experimenting with a few more shots now, as we saw that last ball before, as you said, just looking to use the pace and work it down to third man, but there is that backward point in place as well, so not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, included in this side today for his debut, Jack Hope Bell. 4 players left out from the 15-man squad named were Zainul Hassan, Ben Morris, Connor O'Riordan and Harry Wallace, who's the exciting son of the Glamorgan legend and current director of cricket Mark Wallace, so hopefully we do see him at some point in this competition. But Hope Bell with the nod today. Looking to pull but not time, just shorter from Tom Price, bit of an air football. Concludes the 13th over, 2 runs from it. Glamorgan at 54-4. Hope Bell moving into double figures and Douthwaite on 2.
Yeah, just interested in that last ball of that over. Just saw Dan Ibrahim go out to deep backward square off that last ball, so clearly aware of the power of Dan Douthwaite and probably looking to keep Jack Hope Bell on strike. But it will be Douthwaite to face Munt from this end. Munt with an excellent first over, 1 for 3. As we said, nice action from the left armour. Maybe looks a little bit quicker than he actually is with the action. Sometimes bowler's action can be deceptive with that, but Munt in and Douthwaite looking to drive, only finds mid-off.
One thing that's good for the academy players as well, which Glamorgan do it as well as they do at Sussex, they're always getting them to play a high level of club cricket as well while they're in that academy, so he'd be used to playing against fellow professionals. A lot of Sussex players do play in the Sussex Premier League, as Glamorgan have in the South Wales Premier League as well.
And that's a nice shot from Douthwaite, just works it through the offside. There's a chase on, but it's going to go all the way, just slightly fuller that time from Munt, and it was really well worked into the offside from Dan Douthwaite. Just leant on it, flicked it with the hands and guided it. Beautiful placement, and it runs away to that short side boundary.
Yeah, over pitched, but I think Douthwaite was very aware and cautious not to drive aggressively. Played it nicely.
As Douthwaite looking to work it towards backward point, but cuts it off. And Toby Munt is he's a backer, so that's Brighton and Aldridge Cricket Association Academy player. It's a school next door to the Amex Stadium down in Brighton. It's a fantastic cricket venue for a state school, an academy school. You won't find much better at any of the private schools, really. Fantastic venue. Strong links to Sussex CC down there at Backer.
Good city for sport, isn't it? I've got the pleasure of going down to Hove in a few weeks. That'll be my first time there. I'm looking forward to going down there. Hopefully the weather comes with me.
I lived there for 7 years down in Brighton, and it's, as you said, it's a wonderful city. So much going on all the time. So many great people, events, colourful things. Brilliant place. And the weather's usually good as well. And Toby Munt has got his second wicket. Dan Douthwaite snicks off, and it's caught behind, and that is another breakthrough from Munt, who has been absolutely superb so far. 2 for 7. Douthwaite just maybe played that a little bit too early, leaning over the ball, just caught the top of the bat. Could hear the noise from here. It was a clear and obvious nick. We just see the replay, just trying to drive on the up, catches the edge, and Munt with another breakthrough.
Yeah, length just wasn't quite there for that from Douthwaite, who previously in the over we'd seen him play within himself when driving through the offside, so it was unlike him to play expansively for how he had played previously in the over, but yeah, not quite there. Munt just left it hanging and got the reward. So 2 wickets inside 2 overs on debut. He certainly won't be complaining, but Glamorgan have got a lot of work to do with another youngster coming to the crease, Alex Horton. A bit more experienced than Hope Bell, but nonetheless he will need a score if Glamorgan are going to get to anything close to competitive.
Yeah, big job here for Alex Horton. As you've mentioned, has played a little bit of cricket in the T20 comps and hasn't done too much. He has sometimes struggled to step up to the first team level. He's got a big job here. It would be a real tick in his box if he can get a score here and guide Glamorgan up to something respectable, because this is an ominous position now. Last ball of the 14th over. Munt 2 for 7 and hunting another one here. Horton just defends, pads it down onto the leg side, and will get through for 1. So end of the over, Glamorgan 55 for 5. An excellent over again from Toby Munt, and the loss of Dan Douthwaite cheaply again. Big job on for these two. Price will continue. He's only given away 3 runs as well from his first 2. So not only have Glamorgan got to try and keep wickets in the bank, but they've got to try and score as well. It's a real difficult task, isn't it?
It is, but I think runs will come naturally while you occupy the crease. We've already seen plenty of boundaries flowing despite the wickets coming at an equally quick rate. So I think just occupying the crease, batting, well, I would have said at the start of the innings, make sure you bat your 50 overs. I mean, that looks a long way off at the moment, but the longer you stay there, then runs will naturally come. And although it's at a different level, it is worth noting Alex Horton, where he's been out of the Glamorgan first team, of course hasn't played in the county championship, did play at the start of the Blast, played just one of the games, but he has been playing for Bridgend, so he's been playing 50 over cricket. 5 half centuries in 6 innings he's got in the South Wales Premier League, so this is a step up in standard, of course, but he has got runs behind him.
Yeah, and that has been the problem a little bit with Alex Horton, hasn't it? Just making that step up at times. I know he's very highly thought of down at Bridgend, and as you said, he's been going really well in that competition, but of course this is a step up and a big opportunity for him now to really make a mark.
Yeah, I think he's due it, isn't he? He's been around Glamorgan. They've been thinking highly of him for a long time now. 22 years old, and he's going to find a way to get off strike off the outside edge, but safe enough. Hope Bell, who's been occupying the crease for 22 balls, will need to extend that many more if he's going to help Glamorgan along the way, because at 56 for 5 they're in a precarious position here at Neath. Byram and Nichols both fell for 13, Hurl for 9, Smale for 0 and Douthwaite in the previous over for 6. Just to our right I can see Tim van der Gugten with his pads on. Nicely played through the offside, chase on, but it won't go up the hill. Comes back for a couple.
Yeah, nicely lent on there by Hope Bell. He's just settling in now, it seems, taking his time. But Tim van der Houten, I don't think would have wanted his pads on. You know, nearly just 15 overs into this game. We were surprised to see him playing really in the first place.
Nicely played. Slashed away just behind square, beating point, and let's run away for 4 from Hope Bell. He's played that shot nicely throughout his innings so far. Slightly shorter from Tom Price, bit of width, and Hope Bell driving off the back foot. Plays it nicely, gets it away.
Yeah, I was just about to say he's played a couple of those off the back foot, looking really strong off the back foot at the moment. And you know, it's not easy to run the ball up this slope, even with the quick outfield.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a cutter of the ball. He's more of he likes to punch. Well, a better over for Glamorgan with the boundary coming in at 7 from it. And 62 for 5 they are now.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the mechanics of that shot. You know, he's just looking at him now. He's not a huge guy. He's quite a small guy in stature. So if you can kind of keep your hands close to your body and use the momentum through a punch and use your sort of internal power. I'm no physicist by any means, but just the way I'm thinking about how the mechanics of that shot would work, using those hips, that weight transfer through the ball, he's done it really well so far. Munt comes in again, and it's nicely defended by Horton. Strong just holds the poles, and Jack Carson will be absolutely delighted with his bowlers so far, hasn't he? I mean, there's been very few bad balls, and especially from this David Road end, the two have really piled the pressure on, haven't they?
Yeah, 3 wickets from this end. Goodman with 1, Munt with 2.
Left alone by Horton.
I think Jack Carson will probably be thinking he might not be needed to bowl here. Looks like it's doing well for the seamers. If they want to look in that department, Sussex, they've still got Ollie Kirtley, the other debutant, mentioned at the start of the game, son of England Test player and Sussex legend, and now bowling coach James Kirtley. And they've also got the all-rounders George Thomas and Dan Ibrahim, who both bowl a bit of medium pace.
Yeah, plenty of options. Munt is in again. Again, left alone by Horton. A little bit wider that time. I think Horton's just looking at the umpire, asking the question.
But any game where Jack Carson doesn't have to bowl is probably one that's going well for Sussex, because he's a very talented off-spinner.
Well, from a neutral perspective, of course, I was looking forward to seeing him bowl down here today, so I do hope he does. From a selfish point of view, I'm sure Glamorgan won't. Munt fuller length, and Horton just leans on it. And this is an excellent over again from Toby Munt.
Yeah, he gets the ball up there, lets it do a bit of talking from left arm over. Natural left armer get the swing into the right-hander, as we saw with that ball to Douthwaite. I think Glamorgan's attack will suit similarly as well, just the one spinner, Romano Franco. They're also quite seam heavy, with Gorvin, Van der Gugten, McElroy and Douthwaite.
This time Horton looks to free his hands, but just straight down to backward point. And Munt is an interesting field choice here. He's opted not to have a mid-wicket in, so if he strays from that length slightly, goes too straight, he could be hammered towards this boundary. But at the moment he's been really consistent with his line.
Yeah, deep square leg, fine leg, deep third and deep cover. 4 fielders allowed outside the circle at this stage of the game.
Looking for a maiden, and he's not going to get it. It's going to be spoiled off the last ball as Horton just pads it into the offside, and they'll come through for one. Bit of a misfield there, bit of a bad throw into the keeper, but they managed to corral it. 63 for 5 Glamorgan, end of 16 overs. Horton just finding his rhythm. Holt Bell as well, as we've said on debut, but especially the bowling from this David Road end has been superb, and Price as well. A little bit more expensive in the last over from Price, got hit for a boundary in that over, but still 0 for 10 from his first 3, and the away side very much on top here at Neath.
Yeah, they are. Big start with 3 wickets in the power play always helps. Bit of recovery still needed. Edge through, and it's zipped past the keeper. He's going to get full value for that. Alex Horton, 4 runs, but it was streaky, just evading Charlie Tier with a slip in as well. Just got up enough, but a chance coming again for Sussex.
Yeah, seemed to zip through a bit quicker that time, and caught Horton out a little bit. Managed to get something on it, and the old adage, if you're going to flash hard, gets a bit of luck. Gets it over the top of the keeper and slip cordon.
I did catch Charlie Tier on the end of the finger, so it will go down as a drop, but a very harsh one at that.
I think you're being a bit harsh there. If he had caught that, we would have had catch of the comp already, I think.
Yeah, it would have been a good one. That slip is very wide as well, so although it was rising, it probably would have got over a first slip, but it is, I think it's, not sure who that is in there at first slip, but he's quite wide. Quick single taken, and they're going to get through comfortably.
Good call there from Alex Horton, and Hope Bell was on his toes at the other end as well. Good running, and they need to do that in this position. They need to push every single they can and turn every 1 into 2, not recklessly, but just need to be on their toes all the time and squeeze every single run out of this bowling attack.
Well, it's important to rotate the strike, as Hope Bell does there as well, because often you can see when wickets tumble, batters get stuck at one end, and even if boundaries are coming, you're still at the same end, so it's important to keep it rotating and making sure that each batter is facing bowlers from both ends, getting used to that. Another quick single, getting it in that gap between backward point and extra cover, and then Thomas comes in from the boundary. Another one who joined at the start of last summer, George Thomas from Somerset, where his brother still plays. There are a club of players with brothers elsewhere, aren't they? Tom Price, George Thomas, his brother Josh at Somerset.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how many siblings are in the game.
Whipped away, nicely played from Hope Bell, and the chase from Jack Carson up to the longest part of the ground into that corner down at long on. Does the retrieval. They do come back for 3. And at the end of the over, Glamorgan will be happy again just to keep it ticking. Aled Hopkins has left the building, or the shed. Ash Crowther's going to come back in for him after a well-deserved break after the first 11 over stint he did. That was a good stint actually, doing the first 11 overs, Ash. So welcome back. Things have got somewhat better since you went away. Wicket's still going, but runs flowing aplenty as well. And that's nicely driven, but for no run. Do you sense the pitch will get easier?
Well, I think Glamorgan will hope so, but I suppose if it gets easier for them, it'll also get easier for Sussex. Which, yeah, I mean, it was definitely difficult, wasn't it, in that first sort of 10-15 overs. I think Sussex eventually found their lines and lengths pretty well, and Glamorgan just kept losing wickets at regular intervals. They do just need a partnership. I mean, 73 for 5. What was it, 54 for 5 or something, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah.
Definitely felt like they were in trouble there, in a sense that they just needed to make sure they bat most of their overs. And but it's good to see Jack Hope-Bell hanging around. Ridden his luck once or twice, but actually he's still there on 20, so that's really good. The longer he's there, the more his confidence will grow.
That's nicely played. Through the leg side, just lent on it, and George Thomas won't be able to cut that one off. So another boundary comes Hope-Bell's way, and he's settling into his debut nicely here at Neath.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just full and on the legs, and he wasn't going to miss out there. Timed it beautifully through mid-wicket. Just clipped it and had enough to take it up the hill. And another boundary. So he moves on to 24. That was his third boundary.
Looking to repeat the shot again, but slightly shorter from Munt this time, where the previous one was over pitch. That was a better length, but still able to rotate, which I think is the important thing. I was saying to Aled at this stage is about making sure you don't get bogged down at one end.
Well, you can be positive, can't you, without even hitting boundaries, and a lot of that is just good running, making sure that you can drop good balls into spaces and keep rotating the strike. So that's an important part of a good rebuild.
And Horton is someone who does like to score quickly. He likes to play his shots.
Yeah, it can be really destructive, can't he? In the second 11 T20 competition, has been scoring at some incredible rates. Very clean ball striker, but I think doesn't yet quite feel the moment just to throw the full kitchen sink at the ball coming down, unless it really is in the slot. He's now faced 14 balls, 15.
Does look to drive, and we'll take a quick single. Slight misfield at mid-off by Troy Henry, the debutant, who was just warming up actually, the left arm spinner. And that's the end of the over, the 18th. And Horton and Hope-Bell still there for Glamorgan.
Yeah, well, we were saying this with every partnership at the moment. This feels like an important partnership, but I think they're all important now, aren't they? With Glamorgan in a bit of trouble, 5 down. And Andy Gorvin next in, I suppose. But these are, that will be the end of the last sort of out-and-out batters. And so they don't want to lose too many more. We have not even had 20 overs yet. And so 50 overs, of course. A long way to go, and Glamorgan just need to hang around a bit to give themselves a chance of batting the full allocation, and then if they have a few wickets in hand, just trying to accelerate a bit towards the end.
First taste of spin, Troy Henry. 22-year-old, played just one game for Sussex in this competition last year, so he'll be hoping to make a good start and then be a permanent fixture for this competition this year.
So Henry on the spot, first up. Seamers have done pretty well, so just to see whether Morgan fare better against slower bowling. Watchful so far from Horton. Slip still in place. Again, the seamer's found some bounce, and if spinner can do the same, well, slip will certainly be in play, but a turn and bounce could be very useful. Horton uses his feet and gets that away over mid-on for 4. Well, that's important. He's going to keep busy against the spinner, not let the spinner dictate to him, and they got down the track nicely to that one and hit it over the top for 4.
Yeah, nicely played. Didn't overhit it. I think that was the important thing. We've seen that a couple of times, people trying to overhit the ball and it not come off. So nicely played.
Second boundary for Horton, and then rotates the strike. A few more gaps now, of course. They should be able to keep the ones ticking if they can. Jack Coatbell on 25. Ticking along at a decent rate as well. Has managed to keep scoring, which is good. Even though there's a lot of pressure. Oh, and he's got a streaky boundary as well. Well, misfield down here. It was who's the unfortunate fielder? Well, it must be a
sub-fielder, yes. Yeah. Oliver Price, which, as someone who hasn't yet made a debut for the club, that's not a way to make your mark, but might have got a nasty bobble.
Yeah, kind of wishing the ground would swallow him up just now, but more welcome runs for Glamorgan. So Jack Coatbell now moves on to 29, Alex Horton 15, and at the end of the 19th over, 88 for 5.
So I should say Freddie Price. Oliver Price is, of course, Tom Price's brother, that's why his name was in my head. Freddie Price, the academy prospect. He was in the squad but not selected for this one. Again, a good competition for the youngsters to get a go, as Hope Bell is making the most of for Glamorgan so far.
Well, when you face 30 balls, as Hope Bell has done, you think you're properly in. He's finding a bit of support now from Alex Horton, who's looked calm and steady since he's come in. The last 5 overs, actually, Glamorgan have been scoring at 6.6 and over, so that's improved as well. So signs of improvement, signs of things picking up. Need to keep it going.
Nicely driven, and it's got through. That's going to go for 4. Nicely played from Horton. Well, we said he'll play his shots, and that was controlled aggression, I think that's called. Nicely driven, but not over the top, expansive, slightly over pitch, just leaning into it. Nicely played.
Yeah, proper half volley, and kept his shape really nicely, and timed it, and that raced away up towards the big floodlights of the corner of the rugby stadium.
Quick single taken. Munt has switched to around the wicket this over, so obviously feels the ball is moving less than when he came on earlier on. We are into the 20th over, so this is the 10th over with this ball.
We've done a really good job as Munt, 2 for 15, or 2 for 19 now, after that last boundary, but has posed a threat, angling the ball across the right-handers, and now sort of changing angle, bringing it back in, so the slip has gone.
Nicely played. Out to deep third, just waiting on it, using the pace. Yeah, he had a good ball to Henry Hill that nipped back off the surface, and the one to Douthwaite seemed to just hold its line, and Douthwaite looking to drive, found the edge.
I guess that's the classic thing of what left arm quicks love, isn't it? Bowling sort of over the wicket, the ball slanting across the right hander. Some come back, some go straight on, and it's very difficult to judge as the batter which one of those two it's going to be.
Driven again. Good hand to stop. And even when playing controlled, he does still push at the ball hard, doesn't he, Horton? So you can see why he scores a lot of boundaries, scores quickly.
Yeah, goes at it with hard hands. Likes to feel a solid contact on the bat. And just practicing again. Keeping his shape, I think. Keeping that, make sure that left arm, that left elbow's in a good position so the bat's coming through in straight, and try not to let that powerful bottom hand dominate too much.
And Glamorgan have liked him picked him in the first 11. Only played one blast game this year, but last year played a good handful. So they obviously do like the look of him. They have done for some years now. Signed a rookie contract when he was 16, now 22. So it's about time to start pushing on, and he's been in this competition for a few years now.
Interesting, quite a few of these young players were England under 19 players at one stage in their careers. A lot of them in this Glamorgan side, actually.
And there's that drive again, nicely round at mid-off is Henry to conclude the over. So another productive one for Glamorgan. Every time there's a boundary in it, it seems that they remain positive throughout. 95 for 5 after 20 overs, so a 5 over block without losing a wicket. And although it's not a massive achievement at this stage, this is the highest partnership of the game so far. 41 it's worth between this pair.
Yeah, and scored at a decent rate as well. So the last 5 overs, the 7.2 has been the run rate, and so definitely picking up a bit more regular boundaries. And yeah, one interesting reflection of the last over, just probably not the easiest ground to field on by the looks of things here. A little bit bobbly. Have to be careful, I think, when the ball runs towards you. I think if you field at Sapphire Gardens every match, it's like fielding on a carpet there, like a perfect manicured surface. Whereas here, there are bumps and bobbles, and as a few of the fielders have found out here, it can bobble just as the ball gets to you. So Hope Bell takes another single into the 30s now.
That's what the One Day Cup's all about, though. The outgrounds. Gotta love the outgrounds.
Yeah, which was the... Did you have an outground in your youth that you used to go and watch county cricket at?
Well, there wasn't. Unfortunately, I'm from Oxfordshire, so there's no cricket like within an hour, really. Trying to think where the nearest would have been.
One more to Horton. Yes, in Oxfordshire. Which county do players tend to move to if they're sort of making it big when they want to move it to a major county?
So the connection in yesteryear was with Gloucestershire. So the Charlesworths, the Taylors, the Prices are all Oxfordshire born.
Yeah.
But now it's with Sussex, actually. It's James Coles. I had the fortune of playing against in my youth. Not so much success, naturally. But yeah, he's from Oxfordshire, obviously now at Sussex, and although in the 100. There's a young guy, played a couple of second 11 games there at the moment, Alfie Smethurst.
Nice back foot punch by Hope Bell. I'm just going to keep it to 1 as George Thomas rushes round on the square. But yeah, the outgrounds there. But I grew up in Leicestershire before moving to Wales when I was 18.
Kidworth, they're playing it yesterday or today?
Yeah, well, the ground I lived in a place called Hinckley, which is between kind of Leicester and Coventry, and yeah, I remember seeing every year they would play a few games there. So I remember seeing Jeff Boycott bat at Hinckley in the past.
Wow.
Against a Leicestershire side that had Phil De Freitas, Chris Lewis, I think David Gow was still playing then for them. So yeah, back in the day. So that was my first experience of kind of one of the outgrounds.
Still Munt into his 6th. There's that flick from Hope Bell, just 1 and 100 up. So a polite ripple round the ground. which is relatively full here at Neath, and they've enjoyed Hope Bell so far, who's on 33. Well, Ben Stokes, of course, is playing in this competition, scored 100 unbeaten for Durham yesterday in their win, so there'll be a bit of Ben Stokes at some outgrounds around the country in the next month.
Glamorgan will like to be facing him as well, although the Durham match is away, isn't it, for Glamorgan?
Yeah, and
Durham are in their group, so but they're going to travel away to that. But still, it feels like it really adds a bit of interest to the competition.
It does.
He may have retired as Test captain, but he's still a big name, possibly the biggest name still, and everyone will be fascinated to see him play.
Well, it's a good thing for this competition to have that, because it has, since the 100's inception, kind of lost its reputation, or people have kind of not taken it seriously from an outsider point of view, but obviously its use has been good for the youngsters. But nonetheless, having a big name can probably help the reputation of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think straight away, if you can come and watch Ben Stokes play at one of the smaller grounds, or then you live nearby to the ground where it's being played, then a lot of people are going to try and take that opportunity.
That is Sussex's next opponents, by the way, on Friday at Chesterley Street. Oh, and there is a man there. It was just aerial very briefly from Horton. Dan Ibrahim waiting at a catching mid-wicket, and we've seen where the ball is stopping in the surface. There is value for those close catches. Go on, sorry.
I was just going to say, well, that's it. So Sussex and Yorkshire for Glamorgan here at Neath this week, and then they're away to Middlesex, and then away to Durham, fourth match in their schedule next week.
Oh, inside edge from Horton. Scampers and get through. In the other game that's going on, most of the fixtures were played yesterday, but the other game that's going on is actually at Kibworth Cricket Club in Leicestershire. Gloucestershire are currently 114 for 4. Cam Bancroft playing, so another big name there. Cam Bancroft scored 40. Here at Neath it's 101 for 5. Recovery on from Hope Bell and Horton. Driven nicely, beats the man at short extra, and that'll run away for 4 more towards the floodlights of the rugby ground, and the welcome boundary brings the half-century partnership as well.
Well, good shot there. That wasn't even really a half volley, I don't think, if we look again. No, just a maybe decent length ball. He took it on the rise and hit straight through it. Clean strike, and well, looking very good now. Jack Hope Bell moves on to 37 and ticking along nicely. This feels like an important partnership. We've said that all the time, but this is has the makings of something quite important for Glamorgan here. The scoring rate has picked up, and they've stayed together for a while. Managing to rotate the strike as well as putting away the occasional boundary, which is all part of the mix that they need at this stage. 106 for 5. The overall rate just climbing up towards 5 now. But there was a period where Glamorgan just couldn't buy a run. One stage I think went about 25 balls without a run off the bat at one stage early on. Pressure mounting, and I think that probably told in some of the wickets that fell as well. But now it feels like these two are into their groove. And how long can they keep it going? Can they just consolidate and then start to accelerate?
Yeah, not even halfway yet, so keep going as they are.
Full toss, just a single.
And the thing that won't harm this pair either, of course, is there is still competition for places, despite the many that are missing. There are still people waiting in the wings, particularly Horton. There's a lot of capable wicket keepers.
Well, yeah, a lot of wicket keepers in this side.
Yes, if you can get a score in the first game, you can almost guarantee yourself a good run of 3 or 4 games, and then that's half the competition then.
Yeah. course, Henry Hurl's a keeper as well.
Henry Hurl, Will
Sat
Smale,
about. Yeah.
Harry Wallace, sat
Yeah.
with a bib on to our right-hand side. He'll be awaiting a debut.
Ooh, quicker delivery there. That fizzed through. Actually beat Horton for pace there. Wasn't expecting it, but luckily didn't get a tickle on it as the ball went straight through to the keeper. Yeah, got a good bit of action on there. Quite well disguised. Didn't see that one coming. It's 109 for 5 after 23. Jack Cope Bell now on 39. And, well, so far, the debut going extremely well. It came in when Glamorgan were in real trouble. Not perhaps what he'd wanted, or, well, maybe it was. I mean, maybe that's probably just had what a terrific opportunity to show what you're made of. Not only technique and skill, but just the character to survive and hang around in a pressured situation. And he's done that really well.
Chance, first ball, Ollie Kirtley. It's going to go away for 4, but just evaded the mid-wicket fielder. It was nicely timed from Hope Bell, but it was aerial. And, well, what an introduction to Ollie Kirtley's career that could have been. Dan Ibrahim was not far away.
Well, yeah, he hit it pretty well, but yeah, it was only a couple of yards to the right of Dan Ibrahim, who couldn't get the full-length dive on it in time, and in the eye it raced away.
So this is the 18-year-old seamer, son of James Kirtley, as we'll keep reminding you. Short and pulled. Oh, and George Thomas just had to watch the bobble. We've already seen one mishap in front of us. There's a lot of second generations going around. There's obviously the Flintoff brothers, and I think his name's Charlie Harmison, Steve Harmison's son, up at Durham.
Yep.
Of course, Wallace, we're awaiting here at Glamorgan.
A few of a slightly older generation as well, aren't there? So of Archie Vaughan.
Of course, yeah.
Somerset, and of course Mike Atherton's lad.
Josh De Carey's, yeah.
I suppose it's a natural thing, isn't it, that you spend a lot of time as a child at cricket grounds, and you get introduced to the sport early on, and if you happen to be generally sporty or capable, you probably have the most opportunity to practice the thing that your dad played well.
Yeah, well, James Kirtley is the lead bowling coach at Sussex as well, so there's no surprise why Ollie Kirtley is a seamer.
Some members of the Kirtley family in Wales as well, at Cardiff Cricket Club. And there's involved in the coaching there. I think it's James Kirtley's brother, and has got a son who's a handy leg spinner coming through. I only know he's a couple of years below my son in the Glamorgan Cricket Wales East ranks. So, yeah, strong cricketing family.
Driven on the up again from Horton, but safely. Would be nice to see Kirtley's come up through Glamorgan in a few years, potentially playing against each other.
Yeah.
Already mentioned as the Thomases and the Prices for Sussex, who have brothers elsewhere. Of course, the Overtons are another pair with brothers at separate counties.
I think it was Sussex last year when there was a young player, and I forget his first name, who's Leon Cachet, who...
Zach Leon Cachet, he's another Oxfordshire guy.
Yes, and of course the strange Welsh parental connection is that he is the son of Wales's greatest ever female tennis player.
Yes, I can't remember her name, but she was British number 1, right?
Yeah, Sarah Loosewell. Got to the quarter, I think she got to Saturday, third round at Wimbledon, I think.
And his dad captained the Netherlands and Oxford University at rugby.
Correct.
And that'll be my departing sentence as Aled Hopkins will come back in.
So 115 for 5 Glamorgan after 24 overs. Really good job being done by this pair, Alex Horton and Jack Cope Bell. They had to really rebuild. Glamorgan were in a spot of trouble at 54 for 5. And they've rebuilt really nicely. It's Goodman returning. Dom Goodman 1 for 15 in his opening burst of 5 overs, and in fact 1 for 19. Sorry, but it took the wicket of Eddie Byram. He swapped ends now, having a go from the Llantwit Road end.
Yeah, interesting choice from Carson to bring him back.
And maybe just felt that wasn't getting the control.
Yeah, maybe these two starting to target those two bowlers, Henry from the Llantwit Road end, and maybe Kirtley now. These, especially Alex Horton, was somebody with a little bit more attacking prowess, maybe a little bit more experience in the bank as well. Just might start to go after those two. So Carson making the switch back to the pick of the bowlers so far.
Well, Horton going along sort of steadily by his standards. 26 off 41, but of course, he can. I'm sure he'd be looking to bat more or run a ball, but you can catch up. That's the important thing to remember. The important thing is to be there in the situation he found himself in. Coming out with Glamorgan a spot of bother, and has done a really good rebuilding job. Going to have to hurry here. Ooh. Direct hit. I think he was home. Yeah, the umpire agrees. Quite a close run thing.
Very close from where I was sitting.
You've got a good view there. You're pretty much almost at square leg.
Yeah, I think the benefit of the doubt has been given to the batter there because it's so close. I think if we had the technology, Jacko Bell might have been struggling.
Oh, we could maybe have a look at that. I thought he might just. My sense is he'd made it, but it was tight, and probably a lot tighter than they thought when they set off for it. So Hope Bell now moves on to 45 with another single, eyeing a 50 on debut. Well, what a moment that would be, and knowing him and his appetite for runs, you won't want to stop there either.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see this one again, he just was on his haunches slightly, wasn't he? And puts his bat down late.
He was in, but gosh, it was a couple of inches.
Yeah,
I think he felt it was comfortable.
Yeah,
and then suddenly realised in the last couple of yards that he needed to lean for it.
And I was about to say that's something that Glamorgan have done well so far this morning is run between the wickets. As you see an example there, just a quick single worked into the offside. But Hope Bell was on his haunches a little bit. That one.
Well, it feels now that the singles they're picking up the singles as well as the occasional boundary, which is important. So when they get a good ball, they're managing to knock it into a gap and keep rotating the strike. So that's a good sign of understanding of this pair.
Midway point in the innings now. Glamorgan 118 for 5. Kirtley coming back for his second over, 1 for 6 off that first one. So as we said, still just trying to find his line and length.
We're generating a bit of pace now. I think it's taken a while to warm into it, as you'd expect.
Yeah, that ball did seem a tad quicker than his previous 6.
Yeah.
Just got Horton leading over himself a little bit.
He's got a different action to his father, certainly.
Can't say I ever watched his father bowl.
I think his dad had, I think I'm right, at times a slightly controversial action on what people questioned it, but that's a tall, authentic fast bowler's action. Nice stop at backward point there, just to prevent Alex Horton getting another one away towards the boundary. Yes, a tall, and which is always handy in a fast bowler. Long levers just gives you a couple of extra yards of pace.
Yeah, notice he's donning a single sleeve on his bowling arm as well, sort of Jofra Archer style. It's been influenced by the big man down at Hove.
Runs that off the face for another single. So 119 for 5. Just over the halfway point now. And well, how long can these two keep it going?
It's been a really nice partnership so far, hasn't it? And when Horton came in, Blake and I spoke about really important that he gets a knock here, and so far so good. He's doing all right.
Another single. I think didn't kind of looks at his bat there. I think got that off the toe. Was hoping to hit it a bit harder and a bit squarer. In the end, just came off the end of his bat, made a slightly clunky sound.
Yeah, he's signalling, isn't he, to the bench? Might need a new bat or something. These players now carry around about 5 or 6 bats, don't they?
Well, if you're Jack, it's interesting. If you're Jack Hopewell, I wonder how many bats you have. If you're, you're not. I can imagine some of the older guys with a good contract with a bat manufacturer. They have a couple.
I'm sure they all get looked after these days.
Or you certainly get a good discount, probably.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Chance to buy a few. Yeah, you.
I'm sure they're not short of bats in the dressing room.
So 121 for 5 now. Jack Hopewell, 46 not out on debut. Well, I wonder how he's feeling. Potentially one shot away from a 50. And that could be it. No, just a single in the end. I think he got good, reasonable contact. It beat the fielder at Gully, and but didn't really time it. So, just another single. He's on 47. Alex Horton on 30 not out, and time for drinks and a bit of reflection with Alid. So, I mean, as we look, 122 for 5 after 26. I don't know, what's your best hope for what Glamorgan could get to?
It's tough to say, isn't it? Because they can't go too hard at it at the moment, because they don't want to put themselves in jeopardy again. I mean, Alex Horton will be hoping that he's there towards the sort of in the 40th over mark, where he can show some of that T20 prowess, and Jack Hopewell will just be hoping to stay there as long as he can and just build as many runs as he can in this game. As Goodman's back, and it's punched off the back foot into the offside for 1. Hopewell just had to get around Goodman there. And 1 for 23, Goodman. And he's just been there or thereabouts all the time, hasn't he? Hasn't given it anything away really to the batters. Similar shot this time from Horton.
Well, there's a real air of calm around the place at the moment. The crowd is calm and quite soporific, and maybe just deciding what to have for lunch at this point. And haven't had loads to cheer, but so far there's been a few lovely shots, a few boundaries, but it's been a story really of a great start from Sussex, and then Glamorgan trying to claw their way back into the match, which they have done pretty well.
I think the Glamorgan fans here will be enjoying watching a young player go about his game well here at the moment. Just 2 runs off his 50. And it's always nice to come down to Neath, and it gives those guys a chance in the western part of Wales who perhaps can't get to Cardiff every week. A chance to come down and enjoy some cricket. It's a big cricketing part of the world, West Wales. Some big clubs down there.
Drives. And that's it. Jack Hopewell on debut goes to 50 with a sparkling cover drive. And very well received from the Glamorgan team on the balcony and all around this ground. Well, that's a terrific start to his Glamorgan career. And the question is now, can he go even further? How long can he stay around? Can he turn this 50 into something bigger?
Yeah, fantastic innings so far from Hopewell. As you said, a sparkling shot down the ground, and he just leaned off the back foot, didn't he? And again used those hands effectively, all his weight going through the ball. Beautiful balance. And he's just played off the back foot really nicely so far.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about it, and the fact he's done it to run a ball as well, I think that's a real encouragement. Just shows he's been ticking over, taking the singles as well as hitting the boundaries.
And he's picked up that rate, hasn't he, as his confidence has grown. He's, understandably, when he came in, started off a little bit tentatively and just found his rhythm, but he's really started to go now as 27 overs have been bowled. Glamorgan 128 for 5, as we saw Jack Hope Bell on debut with his maiden 50 in that over.
Yeah, 51 balls, 7 fours. Really good start, and just a chance just to put himself firmly in the minds of the Glamorgan coach. I'm sure there's a game later on in the 100 with Welsh Fire, but Richard Dawson will be over there along with Mark Wallace. I'm sure they'll be watching this closely. May even be watching this potentially. We'll be delighted to have seen that. Thinks he's missed out there. Alex Horton shakes his head, just he couldn't quite get that one past the fielder at point. But well, as we saw last year, this really is an opportunity for players who are on the edges just to put themselves in the main frame. Tom Norton did it last year with a couple of good performances at the end of the season, and Jack Cope Bell hoping he can do the same. So Horton drives again, just out to that fielder on sweeping the offside boundary for another single. He moves on to 32.
And I'm sure the England age grade coaches will be sitting up and taking notice as well. And Jack Hope Bell with a 124 in the week against Worcestershire in that second team championship game, after getting a duck in the first innings as well. So, another strong performance here will put him right in that shop window for England age group as he drives and just down to mid-off on that occasion.
Well, I'm sure there are celebrations at Newport Cricket Club as well. Delighted to see a young player taking another important step forward in his career. Seems to be handling everything that's thrown at him. And, well, what a prospect. There he is. Guess the management will be keen to handle him carefully. But taking his chance here.
I think that's the most pleasing thing from a Glamorgan perspective, is it's not just one prospect, is it? It's not just Tom Norton. It's, your Jack Hope Bells, your Jacob Blades, your Harry Wallace. There's plenty of budding young cricketers coming through that pipeline to be excited about, who are getting opportunities now in first team cricket, in age group international cricket, invitational cricket, and Glamorgan over the last few years have done a tremendous job with their academy.
It's going to be 2, a little bit in the air from Hope Bell, but just to the left of the fielder at point, safely away. 2 more to the total. He moves on to 54. Yeah, it was last season. It was the bowlers who really got the chance, with Tom Norton and Romano Franco, the left-arm spinner, who we'll see a little bit of later on as well, who were given a chance in this competition. This year it seems it's the year of the batter.
Yeah. Shot. Unfortunate for Tom Norton to be injured at the moment, because you would have thought this, he would have been a firm pick in this side. End of the 28th over, 132 for 5, and Jack Hope Bell really feeling himself now in this innings. Some more expansive shots. Horton on 32 there with him as well. They've built a really nice partnership and have brought themselves back into the game. Run rate just under 5. 22 remaining, and interesting to see as we head into the back 20 whether that approach will change too much, or whether 5 wickets down is still playing in the back of their mind.
Well, one step at a time, but you think Glamorgan are now thinking, 250 plus, absolute minimum here. If these two can just keep it going for another 10 overs or so.
And I think Glamorgan will back their bowling as well. There's some plenty of good options in there, as we've seen. Van der Houten is obviously one of the most experienced campaigners in this side and has been excellent this season. Jamie McElroy as well. You know, and Sussex coming down here, as we looked at their side, there's a lot of all-rounders, but not a huge amount of batting on paper anyway.
Slower ball, just held round the corner, slower ball bouncer, and played with a lot of control. So another single to the total, 133 for 5. Yeah, and just feels calm at the moment. That's just how it feels at the ground from the early ups and downs, emotional ups and downs of losing a hatful of wickets early on.
Yeah, a lot calmer than it felt about an hour ago.
Yeah,
that's for certain.
Definitely. Well, they've done a really good job. It's been a really good rebuilding job. And again, this pair have just scored at a nice pace as well. I think that's perhaps the important thing. 78 runs off 86 balls, which is, you know, healthy.
Well, I'm just refreshing my stats system here. Goodman's in again and it's down the leg side wide. Just refreshing my stats system. It's telling me the last 5 overs have only gone at 3.8, which feels low, but
well, it's possibly since bringing Goodman back. I think that's probably what's happened. I think they sensed that things were running away from them a little bit.
Yeah.
Not least when they bowled Troy Henry, the left arm spinner, and runs were maybe coming a little bit too easily there. So they've gone back to Goodman. He's now into his 8th over, getting through the work, and maybe they sense, probably do. Jack Carson, the skipper, has got a sense that actually breaking this partnership, maybe with your best bowler, is what they need to do here. Get one of these two out, and suddenly there could be another run of wickets. And so perhaps that's why they've gone back to try and get a bit of control, but also get another wicket. Batting seems to be getting easier. That might just be because they've hung around for a while and they've got a good read on the pace of the pitch now, or whether things just generally in the conditions are getting a bit easier, as that pitch has been out there in the fresh air, in the sunlight for a little bit longer.
I think they've just learned that, you know, Sussex are quite happy with that slightly good length or slightly back of a length, and they've learned to rock it off the back foot and work the hands through the gaps. Especially Jack Hope-Bell has played really well off the back foot. So, you know, that's what good batting is, isn't it? Reading the conditions and adjusting.
Drives again for another single.
Didn't get all of it that time, Horton. Mistimed slightly, but he'll get one. This partnership up to 81 now. At the end of that over, 135 for 5.
Well, good partnership this one, and they've done a great job just to bring Glamorgan right back into this game. There was a danger they were going to get skittled for under 100 at one point, and with it, wickets tumbling in the first 10-15 overs, but these two, Alex Horton came out to the middle and has brought a sense of calm and support to the young man Jack Hope-Bell, who has looked very organised, very tidy, able to put away the bad ball as well. Got 50 on debut, but now it's Horton with Price coming in now from the David Road end.
And that looked like he was shaping up to bowl a slower ball there, Price, in his action. Slightly hesitated at the top of his action, but sent it down still with a fair lick. The only other game going on in this competition today, Gloucestershire against Leicestershire at Kibworth. Gloucestershire 146 for 4. As Price is in and just helped behind by Horton down to fine leg.
So yeah, these middle overs in 50 over cricket, just sometimes they can feel a bit slow, and you're kind of trying to work out what the strategy and what the purpose is. It feels a little bit going through the motions.
Yeah, well, I'm keeping an eye on that last 5 overs run rate, and it's gone back up to 4 now. But as you said, it can get a little bit turgid in these middle overs, can't it? Quite often with the batting side kind of in a holding pattern, just waiting for those last couple where they can start to play a few more expansive shots. Just looking to nurse it round, get a few singles, rotate the strike, not play too many risky shots, and they'll both of these pair will want to hang around at the end when they can have a real go again.
So Sussex still got that short mid wicket in as a catching position.
Holton just works that one off the back foot. Had to get his hands quite high. Just nurses it into the offside for 1. There's a big gap, isn't there, on that offside, with the boundary rider, the sweeper out there. So if the ball is there to be hit in that region, there's 1 every time. Mid wicket is in close as well. That's where Dan Ibrahim has really lived this entire innings, at that sort of short catching mid wicket region.
Yeah, there's still a sense that he's in play, isn't there? Anything where a ball clipped off straight, or a shorter ball that you're trying to work off the hip, if the pitch is a little bit too paced, they could easily sort of balloon up into that area. So I think they feel like it's a key attacking position, and might be somewhere where they could grab a wicket. Yeah, he is in really close. You'd say much closer than if his job was to save a single. It definitely feels like he's right in there looking for the ball that's hit up into the air with a leading edge. But another over successfully negotiated.
And Ash is going to step out for a break. End of the 30th over. Glamorgan 138 for 5 after, if you're just joining us, a collapse at the top, with Sussex taking 3 early wickets, and Glamorgan were in a really precarious position when Jack Hope-Bell came out on debut, batting at number 5, and he's 57, not out at the moment. He's played really nicely. Has had to negotiate some really good bowling from Sussex, and along with Alex Horton, who has been really good as well. 35 unbeaten he is from 57. They've put together a really solid partnership to rescue this Glamorgan innings and put them in a position to put a total up to defend later on this afternoon. And the skipper is going to bring himself on. First we've seen of Jack Carson today from the Lantwit Road end, as we welcome back Blake. Carson in, and it's just kind of hockey style out to the offside. Looking to drive there, Horton, but didn't get the length he wanted. So Carson opting to take the ball himself, leaving 2 overs for Goodman. Carson in again, and Hope-Bell just tries to work it through mid-wicket. Good stop by Ibrahim.
Interesting field he's got here, isn't he? Real straight, short mid-on, right next to the non-striker, and then he's got a long on, slightly wider, but almost directly behind him.
Yeah, and space in this point region. Thomas is out at sort of deep cover. So if Hope-Bell can work this through the point region, his runs on offer up the hill. Carson comes in again and straight to that man in at mid-wicket.
Well, with this field, he's got to bowl at a straight line. It's as simple as he's got a deep square, got a packed kind of leg side.
He's got a bowl full as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, precisely.
Slightly short of that time, doesn't quite get up, and they come through for a quick single. That's good running. I think the call came from Horton at the non-striker's end. So 2 so far, 1 ball to come off this Carson over. Horton looks to was in two minds, I think, with that shot. Just pads it back to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the first over from the captain, Jack Carson. Glamorgan 140 for 5. And yeah, but as we were saying earlier, Blake, it's an interesting time, isn't it, these middle overs, especially 5 down. How do you play it from here? Do you start to try and play a little bit more expansively, or do you just hold out for a couple more overs and just take what the bowlers give you?
Yeah, I think at this stage, it's the nature of the format is both sides don't mind a single at this stage. Short one.
Short pulled. Not with any real power. Out to Thomas, who does the fielding. They'll come through for 1.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the game, usually it's a single is not minded by the fielding side or the batting side, which is where sometimes it can get a bit turgid. But I think if you're Sussex, you're waiting for one more wicket, aren't you? And then you're into the bowlers. And if you're Glamorgan, I think you've got to keep going at this rate and just keep ticking it over, as what Horton tried to do there. But he's going along nicely, as is Hope Bell.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, the longer this partnership goes on, whether Carson might be tempted to bring back Henry at the other end and go spin from both ends, just to kind of change things up a bit and try and get a breakthrough.
Well, we've not seen much turn. I mean, there's not been a great deal of spin bowled, but we've not seen much turn. Both Carson and Henry have bowled quite flat. That last ball from Carson in particular was kind of fired through, rather short of a length. So I think it is a seamer's pitch. It is getting better. You can tell it's getting better with the older white ball as well. It's doing less off the surface and in the air. And Tom Price, who's just a relatively medium pacer, you can see he's Horton and Hope Bell are playing him relatively comfortably. You're probably looking at someone like Hudson Prentice or Dom Goodman with a slight difference of their extra height to make a difference, or potentially Toby Muntz to come back with his left arm. Hudson Prentice does still have 5 overs available to him. Goodman, with that second spell, has 2.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice, although took the 2 wickets, did go at 5s, and although that's not alarming by any means, it is one of the higher economy rates so far in this attack. Did have that 1 over, didn't he? I think he got hit for 2 boundaries, just missed his length slightly. But I'm often erring on the side of just when the batters get comfortable, just changing something to get them out of the rhythm.
Well, Horton's just happy to block out the majority of this over, just the 1 from it, 141 for 5, but the partnership still going along, now worth 87 by my calculations. 18 overs to go. I think at this stage you're still waiting till the last 10, I would say, before you're taking major risks. They've played positively, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's worth looking to go expansive at this stage, particularly not with Jack Carson and all his skill.
And looking at that last 5 overs, run rate down to 2.6. So, as we said, that really sticky middle period where, as you said, both sides are probably happy for a single. There's a single there to Hope Bell.
And that false shot just shows the pressure that the last over brought, just 1 from it, and he's straight away looked to use his feet and found the outside half of the bat, almost chipping up to extra cover.
Carson just sets himself. Sweeping is Horton. Doesn't get all of it, just down to deep square. Another single. As you said, though, that Morgan, Hope Bell there using his feet. We've seen the sweep now from Horton. So looking to change the point of attack. Carson this time, and Hope Bell, I think, thought about playing that off the back foot. Was trying to work it through that point region, but just wasn't there. Straight drive back to that man. Really close to that strip. And he's really bowling well to his field here, Carson. Hope Bell now sweeping. Bit of a slog sweep. It's got over the infield and they'll come back for 2. You can get all of it, Hope Bell, but enough to bring him a couple.
Yeah, not timed again. I think he just needs to settle down here, even though he's going along nicely and at a good rate. Strike rate about 90. He doesn't need to be looking to go early, because at this stage another wicket falling now would still require a rebuild.
And just works it nicely through the onside, and it'll just be the 1 to end the over. So Glamorgan 156 for 5 with 17 overs remaining. And what do you think they'll be looking at here? Ash mentioned 250 earlier on. Do you think that's about par for where we are at the moment?
I think that's got to be the starting point, is find a way to get to 250. I think if these two are still together going into the last 10, you can potentially look at a more like a 270 or 280. But first and foremost, these two have got to remain, because you get to the stage of Van der Gugten or Gorvin in next. That's nicely driven. Van der Gugten or Gorvin in next, and all of a sudden you're thinking of one of these young guys have got to look at finding a way to stay on strike and score the runs themselves, which is not an ideal scenario to be in, with still so much time left in the innings, and for a young player to have that responsibility.
Well, Tim van der Houten is certainly no mug with the bat. He's a strong character and find the boundary. So a handy player to have at the back end of an innings.
And Gorvin is in the runs for St Fagans, who he's allocated to in the South West Premier League. Scored a century opening the batting against Newport in a top of the table clash, and the week before was out for 97, so he's been going along nicely. And obviously again it's a different level to step up to here. Some good bowlers on display today. Tom Price is one of them. Nicely played, not timed, but the correct shot, just playing into the leg side, takes a single, and Price is gone for just 2 runs now in the last 9 balls, so keeping it quiet as things move along for Horton and Hope Bell.
Yeah, he's done really well, hasn't he? Just building pressure from this end, and hasn't given away too many bad balls at all. Horton and Hope Bell have done a decent job of just rotating the strike from him, but to hold up this end, he's done really, really well.
But that's where it's good captaincy, I think, from Jack Carson to get 2 of his more experienced bowlers on. I mean, they're both still in their mid-20s, but experienced in terms of the amount of county cricket they've played, because if they can strangle a couple of overs, then all of a sudden a forced chance is going to come.
Yeah, and we saw Kirtley, when Kirtley was on, he brought back Goodman at that other end, didn't he, to just give Kirtley, who's obviously a young player on debut, just give him a little bit of breathing room to have that insurance that Goodman at the other end was going to keep it really tight. And this pairing couldn't really start to explode. So again, as you said, I think good captaincy from Carson, just managing his bowlers really well, knowing the strengths and weaknesses and the kind of experience and inexperience of each player, pairing them up really nicely.
I think that's one thing Glamorgan will be grateful for, is they've got an experienced bowling attack.
Yeah.
The aside of Romano Franco, who is still only 19 but did play in this competition last year, and then you've got the four seamers Gorvin, Van der Gugten, McElroy and Douthwaite, have all played a lot of county cricket now.
And that's what I think the conversation will be going into the break, whatever total Glamorgan come out with here. They'll back themselves as a bowling unit, because as you mentioned there's plenty of experience, and with a young Sussex side as well. A little bit in it for the bowlers as well on this pitch, as we've seen.
Just working the single to finish, so another quiet over from Tom Price, but no danger from Glamorgan either. 2 from 148 for 5. Horton on 38 from 68 balls, quite an un-Horton-like innings. Whereas Hope Bell 64 from 75. He's stolen the day thus far, the Glamorgan debutant.
Yeah, as you said, he's the story so far, but I have to say I've been really impressed with Horton. He's not a typical Alex Horton innings, as you said, but he's played the situation really well. Knows he's got a young player at the other end who needs to lean on him for a bit of guidance and experience, and he's done that really well. He's looked to take the bowlers on when he's had the chance. He used that power that he's got, some of that attacking prowess, but he's picked the right moments of that as well. And he's probably, we're not privy to the conversations that they're having out in the middle, but I imagine he's telling Jack Hope Bell, giving him plenty of encouragement just to play his own game and go about his work in his own way. Carson now again as Horton comes forward and just defends.
I do think it won't be long until the sweep comes back out though.
Yeah.
He's left mid wicket relatively open. He's just going to tease Horton into this.
Yeah. Man out there is just on the edge of the ring from what I can see, just inside of it maybe, or just on the edge of the square. And if Horton can use those levers and get it over the head, the boundary is short on that side. It goes with the reverse sweep this time, but only to backward point, sort of short third man. Fine leg rather.
Three dots, pressure.
And there is that sweep. Straight out to deep square. Only comes through for 1. It'll spoil Carson's maiden over. But didn't really go at it there. Just wanted to, happy to pad it out for 1. Good pressure here from Carson, as we've said. There's been pressure from one end at all times really from Sussex. The captain doing his bit here. Hope Bell just gets it away. Down to fine leg. Gets through for 1 again. Horton was on his toes. Nice loud call, and that is 150 up for Glamorgan. Gets a round of applause around the ground. Last ball of the over as we head into the final 15. Sweeping again, and this time he's found the gap, has he? It's running away. It's a good dive, but it's going to go for 4. So to end the over, a nice sweep shot from Alex Horton. Glamorgan now 158 for 5 with 15 overs remaining, and to take you through, Blake Bint.
Yeah, there's the 100 partnership as well, so the aware fans in the ground are just applauding that as well. Boundary from Alex Horton, just his 4th boundary, and as I said before, it's rather un-Horton-like to play an innings of this manner. He'll be just showing the coaches that you can play at this pace and at this level of responsibility. Coming in at 54 for 5, he's played his part to get Glamorgan to 154 for 5 for that century partnership by the young pair as Ash Crowther comes back in. It's been well controlled, hasn't it, Ash? The last 5 overs taking just 16 runs, and they seem content in that.
Yeah, I think maybe they've got a point in the innings where they just feel they've got to get to, and then they can try and pick the pace up.
Toby Munt is coming back in, left arm round. He started with a 6 over spell, 2 for 27. He bowled really nicely to remove Henry Hurl and Dan Douthwaite in his opening spell.
Well, it's just been so encouraging to see the way that Jack Hope Bell has played. Just looks absolutely at home out there, and good to see Alex Horton as well, just really kind of stepping up and taking responsibility for getting Glamorgan out of a hole here, which he's done really, really well, going nicely on 43, and as sort of for him has been quite a restrained innings, has just sort of played the situation, and has taken his time, but actually has got Glamorgan a platform now where there is a chance they could push on to a total that might be challenging to chase.
Driven nicely, and it's going to get through for 4, and Horton stands and admires it. As soon as that beat the infield, that was 4 all the way. Well,
they say you can often tell it's a good shot by how balanced the batter is when he's played it, and the fact he was able just to stand there, admire the ball racing to the boundary and hold the pose, just shows how well balanced he was. Head in a really nice position, a nice firm base, and just a punch through it with a high elbow, and yeah, that fairly raced to the boundary, so that shows he's in good nick, and now just 3 away from his 50. Yeah, within 1 hit. He's just past his previous best score in professional cricket, 44 not out, which I believe came here a couple of years ago. So now the next step is to get to a first career milestone, and he has really stepped up in this innings. He's not just the hard-going flasher that he's shown in his T20 career thus far, but he has got the touch and the responsibility on his shoulders as well. Very mature innings from the 22-year-old in this partnership, and drives again, and is going to get to his first half century. Rinse and repeat from previously in the over. Gets himself another boundary and raises his bat around to this Neath crowd for a first 50 in his professional career, Alex Horton. Well, it's really well batted. He showed grit and control, ability to play the situation, and it's been an excellent innings. Really came out when things were difficult, when Glamorgan were on the precipice really of being bowled out pretty cheaply, and coming in at number 7, he's done a fantastic job just to calm everything down, to make sure that he built a really big partnership, and now has got to 50 himself, his highest score for Glamorgan.
And then smart cricket to take the single. Don't let the adrenaline get to you, because I'm sure there would have been some flowing through him. So he does well just to get at the other end now.
Yeah, as you say, previous best 44 not out against Northants in list day match in 2023. So his first 50 in first team cricket. I feel like a milestone for him, and probably feels it's been a while in coming as well. But
I was going to say, I bet it felt like a long time coming. Nicely played aerial from Hope Bell, but that doesn't matter because it's safely to the boundary over mid-wicket, and just showing the quick outfield again, racing along, and Glamorgan taking a very positive over 3 boundaries.
Well, maybe now they've both got to their 50s. I don't know whether this is just a little signal change we're seeing in tempo or approach, having sort of ridden the storm early on and then managed to consolidate in the middle overs. 36 overs gone now. Perhaps just a sense in which they think, well, is it time to go up another gear now? we've got a base to attack from. Can we just start to take a few more risks and a few more chances?
Well, that over's just released all the pressure that Tom Price and Jack Carson were building, where you felt a wicket could come. That over from Munt has just allowed Glamorgan to now potentially see Carson off for a maiden or just take a single or two from this over if they want to.
Well, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they approach this now. Have they just decided to take it up a notch, even against Carson? It's just a single. If they can just keep working the singles, I think that may be enough just to try and find the gaps.
Subfield of Freddie Price back on the field, sorry.
Yeah, just use their feet a little bit and create different angles so they can even knock the good balls into gaps. So they're doing it well there again, just opening the face and getting another single. So 4 or 5 singles off Carson might be enough here if they feel like they can attack the bowler at the other end. So 171 for 5. What a job this pair have done. This partnership now worth 117. The only really substantial partnership of the match so far, and what an important one it's been for Glamorgan. Well, so it definitely feels like a coming of age moment for Jack Hope Bell just to be here, but Horton as well. And you think this will be an important milestone for him, you think as well, getting to his first 50, and even more than that, you know, playing an innings of such responsibility, just showing his maturity. He's not just a guy who can slap the ball about in T20 cricket, but he's also a man who can play different types of innings in different contexts, and I think that's almost probably what's so pleasing about this.
Neath has been the home of unearthing Glamorgan cricketers in this competition. Tom Bevan, I remember when he was, I think, 21, scored a big 150 here. That would have been back in 2021, 2022, off the top of my head. Don't have that in my notes. And then Kellaway had a big innings here a couple of years ago in his kind of breakthrough season. So does have that knack, the One Day Cup, and again, keep saying it, but has its importance, is that this competition is really where the young cricketers can show themselves against some really experienced and top players in this competition, because, well, here's one of them, Hudson Prentice. He's a very fruitful county career, and well, the Glamorgan players have played him well despite their inexperience.
Well, it feels like maybe this is Sussex again just doing what they can to try and break this partnership. They realise if they do that, well, that could be really important just to keep Glamorgan to a total below 250. So Hudson Prentice back into the attack from
the David end.
The David Road end, yeah, that's right. I think there used to be a swimming baths, didn't there? Or I think just at the end here. Before, a while back, no longer there.
It's a lovely setting though, isn't it? Here you've got the church there and the hills just opposite us behind the Knoll rugby ground, which is adjacent. Weighted on it.
Yeah, this ground was part of a country park, isn't it? I think the whole Knoll area. Looking up the Knoll, you'll see a knoll is a small hill, a word in English language, and I think that's probably where the name comes. Of course, spelled G-N-O-L-L if you're not from these parts. And yeah, there's a country house here, and where the rugby pitch and the cricket pitches is part of those grounds of that country house. So yeah, it's a nice place. It's certainly a lovely view beyond the town to see lovely green valleys.
Worked leg side. They're going to push for 2 here and think better of it as Dom Goodman does well from fine leg.
Yeah, he worked hard to get there, Goodman. No, he worked hard to get there, Goodman. Really kind of was straight off the rope and attacked the ball, and that made sure they decided just to keep it at 1. Yeah, not easy to field on what's probably a slightly bobbly pitch. Definitely is an undulating surface here, so lots of little small peaks and troughs. Hooks in the air, but goes all the way. So another controlled shot at the end. Thought maybe it was going to land close to one of those two fielders on the square leg boundary, but in the end he picked the gap perfectly.
Yeah, controlled in the end, I think, from Hope Bell. Looked slightly rushed at first when he played it, but in the end was controlled nicely. Guided between the two fielders.
So Hope Bell on 76. Can't pierce the field this time. Just punches it to Dan Ibrahim mid-wicket. So got an opportunity, a good chance for himself here to really make a big statement. Of course, in cricket, 3 figures is the way to really make people sit up and take notice. That's what really counts as a batter. He's on 76 now, and has done a lot of the hard work. And I know this Neath crowd will be willing him on here. Plenty of work still to do, though. Last ball of the 38th over, in the air a little bit. Scrambles through for a single as well. He's going to have to run. Oh gosh, and that has hit Horton straight in the back of the head, shy at the stumps, and it has connected with Horton. That's got him on the neck or the helmet. Certainly there was a hard sound.
Oh, he hit the ground quickly as well. He's up and his helmet's off. He's obviously going to get checked, but he seems like he might be okay. He's just pacing around at the moment.
He's up and about. Well, that's good to see. He went down pretty quickly, didn't he? And sort of definitely would have caught him by surprise. But that's the main thing. He's up and about. But I'm sure the physios will want to treat this carefully. And of course, taking concussion protocols seriously these days, really important things in cricket now. And well, it was just on the back of the neck, and that's the thing with, I don't know whether he wears one of those stem guards, one of those extra bits of protection that a lot of batters use now on the helmet, particularly after the incident when Phil Hughes in Australia was hit on the back of the neck.
Are they not a requirement now? Are they a requirement? I know they changed the rules of what the helmet has to have since that incident, but I'm not sure if it is required at this level. It looks like he's got it. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so that would give a degree of protection on the back of the neck and the back of the head there, but I don't know whether that just got him below on the neck. And of course you've got to be careful around there. There's some very important nerves and arteries in the region around the neck and the back of the head as well, so the physios here will just be making absolutely sure he's right. And I wonder whether they're also just asking him those sort of concussion protocol questions, just checking he knows what his name is and where he lives and which county he's playing for and all those sort of things.
Most importantly, who threw it?
Yeah. Well, let's hope he's okay. I remember once fielding in a charity game where, must be probably 20 odd years ago, when David Hemp, the Glamorgan captain, was one of the players playing, and I was fielding, can't remember where I was, standing at mid-wicket or somewhere. He dabbed the ball down and went off for a run. I also shied at the stumps and was probably some way off and hit him between the shoulder blades. Ooh. Which was embarrassing as an amateur cricketer, hitting kind of one of Glamorgan's leading senior players when he'd given up his evening for free to do something kind for charity. So thankfully my throw was very weak, so it didn't do any damage, but that ball was chucked a little bit harder, which caught Alex Horton out. So they're just taking their time here, quite right. They tend to replace the helmet when a batter's hit on the helmet from a bowler, but I don't know if they're going to replace it here. It looks like he's okay. He's going to go back and resume. The medical team are obviously happy that he's okay, and a round of applause goes round the ground. Relieved to see him putting the helmet back on. A little fist bump with Jack Hope Bell. Well, that's good news. So glad he's okay. Health and well-being of the players, of course, that matters much more than anything else. And looks like Alex Horton is glad to continue. And I'm not sure who it was who threw it, but so new over Jack Carson to continue. And Hope Bell moves on to 78 with another single. So Horton, I'll be interested to see how he's feeling. Well, hopefully his head's feeling clear, and that just got to keep the concentration going, I guess. That's after that little pause. Plays a good attacking shot straight away. Well, it's good to see. Seeing the ball okay. Good intent on that shot. He now moves on to 55. Glamorgan 180 for 5 now. Trying to clip it round the corner there, but straight to the fielder there at what they call 45, short fine leg, just on the angle. Nice cut shot. I think he's probably got enough of that, and he has. It races all the way for 4. Jack Hope Bell moves into the 80s.
Yeah, he's picked that gap really nicely. Not seen the ball go there off Carson so far in his spell. We've just offered a little bit of width, and Hope Bell's been really good on that shot. Just a back foot punch. Got it square enough.
Well, he's played really nicely. Again, going at almost run a ball. You can see why people were raving about him, why he's been in and around this Glamorgan squad, why he's thought of so highly in the pathway in the academy. Oof, almost beaten for pace by Carson there. Just got the bottom of the bat on it and jabbed it down onto his boot. But he survives. Alex Horton with the helmet off again, just taking a little breather. And so 184 for 5 now, just 11 overs to go. Well, Glamorgan definitely would have taken this when they were 54 for 5 in the 15th over. 39th over seemed a long, long way away at that point. But what a job they've done. Hope Bell 82, Horton 55. This partnership now worth 130.
Hudson Prentice continuing. Oh, looking to pull. Doesn't quite get up for Horton. He's going along well as well, and Horton I think should be the one who looks to accelerate if either of them do. I mean, he's the one with the T20 experience. I think, you know, just have a look. It's all psychological round numbers, isn't it? Get past that one, then it's into the 40, 10 to go. All of a sudden going for it now still feels 11 overs off, still feels like there's some time to play. That's nicely driven. They're going to take a single. Reminder that the 4 batters to come are Tim van der Gugten is probably who we expect next, Andy Gorvin the captain, and then Jamie McElroy and young Romano Franco in whichever order.
We're interested to see how well they do that, because I think Gorvin's currently on the card as coming in next, but as you say, depending what the match situation is, I think, you know, Tim van der Huften can really strike the ball, and if they want to accelerate, they might be tempting just to move him up one.
Mid-wicket goes out. Third comes into the circle. As Horton just readjusts himself. Slow ball and wide. Well, before this pair came together at 54 for 5, only Byram and Nichols found double figures, both falling for 13. Henry Hurl went for 9, Will Smale went without scoring, and Dan Douthwaite went for 6. So shows the importance of this youthful pairing. Combined age of 41. Having a very mature innings. But the experience of Hudson Prentice is going to keep them at bay as long as he can.
Yeah, 2 for 34, or 2 for 35, Hudson Prentice. Opened up really well. Took out a couple of the Glamorgan top order. Now it feels slightly different though now. This pair really well set. What a moment they're going to flick the switch and try and take a few risks and accelerate here.
Good batting. Take a quick single there.
Well, that's keeping the ones running with intent. That's part of positive cricket as well. When the ball's not there to hit to the boundary, can you knock it into a gap or deflect it into a space and get through and keep rotating the strike? And they've done that well. I think, Hope Bell, the fact he's 83 off 90, almost a run a ball, just shows he's done that well. He's got 10 boundaries. So half of his total so far has been run, 1s and 2s, the occasional 3. It's a bit disappointing to have missed out there, I think. Leg stump ball.
Well, he has been in good form, Hope Bell. Just 9 days ago was when his last century came. For the second 11, made 124 in a second 11 championship game against Worcestershire. Also had one earlier in the season in April against Gloucestershire for the second 11, and he's had one for his club Newport as well. How nice it would be to get one on debut for the first team. He moves to 84 with that single.
Well, it will be a special debut. I wonder how many Glamorgan players. I'll maybe delve into the record books to see if I can find out whether any other players have scored 100 on debut. It can't be that many, you'd think.
I know a man who would probably know. The scorer, Dr. Hignall.
So list day records, let's have a look.
Well, there's the third power play coming into force. So now 5 fielders are allowed outside the circle, 4 inside. At 189 for 5, 10 overs to go. And they've managed to keep this partnership going for 26 overs now. 250 still the target, Ash?
Well, I think I would agree with you that felt like a sort of a base figure. So what's that? So that's pretty much a run a ball, isn't it now?
Yeah.
Get you to 250. So you'd have to say probably a bit more than that. Maybe 260, 270, depending on how it goes. An appeal there for LBW, but not given, as Alex Horton tried the reverse sweep again. He's tried it once before, but then he managed to pick out the fielder. But tries again. Yeah, I think, something north of 260, 270 probably. Now they've got to this stage, there is a real platform to go for it. And Horton is the sort of player who could do that. So he's trying to use his feet here. Just to create some angles. Create more scoring opportunities. Carlson, wily campaigner. Good battle this between bat and ball. Sweeps this time. Jack Coat Bell calls him through quickly. And that's another single to the total. Well, good understanding, good calling between these two. It was Hope Bell's call as it went behind square, and he was quickly down to the other end. And Horton also had enough time to safely get through. So 191 for 5. Hope Bell now on 85. That's one more. Take him to 86.
Well, still thinking about this total they might look to. I think with 10 overs left, as I said, that psychological round number, last 10, is when they will look to start accelerating. But you're right that, if a wicket falls in the next over or so, then they will have to think again about what their target might be.
Nice looking shot, straight drive. I think about 2. In fact, It's gone all the way for 4. It was timed so well by Alex Horton that the two fielders herring round to stop it couldn't get there. Just clipped it beautifully with a very small follow through, but it was just the sheer timing of it that meant that it raced away. So another boundary to Alex Horton. Glamorgan now 196 for 5. And this partnership continues to grow and grow. Now worth more than 140. Oh, how important has that been? Well, what a partnership. They were in so much trouble at 54 for 5, and these two have done a great job. So we've got a little pause, just a quick chance to recap. So Eddie Byram scored 13, caught by Ibrahim off a leading edge from the bowling of Goodman, and then Cameron Nichols was out for 13, caught behind off the bowling of Hudson Prentice. Henry Hill was bowled by the left armer Munt, hit the top of off stump, missed a straight one that was swinging back in, and then Will Smale LBW to Hudson Prentice for a duck.
Change to Goodman then, and he's going to start by conceding a boundary. There's that back foot punch that Jack Hope Bell has just played frequently with no failure throughout this innings, and he's managed to pick the gap with it every time, it seems, whether it's square of the wicket or through extra cover, and it takes him into the 90s at a good rate this innings, and 200 up for Glamorgan as well.
Well, it's a great shot, beautiful shot off the back foot, high elbow, goes the other side this time, a powerful pull shot. Well, we've seen the class of the young man there, getting into the nervous 90s, but showing supreme confidence. First one punched through the offside, and that one pulled, not particularly short, through mid-wicket.
Well, he's brought fine leg up now, and long on goes back, so 3 deep leg side, the deep cover, the deep third, the other two. 94, nicely punched, but there is the fielder there this time. I had to grab my Glamorgan yearbook with the records in to try find what the record partnership would be for the 6th wicket, because it's now 150 between this pair. 186 the record's worth, so there's still some way off it, but I thought it was worth checking.
Yep, no, certainly is. It's been a very significant partnership, whichever way you look at it. Lovely straight drive. Just a single. So Jack Hope Bell moves on to 95. Wow, I wonder how he's feeling now. Big day already, just to be picked and awarded the cap about half an hour before play began, and a very significant moment in his career, but to be here now, 95 not out, with plenty of time left to get to the magical 3 figures. Well, he's watching this one from the non-striker's end.
Well, I leave after this over for Aled, so I'll have to, unless he does it with a mighty blow this ball, which I'll get to call, I will have to watch biting the nails from the back wings. So he is 1 hit away, but he's not had a maximum yet in this innings, so there's no need to rush it now, Jack. 206 for 5. Waits on it and then plays it straight through mid-off. Slower ball from Goodman, and Hope Bell waited on it beautifully to get it away for 4. He moves to 99 from as many balls, 1 away from the landmark century, and to take you through to the end of the innings is Ash Crowther and Aled Hopkins.
Well, 99 not out, Jack Hope Bell. This has been a fantastic innings, and we're seeing all the talent that has been talked about. Maybe probably the general sporting audience has not seen it as much, but those in and around Welsh cricket, well, his name has been around for a while. Top young prospect, and now here in the Glamorgan first team is showing all his talent, all that ability. 99 not out. So he's going to watch from the non-striker's end at the moment as Alex Horton will take the next ball. Sweeps. Must have been tempted to rush down to the other end there, but I think this is not the time for any harem-scarum running. Although he scored plenty of hundreds, but I just wonder if this will just feel a little bit different.
I don't think you'll want to be too long thinking about it either, stood at the non-striker's end, but as you said, no point in risking running.
In the air, and it's dropped and gone over the boundary. I think that's gone for 6. It has.
Yeah.
Well, Alex Horton didn't go fully through with the shot, and it looked for all the world as if it was going to get caught down there by Dom Goodman, who was running round in front of the scorebox. But in the end, I think he could only just sort of tip it over the bar, goalkeeper style, and it went all the way. So a welcome maximum sign really that this pair are now choosing to accelerate. 3 boundaries in the last over, with a 6 already in this one. Takes another single, and that brings Jack Hope Bell down onto strike. 99 not out. What a moment for the young man.
Well, everyone here in the ground poised for this moment. Don't want to jinx him at all. Everyone stay where they are. It's just padded into the offside.
Well, that's it.
Last 6s, I think that's the only 6 we've seen, just going back.
It is.
to
It
Alex
is.
Horton.
It is. One will be enough for this ball. So it's Carson. Hopewell drives. Oh, Carson again gets down to it. Now, he didn't wait long in the 90s. Hopewell, he kind of got through them pretty quickly with 3 boundaries in the last over. But now there's definite tension. There are people around. The phones are out, hoping to capture the moment. This young man gets to 3 figures. And that's it! Jack Cobell scores 100 on his first team debut for Glamorgan. And the crowd here at Neath are on their feet. What a knock from the young man. A brilliant innings from just 102 balls. Jack Hope Bell. He looks like the hope and the future of Welsh cricket.
Well, take a bow, young man. What an innings. What a situation to step into on debut. 4 down. And he has come in and masterminded a comeback for Glamorgan. Got himself 100. What a prospect this kid is. Very, very well played, young man.
Well, it's been a wonderful innings, made even greater by the problems that Glamorgan were facing when he came in. I guess he might have liked on his debut to come in with a platform set for him. He had to really grind his way through those opening overs, and he has batted absolutely beautifully.
And now the pressure releases and he can just have a bit more of a swing. Gets it over the top. Henry back into the attack.
Well, 13 fours in that 100, just 102 balls, and there's another boundary. Really, he's got license to attack now, and with that big milestone out the way, can he make this a big one?
Off the back foot again, just chips it into sort of long on. I've been so impressed with how he's played off, particularly off the back foot today. He's just played really within himself, kept the hands close to his body, hasn't stretched for anything too much, hasn't tried to hit it too hard.
It drives, and that's another boundary.
Exactly like that. Just plays within himself, uses his hands, guides it through, doesn't try to hit it too hard. Beautiful balance. This time off the front foot. And he's really enjoying himself at the moment, isn't he?
So Horton moves on to 74. And has really played a big role as well in this recovery. And you can see just more aggressive intent. He's being cheered on as well. His highest score for Glamorgan this. And, well, with 7 overs left, maybe he too is eyeing 3 figures as well.
Plenty of time for him to get in on the action as well.
Hope Bell clips it into the leg side, takes another single, and certainly this whole place feels a whole lot different than it did an hour and a half ago. Real sense that Glamorgan have come through a crisis and actually have a chance here to set a total that will put a bit of pressure on Sussex. Now, how big can they go in the last 6 or so overs? It's time to take a few more risks with the sweep shot. Sort of paddle type shot round the corner. So another good over for Glamorgan. 12 from it, and 230 for 5. And well, the 250 now looking comfortable, I'd you think, if they can keep going. And well, 270, 280. Where can they get to?
You took the words out of my mouth there. I was about to say, when we were looking at 250 for Glamorgan when they were in a bit of trouble, that seems like it should be fairly simple and straightforward from now. And yet, as you said, I think pushing 270, 280 with even if they lose one of these two, somebody like Tim van der Houten, who is no mug with the bat and has plenty of power on a ground like this, I think can do quite a bit of damage. So the onus now on the Sussex bowlers, what can they come up with to counteract this fight back from Glamorgan? Last 5 overs they've gone at 9.2, 46 for none off the last 5 overs, Glamorgan. So a really strong end to the innings here.
Appeal from Carson, but I don't think that was probably going to miss off stump, you'd think. The wicketkeeper didn't really join in there.
When your teammates don't join you, it's you're struggling, aren't you?
So Carson has, I suppose, not managed to get total control, going at 5s, and that ball's been hit very hard, but straight to the man, Dom Goodman, down there, who fields and returns it. So it's just another single. And well, Horton is a player who can really go through the gears and accelerate and strike the ball. Jack Hope Bell now will maybe have licence as well to attack. Let's see what he does. Goes back and shovels it into the leg side for another single.
Yeah, again, just taking what the bowlers are giving to him. Carson, as we've said, is a really skilled operator, and Hope Bell, even though he's got to his century now, he's still playing sensible cricket, still knows there's a lot of overs to bat and a lot of runs to come. Wants to be there at the end. Change of angle now from Carson to Horton. And they get back for 2. Interesting change there from Carson to come around the wicket. Still with that mid-wicket region fairly open. Bit straighter that time. Cut off well at point. I'll get a single.
So just looking at potential areas for boundaries here off Carson, just 1 ball left of his 8th over. So I don't know whether they'll go this ball or just wait again, but that's one place where there is a boundary. Beautiful cut shot, spins away directly towards us here, and there's another boundary to Jack Hope Bell. He moves on to 111, and this one just a little bit of width, that's all he needed, and placed it perfectly just to the right of the man at point.
Yeah, well, I think with Carson coming around the wicket there, Hope Bell knows that ball is going to land somewhere on that offside region with the field back on the onside as well, so he knows it's going to land somewhere in that zone, and just shifts his weight across and frees the hands really well.
And well, Blake has been in the record books doing his research behind us here, and the current partnership of 181 is the record 6th wicket partnership for Glamorgan, so as I understand. So well, what a job these two have done. It's been outstanding, record breaking, and now can they just go on and really build a very, very challenging total? It seems will represent something of a miracle really from where they were at.
I don't think at 20 odd for 4 or 30 odd for 4, whatever we were, we would have envisaged seeing a record-breaking partnership this afternoon.
In the air, it's coming our way, and that is on the roof of the commentary box. Alex Horton is going through the gears, and that's the second maximum for him. He moves on to 86, and the wooden roof of this commentary structure is tested for the first time, and it survives.
Apologies if the listeners heard some rustling. I was getting in position to take a catch then. It's coming right down my throat.
I was backing you. I was backing away.
I wasn't
and diving
backing
to
myself.
The side. No.
Trying to save my laptop more than anything, but excellent shot from Horton, second 6 of the innings.
Well, it was an effortless strike. Just seems so easy. He's now on to 86, and well, I don't want to jinx him, but he'll be looking at milestones as well now.
Yeah.
He's got to this point.
A bit quicker that time from Hudson Prentice, stays a bit low. Horton has a bit of a swipe at it.
Probably the wide Yorker. I imagine we're going to those sort of deliveries now. That kind of the classics of death over T20 skills. I think that's probably one place that it might be difficult to get away. Anything in the slot, or anything sort of straight, you can imagine that Horton is going to be targeting the boundary on this side. Drive straight. I think it's only going to be a single. I'll think about 2, but no, decide to keep it at that. As the ball has fizzed back in, hits a bump and bounces over Hudson Prentice, who was at the stumps. So 2, 4, 6 for 5, and
it's a bit. Sorry, Yash.
Well, I'm just saying that there has been a real moment of acceleration, hasn't there? The last 5 overs, 55 runs have come, so 11 and over. They just feel like they've really gone up a gear now.
And really, for the first time in this game, we've seen the Sussex bowlers a little bit flustered of where to bowl, especially to Alex Horton with that 6 hitting ability. And pressure on them now, really, for the first time these last 5 or 6 overs or so.
Well, Horton looks like he's paced this innings nicely. For him, the scoring rate was quite slow, sort of about 60-70% on strike rate, but now is catching up quickly.
Good Yorker that time from Hudson Prentice, and Hopewell could only just keep it out. As you said, that more traditional sort of death bowling, T20 style death bowling now. Hudson Prentice hitting his length there.
Well, there have been a few players who've made 100 on debut for Glamorgan.
Another good Yorker length.
Certainly in first class cricket. I think Matt Maynard, 1985. I don't have the full list of white ball cricket, but Mike Powell on his debut in 97. Whichever way you look at it, Jack Cope-Bell's innings here really is top notch. Really has been mature and measured. It's had energy and purpose. He's kept the singles going when the boundaries were not on offer. Then when the loose deliveries have come his way, he's put them away really effectively. So, well, it feels like a statement innings. It really does.
Yeah, they've paced it really well, these two, haven't they? And needed to dig in when they came out together. It could have gone really pear-shaped if they'd made mistakes or just taken the wrong kind of tempo. But they've paced it really well, and now they're reaping the rewards of that patience that they've shown. And Horton, I'm sure, 13 away, will be desperate to finish off with a century as well.
So Tom Price back into the attack. In the air, but doesn't quite carry to Don Goodman. Really didn't connect properly with that Hopewell. Again, tried to go aerially off the back foot, really. And then maybe it was just that sense that he was almost leaning back as he hit it that didn't really get the power on it.
Yeah,
And
pace
again,
off.
Thankfully it fell into no man's land and he gets away with it. So still there on 113. Alex Horton now on 87, not out. Skillful and away for 4. The ramp shot, very well executed. Got the angle just right, had to get it pretty straight to avoid the fielder there at short fine leg, and he played it really, really well. Got across outside off stump and got good contact on it over the keeper's left shoulder and away for another boundary. So Alex Horton now moves into the 90s, 91 not out, 2-5-2 for 5 Glamorgan, with just over 20 balls still to go.
Well, excellent shot, brave shot as well in the late 80s. Sweep,
slog sweep. That's 4 more. Well, Horton's in a hurry as well. Just as Hope Bell decided not to dawdle in the 90s and make it too painful.
Yeah, just gets a little bit of width. The ball from Price now doesn't seem as heavy as it did. Wavered a little bit, and Horton just moves across, gives himself some room, leads with that front foot, and puts it where there is nobody down in that fine leg region.
And that's the 200 partnership as well. So this record-breaking partnership goes on and on. Ooh, I just had a little tickle there. I believe it was just the bat hitting the ground. I think as he tried to hit the wide Yorker. So it wasn't probably his time for the wide Yorkers, and with Alex Horton definitely looking to get after everything now.
Yeah, it was a better ball from Price that time. Again, as you said, wide Yorker hitting that length well.
So fine leg and third man are up still. So I wonder whether the ramp might be another option. Ooh, slower ball. Yeah, that deceived him effectively there.
Some real wide though. As the replay comes up, as you said, slower ball. Yeah, just the last moment, that wrist just turns, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it was. Did the pace well, but direction was lacking. And Alex Horton had a go at it anyway. If he connected with it, might have been sailing in our direction again. So 95 not out. Alex Horton potentially 1 hit away from 3 figures. Ooh,
good length again.
It was. This has been a good over from Price. I feel a little bit unlucky to have gone for a couple of boundaries in it, but
it skidded through so low to Tia, didn't it? It was difficult for him behind the stumps. Just see it again. Really good length on it. Just hops over Tia's gloves.
Oh, yeah, it took a horrible bump, didn't it? There's a kind of a strip of very brown grass going right across the field. Maybe there's been a structure on it, I think.
The short fine leg did really well, actually, because it was still travelling.
Hope Bell, just another single. He moves on to 114. So with 3 overs to go, Glamorgan 259 for 5. This record-breaking partnership continues between Alex Horton and Jack Hope Bell. On debut, of course. Well, what a day he's having. A maiden 100. Really announcing himself onto the big stage of county cricket here today. You can expect he'll be the one that they'll be talking about. But Alex Horton too.
Yeah.
Just a very significant day for him. His previous high score for Glamorgan in the first team was 44 not out. So, well, he deserves a lot of praise for the way he's played, and still has a chance to get to an important personal milestone himself. But now it's Hudson Prentice to Hope Bell.
I think it's a really important innings for Alex Horton as well. As we said when he came out, has struggled a little bit to adapt to first team level and take his chances at first team level, and he's done that brilliantly today, and I'm sure this will give him a lot of confidence going ahead in the competition. First game, of course, and although he hasn't stolen the headlines as Jack Hope Bell has, he still deserves a tremendous amount of praise.
So another single to Jack Hope Bell, and Alex Horton now on 96. All the Glamorgan players are out of the dressing room on the balcony, because he's been part of this squad for a few years now, Alex Horton, so they're all willing him on. The crowd here at Neath are hoping he can do it as well. Alex Horton, 96 not out, facing Hudson Prentice. Cuts it away hard, I think that's going to be it. It is it! Alex Horton with his first 100 for Glamorgan, raises the bat, hugs Jack Hope-Bell, the two Centurions embrace, and you can see what it means to his teammates and to Horton himself. What an innings he's played, came out into the middle in a crisis and has produced a stunning innings.
Yeah, what a moment for Alex Horton. As we've said, has been under pressure to perform, and he's delivered here today alongside Jack Hope-Bell. The two of them have played expertly out here in a tough situation, and you could see how much it meant to him, how much it meant to the teammates as well. I took note earlier of when Callum Nichols hit his first runs, the ovation he got from his teammates. This is a close-knit group who all support each other, and they'll be delighted for Alex Horton as he
goes big. That's all the way. Well, freed from the shackles of getting to three figures, and Alex Horton now is going to enjoy himself for this last 15 deliveries. That ball sailing over our heads again towards the burger van in the car park.
Low full toss, turned it in to a full toss and dispatched it over the top of our commentary position here into the car park. And as he said, the hands are freed up now. He's got his 100, and with, well, just 14 balls remaining, he's going to try and drive Glamorgan up to a really good total here.
Well, while they try and find the ball, which I think is bouncing down the David Road somewhere, we can just reflect again on these fantastic hundreds that we've witnessed today, and Alex Horton in particular. Let's just talk about him. Well, he's been in and around the Glamorgan team for a while now. Talented wicket-keeper batter, and was maybe seen as a bit of a short-form specialist, ability to strike the ball. But this innings, I think what we've seen again has been the maturity, the ability to grind through the difficult patches and then accelerate wonderfully, so that he's almost going at a runner ball now. And it has been terrific. Feel really pleased for him.
Yeah,
and a significant day in his career.
Absolutely, and it's not easy. There's a lot of wicket keepers in this Glamorgan squad. When you think Chris Cook is obviously the main wicket keeper in the county championship. Henry Hurl can keep wicket. Will Smale can keep wicket as well. So not easy to get yourself in this side, and he's taken his opportunity today. As he goes again.
A bit of a chase on down there for Jack Leaning, does well, and
Good
they come
running.
back for two. Yeah, ran hard, ran the first one quickly. Two more.
Yeah, really good running by these two who've obviously been out there a long time now. Sun's starting to it's poked through for the last sort of half an hour, 45 minutes, starting to get hot out there. They must be pretty tired by now, but really good running, and both of them are really committed now to, once they've got their hundreds out of the way, it's about how much can we get on the board. Last 13 deliveries.
Well,
be looking at north of 290 now, you'd have to say, I would suppose.
so this partnership is definitely the second biggest partnership in list day history for Glamorgan. It's going to be one more. Just looking at how much it's worth now. So at the moment the partnership is worth, I think, 216. The record partnership in any list day cricket for Glamorgan is 246.
Wow.
Matthew Elliott, the Aussie left-hander, and with Newell in back in 2000, that is. I was going to say
Wow.
Keith Newell, is that right?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, to be honest.
Bournemouth versus Dorset at Bournemouth. against Dorset, interestingly, list day cricket.
We'll have to find that out in the break. Who
246. So, but they've definitely just overtaken Steve James and Adrian Dale. reverse sweep scoop. Brilliantly played, and now Alex Horton getting all the tricks out of his box now.
Yeah, all the shots now from Alex Horton. We've seen ramps, reverse sweeps. This time the reverse ramp, right over the top. Beautifully played, beautifully placed. Just gets in position. Those wrists are so strong. Through the ball, lifts it over the fielder out there. And where does Price bowl now? Alex Horton is in the mood.
Well, how far can they take it now? Price driven hard into the offside, just going to be one. Picks out Thomas on the boundary. So 278 for 5. Can they reach the magical figure of 300? Well, that looked like a pipe dream at the start of this innings, and just credit to these two batters. Well, it has been amazing to watch, and just brilliant to see the way they have dug Glamorgan out of a crisis here.
And you can't even say, there's been a drop off in the way Sussex have bowled either. They've bowled pretty well throughout this entire innings, but as we said a few times now, these two have just paced their innings brilliantly. They've accelerated at the right time. They've taken what the bowlers have given them. I'm looking down at the Sussex bowlers, and only Henry has been too expensive, really.
Yeah.
He's gone for 7.25. Other than that, the next most expensive, Hudson Prentice, has gone at 6.56.
He's got all of it. 6 more.
Goes again.
Just clears the boundary, and evasive action taken by a lady enjoying her lunch there in front of the rugby stand. Well, I think probably good advice, really, not to take your eye off the ball if you're sitting in those seats for the next few deliveries, because you can imagine that Alex Horton will be targeting that boundary with a great deal of purpose.
Yeah, you've got hammered into the stumps, no hand on it from Price. Get through for 1.
Well, let me just correct myself. I was talking about the record. The record partnership actually for Glamorgan in list day cricket is actually 259, which was Hugh Morris, the great late Hugh Morris, and Matthew Maynard back in 1991 against Durham at Darlington. 259 that was worth, and it was unbroken as well. So that's I don't think they're going to get there, but still, this is by far and away the biggest 6th wicket partnership in Glamorgan history, as a massive 6 is sent onto the rugby pitch. Huge from Jack Hope-Bell this time. Well, anything Alex Horton can do, Jack Hope-Bell can do too.
Wow, what a shot. Just picks up that length, swings his hands all the way through it onto the rugby pitch, as you said. First time we've cleared the temporary, well, I would say temporary, it's been there for years now on that side, that stand. And Jack Hope-Bell showing off all of the shots as well as Alex Horton. That's the first 6 from Jack Hope-Bell, isn't it?
It is. Boy, it was a big one as well. Now that has gone onto the rugby pitch. It's cleared the temporary stand on there and is bouncing around somewhere near the try line, you'd think, down by the doom bar just in the corner. So, wow, a mighty hit there. Absolutely connected with that. So, just spending a bit of time looking at the record books here, because I didn't think they had a chance of getting close to it. But it's raining 6s at the moment, and so, well, all bets are off.
We're having to do stats on the fly here, aren't we? We didn't expect this, and umpires Burns and Harris might have to get a few more balls out of the case soon.
So 232 is this partnership now.
And what did you say the record was?
Well, it's a good question, because the record is 259.
Okay.
So 232. This has got to be a very, very big last over, but still, well, yeah, full ball. All Horton can do is just dig that one out. But 300, wow, can they get there? What a psychological boost that will be. Just looked completely impossible when they were 54 for 5. Absolutely no way would you ever have dreamt, and particularly with batters coming in who had not done that at this level. And well, you cannot praise these two enough.
You looked at the Glamorgan side going into this game as there's going to be a mix-up, but Hudson Prentice took his eyes off the ball there. Really didn't expect the two to run, and I think it just got lodged in his hand.
Well, I don't know whether he decided to throw because he wasn't sure the cover was there, or just paused, or wasn't quite in the frame of mind. I think Jack Copell paused in the middle and thought, I'm a goner here, and in the end just decided to quickly get a hurry on and get back, and in the end Hudson Prentice didn't even let it go. So there you go, we just had 2 singles from the first 2 balls. Picked up and caught. Well, Alex Horton has gone, gets a handshake from Hudson Prentice, the bowler, a high five as well from Jack Copell, and the crowd here at Neath stand to applaud an absolutely brilliant maiden 100 for Alex Horton from 118 balls.
Absolutely amazing innings from Alex Horton, along with Jack Copell. When his team needed it the most, he has come out and put a marker down, not only for this team but himself as well in this competition, this first game of the One Day Cup. And as he gets a lot of pats on the backs from his teammates, deservedly so. What an innings, and what a time to do it. Just as we see the end of him here, good catch by Ibrahim in the end, low down.
It was a good catch, but well, Horton, you couldn't blame him for trying. Had to go for everything there just to try and get Glamorgan to close to 300 if he could. But wow, what a job he's done. And that brings Tim van der Hoesten maybe moved up above the skipper Andy Gorvin in the hope he can hit a couple now. And clips it nicely into mid-wicket. Sounded nice off the bat, just a single though. And we'll get Jack Copell down on strike for the last couple. 295 for 6. Can Glamorgan reach the 300 mark?
As you said, Ash, like psychologically 300 on the board, especially from the position they were in as well, will give a massive confidence to Glamorgan, and might be slightly deflating for Sussex. The opposite for them, the strong position they were in. It's well bowled though.
And he's gone too. Well, that's a shame. Jack Copell, his innings comes to an end too in the same over, and handshakes all round for him too. And well, this crowd rise to their feet again. What a moment for Jack Copell, the young batsman from Newport. Has announced himself onto the stage of county cricket with a brilliant 100 here, putting Glamorgan in a strong position and showing that he really is the future of Glamorgan cricket. He's one of the players whose name you can expect to hear for years to come here. A brilliant knock from him.
And Jack Copell showing some of the prospects that Glamorgan have brought through in recent times, showing why it's such an exciting time for this county. He's played wonderfully well, just catches the outside edge in the end. Good ball, in fairness, from Hudson Prentice.
So 1 ball to go, and Andy Gorvin, the skipper's going to take it, hit this for 6, and we've got 300. Oh, he has a go. It's in the air.
That's a good catch.
And it's caught well. Well, there we go. Definitely worth the try. So Glamorgan 295 for 8. 295 for 8, I think I make that, at the end of the 50 overs. And that represents, I say, a fantastic recovery. One of the great partnerships in Glamorgan history here at Neath, between 2 young players who'd never been in this situation before. And Glamorgan will be, I think, Alan, absolutely thrilled with what they've managed to achieve here today.
Absolutely delighted in the end from a really precarious position, and as you said, Ash, probably the 2 most unlikely candidates when you look down this Glamorgan lineup. But what an innings from Jack Holt-Bell and Alex Horton. 123 for Holt-Bell off 118 balls, and 122 off 119, almost mirroring each other in the end from Alex Horton. But Glamorgan in a really strong position now, and I think they will fancy themselves from this position with the bowling that they've got as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the end, I think Sussex will be walking off just thinking what could have been, really. They put themselves in such a strong position, but then just couldn't do anything to remove that partnership of Hope-Bell and Horton until right at the end. They played really well, went through the gears, and by the end were just playing beautifully in tandem with each other, running well, and also taking all the boundary opportunities that were there. So, well, an incredible recovery from 54 for 5 to 295 all out. A remarkable partnership of 240 between those two brilliant batters. And then here's the bowling figures. Well, Hudson Prentice in the end picked up a couple of wickets at the end there, and in the end got a fiver, 5 for 62. Well, worked hard, and then reasonably expensive, I guess, the others. 2 wickets for Munt, who looked lively early on with his left armers, but Hudson Prentice really, I suppose, ultimately the standout, picking up 5 wickets, 5 for 62, although probably a little bit more expensive than he had hoped.
Yeah, Goodman bowled really well as well. I was impressed with Munt, especially in that first 2 overs that he bowled, picking up 2 wickets. But the likes of Kirtley and Henry, 2 young players, by that time that they came on, the Glamorgan batters had found their rhythm, and yeah, in the end, probably maybe the stats skewed a little bit. I thought Sussex bowled pretty well, but Glamorgan in the back end, after that initial collapse, batted really well as well.
So, match situation. Sussex Sharks will need 296 to win from their 50 overs, after a Hope-Bell and Norton inspired recovery got Glamorgan to 295 for 8. Brilliant 100 on debut for Hope-Bell. Also first 100 in the Glamorgan first team for Alex Horton. A day they will always remember, and they'll remember it even more if Glamorgan can win this match. Lovely to see the crowds pouring out onto the outfield here. Youngsters bringing the bats out, and we'll enjoy a little game with a tennis ball in the mid-innings interval. We're also going to go off and have a sandwich ourselves, so we'll see you back here in a few minutes' time to see if Sussex Sharks can chase 296 to win.
I can't remember now. No, I wonder if he is. He might not be a one-day bowler.
good. Good night.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed. Oh, is it? Oh, bloody yeah. Oh, it's good. Like I say, we won tickets for Glamorgan and the last tour as well. Yeah, it's cracking.
You just need the weather though.
Yeah, you do, because it's be fucking miserable if there wasn't, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know much anything cheaper, but I think 50 quid.
Yeah, say 50 quid. So therefore basically you're looking for all your food and drinks for 50 quid. You can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong, can you? And he drinks, my brother does, my brother likes his and, the food, he gets food, you've got snacking if you like. You get his friends.
Drop rock.
When nothing back, but it said 17 quid. How did I give it to you for nothing?
You said to me, "Oh, Keith, you'll be all right with labouring. They look after us. Richard, I'm 62.
I know you're so old. You keep telling me that. You're so decrepit. You're so decrepit, aren't you?
The thing is, I'm unemployed and I'm unemployable.
Now, where is this entrance? Where is this entrance or exit?
Well, I come in there. That would probably be your best way out. Just through there, Richard. But watch out, because there's military police round here, and they're armed. You can't do this and you can't do that. Yeah, you have to just go.
I want to go and
there.
have a look at it. How do we get there?
Well,
Through here.
watch out.
Have you seen any of the Stewards early? The new chuck we have the inboard check.
Britain's typical weather.
Why don't we just say, look, we get this for 3 months. Absolutely fine. This is what it is. That's fine. If you want to go to Norway, right, fuck off down to Norway for 3 months, and then instead of going to Spain, you go to 35 degrees. You go there and have like 15.
Nor do I, David.
Well, that's good.
And I normally said
I'm a bit of novice. Before the other hike all the way from there. Broadcaster has got so much cheaper, right? I just come down. Just come down now, yeah. So I'll work in Saturday anyway. So yeah. So I just.
sunshine, but factor 30 is amazing these days. It just keeps all the sunshine on.
Oh, you walked across there like you're not in another guy in the wind.
They brought 2 pints of this on right there.
Anyway, think about it.
My dad built Bradman.
Right, how are you? Yeah. Bloody hell. Okay.
Sussex.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm with Sus. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's had a tough time, mate. He had a. No, it's fantastic. Those twins. Oh, brilliant, weren't they? I'm so pleased for both of them. Yeah. Proud.
With the umpires and players,
Oh, you know,
those in 5 minutes.
Yes,
Ladies and gentlemen, your return to your seats. So if you're on the outfield, could you please return to your seats? Many thanks for your cooperation.
I try to find reasons. That's on.
Okay. But yeah, I think. Sorry. Oh no. All right. You're even as well. You
Yeah. No, I know what you mean, yeah.
They can't write. They can't write. So he's very good at that.
Cheers, Joe. It's your trouble. Can you return to your seats, please, guys? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Go the bottom, go the bottom.
Sorry, sir, we can't go on anymore. Thank you very much. Return to your seat, please. Thank you. What was that? That was rubbish. Oh, you alright? Exactly.
Sorry, sir. Could you go up the stairs that way?
Simon.
Hello.
Sylvie here does PM cams, right?
Yeah. I know. Did it last week though.
I said,
hot this afternoon, I think, isn't it?
What's that?
It's going to get hot this afternoon, I think.
Oh.
I took my GE off because it was cold this morning. Yeah, it was quite chilly over here, actually.
Once again, we are delighted to welcome the members of the junior sections from Neath Cricket Club and Anistawi Cricket Club, who are forming this afternoon's Guard of Honour when the players return with the on-field umpires to the middle.
You just my umbrella as well.
You're doing a good job there. Are you doing the stream? Yeah. Oh, well done. Look, right. Gives me a good opportunity to say thank you for the stream.
Pleasure.
Wherever we are,
You can always see it, yeah.
we can always see it, and the quality is often better times than the television.
Well, it's broadcast policy.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
right.
good.
Plus, I think. Plus.
Thank you very much.
So thanks for that.
Just told me that he thinks the coverage on the stream is better than the broadcast quality. He thinks that the stream is better quality than the broadcast. I wasn't really paying much attention, but it was a bit of a compliment, so I sort of listened for a while. We'll see. So one's okay, the other one's dodgy. Yeah, he told me that, yeah. When he saw the one. Club room. No brainer for him. You're on the board. It's like another streaming company. Right, okay. So it's people obviously as cheap as they can. We don't look at what people are providing. Do we? Never. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. You open the fridge?
Returning to the middle are two match umpires Mike Burns and Ant Harris. And taking to the field as well, the Glamorgan team led by captain Anne Gordon.
Feeling happy?
Out come the Glamorgan side then, and out come the Sussex batters to start this run chase of 296 to win. Blake Bint and Alid Hopkins taking the first chunk of this innings for you from the commentary position. And Alid, for anyone who's just joining us, we have to reflect on Jack Hope-Bell's 123 and Alex Horton's 122. 240 partnership for the 6th wicket, coming in at 54 for 5 to make a statement of how Glamorgan got to 295.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing innings from both of them, and they just played ever so well. They paced the innings really well after a really precarious position, and almost ended up identical, almost 123 off 118 for Hope-Bell, 122 off 119 for Horton. So just a real show of maturity from, obviously Jack Hope-Bell on debut, and Alex Horton, who's been in and out of the side over the last couple of years, hasn't had too much first team cricket his way. Just showed a real level of maturity and have steered Glamorgan to a strong position here.
Yeah, from a Sussex perspective, Finn Hudson-Prentice ended with 5 for 62, taking 3 wickets in the final over, and Tim van der Gugten's going to open the bowling to Charlie Tier. George Thomas is at the other end. I'll take you through the Sussex team in full. Not entirely sure the order they're going to come, but as listed on the scorecard, Tier and Thomas opening as I said, and then Tom Price, Dan Ibrahim, Jack Leaning, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson the captain, Toby Munt on debut, who took a couple of wickets in the first innings, Dom Goodman, Ollie Kirtley the other debutant, and Troy Henry completes the 11 for the visitors.
Yeah, and you look through that side and there's a few all-rounders in that team, but not too much sort of top order batting. So Glamorgan, I think, with a pretty experienced bowling lineup, Van der Houten, Gorvin the captain, McElroy, and then Romano Franco, who's, although he's inexperienced, did play in this competition last season. I think they'll really want to attack the Sharks early on.
Yeah, in Glamorgan's 11 there was a lot more experience in the bowling department than there was in the batting department. Take you through the Glamorgan scorecard of the first innings. Eddie Byram scored 13, Callum Nichols on debut scored 13 as well, Henry Hurl 9, Will Smale went without scoring, Jack Hope-Bell, we already said, the debutant, scored 123, the 19-year-old, Dan Douthwaite 6, Alex Horton the wicketkeeper 122, and then at the end Tim van der Gugten 1 not out, and Andy Gorvin went first ball and last ball of the innings. Chance, but safe through the covers. It was in the air from Tier, who gets the innings up and running on the 4th delivery.
Yeah, just used his feet as well, came down the pitch to Van der Houten early. Doesn't allow Van der Houten to press him into the crease with that lot of bounce he gets from being a naturally tall and strong bowler. Feet movement there from Tier.
Brings George Thomas on to strike, who's in good form. Starts with a dot. George Thomas played a good chunk of the blast.
5 games, I think, by my...
Yeah, just trying to find my notes. 5 games, 105 runs, got a 50 in there as well. Hasn't played in the championship, but he has been making good scores for the second 11 and at club level in the Sussex Premier League.
Came across from Somerset last season, didn't he? And you could see why, I suppose. It's tough to get in that Somerset team now, but good start from Glamorgan here.
Yeah, one from the first over from Van der Gugten, and we're looking at the other end. I assume it's going to be Jamie McElroy.
Yeah,
and
I think
it is. Yeah.
Obviously, first time we're seeing Andy Gorvin captain the side, so interesting to see some of the fields he sets out here today and where he bowls himself as well. Because it's quite rare to get a bowler or certainly a seamer as a captain anyway. We have obviously seen it work tremendously well for Australia with Pat Cummins.
Indeed. And Sussex this year, Ollie Robinson, their county championship captain.
It's revitalised his career, really, hasn't it, from an international standpoint?
It has. And notice Gorvin's done the thing every captain gets excited about in their first game. He's put himself at first slip.
McIlroy. And Tier is just forward to defend. Tier, who Scottish international, made his ODI debut in 2024. Did well in this competition last year. Got 227 runs, averaging 45 with a high score of 154. So a capable player in this competition, and McIlroy bangs one in. Tier looking to just nurse it down to third man. Has to get his hands out of the way in the end. Snuck up on him, that delivery.
He has got a knack for going big once he converts, Charlie Tier, because that 150 is his only professional 100, and he's also got a triple 100 at second 11 level in red ball cricket, so he doesn't get bored at the crease, let's say.
And he's bangs it in again, and they'll get through for one good run in and an overthrow, and that's going to go to the boundary.
It's going to be 5.
It's going to go for 5. Henry Hurl was the man who launched it in. Not the greatest of throws, and it evaded the backup. There, good run in, put pressure on the fielder, and it just shows that the quick outfield here. That ball was launched in by Hurl, but once it's got a bit of momentum on it, it just flies, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It was a wild throw from Hurl. He'll have to just calm his nerves.
So an unwanted sundries there for Glamorgan, as they'll get 2 again. Nice shot into the onside. Pulls Franco round.
I do remember Franco making his one-day cup debut here last year and watching him do fine leg to fine leg. It wasn't an enjoyable watch. Hopefully he's now got his Glamorgan contract. He's been training obviously all winter and this season. Hopefully won't be doing that today.
And that's a nice shot. Really well played from Thomas. Just leans on it. Good length from McIlroy, but Thomas just uses the pace nicely, leans on it, punches it through. And another boundary in the over, this time off the bat.
Yeah, sign you're in good form when you're playing that early in the innings. Ball's likely to move around a little bit early on. He just played it positively, hasn't he?
McIlroy in again, and this time Thomas just pads it to Hurl at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. Sussex, good over for them with that overthrow. 12 for no loss off the first 2 overs, and Jamie McIlroy can count himself a little bit unlucky to have his figures affected there, but Glamorgan need to tighten up a little bit in the field and let that single go, and that was that caused the overthrow in the end. Van der Houten, good first over, only 1 from it. We'll look to apply pressure again here. Tier on strike.
Yeah, he just plugs away at a good area, doesn't he? That's what Glamorgan fans have become so accustomed to the last decade or so of his service. I'm surprised to see him involved in this competition after playing so much in the Blast and, of course, being a regular in the championship side. Hasn't missed a game, in fact bowled the most overs of anyone in the championship side, including Mason Crane, the frontline spinner.
It's just a testament to how fit he is, isn't it, that he's playing in this competition. We said to each other yesterday that we would be surprised to see him, but here he is opening the bowling, and as he said, bowled the most overs in the championship and has done it with relative ease, really. You haven't heard anything about any injury concerns with him. Just the consummate professional. A huge part of this side.
Oh, keeps a little bit low, but kept out by Tier. Yeah, it's interesting as well, because you would have thought, with the way Glamorgan have been affected from the 100 this year, that they would just take this as a developmental competition, not necessarily be concerned by results, but give youngsters a chance to get game time. People like Eddie Byram who potentially need the game time as well. Just using his feet and happy to defend. But with Van der Gugten's involvement, it suggests that they are still looking at, picking up as many results they can and wanting to target this competition still.
Yeah, well, it's a competition that obviously Glamorgan have done really well in the last this decade. 2 titles, 2021 and 2024. And maybe their hand has been forced slightly with the injuries to Norton and Leonard. Maybe if at least one of those 2 were available, Van der Gugten doesn't play this game. But there's still the likes of Ben Morris there. It is a bit of a surprise to see him, but a pleasant surprise nonetheless.
Yeah, we also saw Conor O'Riordan involved in the squad. 24-year-old Australian. Hasn't played any professional cricket in Australia, but plays first grade cricket in New South Wales and has done in Queensland as well. He's come over, been trialling with the Glamorgan seconds with a UK passport to his name, so he's eligible for a contract and has been given one for this competition. Driving and taken at slip. Well, he dotted him up the hole over and then drew the drive from Charlie Tier. And well held from Will Smale at second slip to get Glamorgan on the board. Sussex Sharks are 12 for 1, Tier goes for 6.
Yeah, breakthrough from Van der Gugten. He strikes to end a wicket maiden. Really good over from him. I think that just hit that slight ridge that is on that length at that end and just hops up. Was on Will Smale very quickly. He does really well to get his hands underneath it and not let it balloon off his chest, and that's a really big breakthrough. Yeah, that ball just kicks up a little bit off the turf, catches the edge, and it's an early breakthrough for Van der Gugten and for Glamorgan.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be happy with getting off to a good start. The momentum was with them, 295 for 8. Still wasn't necessarily par, just because the great recovery that it was. But momentum was certainly with them going into that second innings. And, they'll feel even more so now they've got that wicket under their belt. Charlie Tier scoring 6. He had a 5 to his name. And a single.
Yeah, it's a big wicket as well with that. Some of those scores you mentioned. McIlroy comes in and that's just looking to drive is Thomas down to mid-off. It's a big wicket for Glamorgan to pick up with the scoring power that Tia has, and it's a good strike through there for Van der Gugten, who as we were just discussing his kind of inclusion in the team, has proven why he's included, and McIlroy will be hoping to do the same here as he comes in and off the outside edge he'll pick up one with a loose shot there from Price. Sorry, that was Thomas.
Well, it is Tom Price in at 3. We did wonder if it would come as the scorecard suggested, because he doesn't ever really bat above 7 we've seen across his career so far. He's a very capable all-rounder, does have 100 to his name. We mentioned earlier scored 100 and took a hat-trick on the same day of a county championship game, but promoted to 3 for this tournament.
And just left outside the off stump. Price happy to just let that one go and get a feel for this pitch. The sun has been out now for the last hour and a half, 2 hours or so, after a bit more of a cloudy start this morning. Temperatures just increased a little bit as we have just ticked past 3 o'clock this afternoon. McIlroy in again and another leave. Decent over this from McIlroy after that first one was a bit expensive. Just looking at that run rate required, just over 6, so just over a run a ball. Currently going at 3.55. I want to stay on top of that, even though it's still early days, of course. McIlroy in and drive in. It's Price. Another dot ball for McIlroy.
Oh, just notice Hope Bell is the fielder at extra cover. He's inserting a bit of energy in there. He's got big shoes to fill because that's normally Kieran Carlson's place, and he's onto everything like a flash, like a terrier is Carlson. Sorry, Kieran, if you're watching. Getting ready for your 100 game.
Just worked into the leg side. Franco will come around to do the fielding, and Sussex will get 1 to end the over. End of the 4th over. Sussex 14 for 1. And Glamorgan, a mixed start. That first over from McIlroy with the overthrow was expensive, but they have removed the dangerous Charlie Tia. And I think Andy Gorvin will be fairly pleased so far.
Yeah, he will. He hasn't had to do a lot as captain, has he? He just picked the 2 bowlers, and it seems he's picked the right 2 to start the innings. In that other competition that does go on at this time of year, Welsh Fire are playing today against Southern Brave. The women's game coming first, of course. Quick single off the inside edge, not convincing from Price. Sophia Smale playing for Welsh Fire this year. Of course, brother of Will, who took that catch to remove Charlie Tier. She's been in action with ball in hand. And then
it's another sibling pair.
It is, yeah. And then Welsh Fire men play later on, of course. Got Ben Kellaway and Asa Tribe in their ranks this year. Be good to see if they get some game time.
Richard Dawson, part of that coaching staff there as well.
Quick single.
Throw in again. This time the backing up is better from Hope Bell.
Well, just from the energy, it seems that Gorvin's looking to just follow Carlson, isn't he, really? Trying to be kind of a shadow of Carlson in the way that he wants his team to play. High energy in the field. You know, happy to have shies at the stumps. Hurls obviously was a wild one, but, you know, the overthrows wasn't because of the intensity, it was because of the poor throw in itself. Yeah. And classic Van der Gugten nagging away at an area.
Yeah, it's zipping through at a decent pace here from Tim van der Houten as well. Just maybe getting his pace up now. 2.5 overs into his work. He's not express, but he's such a strong character and strong man. It seems like it's zipping through, doesn't it?
That was an aerial momentarily from Price. It's a good point though, Aled, because it does come on quicker than you think it's going to. You know, it doesn't run in necessarily hard, and because he does bowl all day, you know, he's not like one of those express bowlers who need a rest after 4 overs. He can bowl all day while still operating at around 82 mile an hour, which isn't any slouch. Driven nicely, well fielded by Eddie Byram.
I think his action as well, he kind of right at the top of his action, his delivery stride at the crease, he kind of holds that ball close to his chest, and then suddenly as he comes through his action, the ball just cannons out of his hand, and
it's a very shoulder heavy action. Yeah. Another tight over from him. If he can conclude this one without a boundary, he'll be more than happy. And it's just going to go for a single off something. Off the bat, off the leg, down to fine leg. So 2 from the over, just 1 affecting Van der Gugten's figures. He's gone for just 2 from 3 overs, and it's 16 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, it's been a really good start from Tim van der Gugten. Kept it nice and tight, just found that length, and got a bit of assistance from the pitch as well, I think, with that wicket. Just that ridge on this David Road end, just assisting him. And McIlroy came back well in the last over. So these two building a little bit of pressure now. 16 for 1 off the opening 5. As Thomas is down and on one knee looking to smash it through that cover region. It's well fielded in there. I think that's Holt Bell. Yeah, as you said, Blake, he's been the man trusted to take the position of Kieran Carlson, who I think we both agree is probably Glamorgan's best fielder when he's
one of the best
available.
fielders in county cricket, I think. Carlson, just a live wire.
McIlroy in again and forward. This time Price, he'll just nudge it down to fine leg.
You know, as someone I've watched a lot of county cricket, I don't think I've ever come across someone who is as active and as quick off the mark and as quick with a pick up and release as Carlson is. It impresses me every time I see him.
You've got to have a hunger to field in close like that as well, and you know, he really takes it seriously. It's not an afterthought for him, his fielding. It's something he really enjoys and relishes, I think, fielding in close.
Well, Gorvin's come into mid-wicket here. Hurl's gone out to deep square leg, so just the 1 slip for McIlroy now.
Yeah, deep backward square on this leg side. Man out there as well. Oh, sorry, I was looking at somebody in the crowd wearing yellow then, mistaking them for a Glamorgan player. As Sussex come through for a single on that offside. Do you like this new yellow one-day kit?
I do, yeah. I'm hoping to get my hands on it, actually.
Hint, hint.
Yeah, that is a nice shirt. It's seen a lot of people in the ground wearing last year's as well, which was yellow, so good they've kept the theme.
Strong in defence is Price, and McIlroy is putting together another solid over here.
It's a new sponsor on this one as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Welsh company as well, a Wales-based company. Always nice to see. McIlroy in final ball of the over, and again forward defending his Price, and to take you through to the next over is Blake Bint, as I'm going to step out and welcome back Ashley Crowther.
Thanks, Aled. Good first stint for you. He'll be back in around 25 minutes, half an hour's time. 19 for 1, a good start for Glamorgan with the ball. The dismissal of Charlie Tear for 6, caught by Will Smale at second slip off the bowling of Tim van der Gugten. Welcome back, Ash.
Hello.
Van der Gugten to Thomas. Oh, and he's brought an LBW appeal, but I think there was 2 noises. And I think it might have hit Thomas. Not quite in the unmentionables, but I think it missed the thigh pad. Oh, just jack back there as well. I think Aled mentioned there's a bit of a slope. It looked like it must have just hit that ridge.
Well, he's found the right spot, hasn't he? Tim van der Gugten, just doing Tim VG things. Line and length, getting on a spot. That's what he's so good at, isn't he?
Yeah, he never seems to miss. It doesn't matter what format it is. So he didn't have a great tournament in the Blast. People got after him a little bit, which is why I thought he might have sat out in this one, because he played more in the Blast than I would have anticipated him to. Didn't see Andy Gorvin as much as we normally do in the Blast this year, but being used today. We'll look for a quick single, could be a run out chance. Hope Bell was quick onto it, but Thomas was quick to return to his crease.
Van der Houghton's a fit guy, isn't he? I think he's seen as a strong guy, a good trainer, kind of very capable athlete, and so I think playing the amount of games would be absolutely no problem for him at all. I suppose it would be just more whether they were younger players they wanted to give a chance to, but as it is, here to lead the attack and just showing all his experience, been right on the money. Not giving them anything loose to get hold of.
Yeah, I'm sure Glamorgan would have loved that opportunity to go to Tom Norton, who's unfortunately on the balcony about 20 yards from us, having to watch in his training kit because he's had a stress fracture and has been ruled out of this competition.
Yeah, difficult. Such a plague on young fast bowlers, isn't it? Stress fractures. And there can't be many who haven't had one.
Beats him on the outside edge.
Yeah, wish Tom Norton a speedy recovery. What a first half of the season he's had. Really announced himself.
And that's the thing, it might have all happened too quickly for him. In terms of, like, naturally the better you bowl, the more overs you're going to bowl in a game, and it naturally has effects on your workload. And then he goes to train with England unaware of the stress fracture that had already started against Surrey in the Championship, and there we go. Didn't feature at all for England under-19s, which was unfortunate.
Yeah, that is a shame. I think that does seem to be such a thing with fast bowlers now. Young fast bowlers, I think the statistics are quite high, aren't they, for the number of bowlers who get one. So Van der Houghton, though, even though he's into his 30s, I think renowned as a really strong athlete, someone who's good in the gym and also out on the field. Looks after his body, and I think you have to be like that as a fast bowler these days. It's hard work putting the overs in, especially trying to bowl fast. And he's certainly started out really nicely here. Experienced leader of the attack.
Yeah, there's one thing Glamorgan can say they do have experience in this 11 they've picked today in particular, is their bowling department. McElroy, Douthwaite, Van der Gugten and Gorvin all been around a long time. Even if they haven't played all the time in every format, they've played plenty. And then Romano Franco's the only youngster of the front 5 bowlers.
Getting the ball to go across, using the angle there, that natural angle that he gets coming over the wicket. Yeah, just drifting across, luring him into a shot.
Good
Luckily,
to see McElroy back in a Glamorgan shirt.
Yeah, it is. He's one of those who, has been in the Blast team in previous years, but seems to have just falling out of the pecking order at the moment. Perhaps with the overseas choices that Glamorgan have had in the competition, took a couple of bowlers, and so that probably meant he's missed out. But I think he's been showing in the second team what he's capable of. Has taken wickets there, hasn't he? And glad to be back, I'm sure, in the first team and get a chance to show what he can do.
Yeah, he also 2 weeks ago had a spell of 6 overs 4 for 9 for Ammanford against St Fagans, who obviously have a very good team. I think Callum Nichols was one of his victims, actually.
Yep, that's probably the life of a county cricketer that not everyone knows about. Still playing some club cricket on Saturdays and being involved in the local leagues as well. Part of what a lot of them do. And again, beats him outside off stump. McElroy has been right on the spot. Batsman not sure whether it's the one that's going to come back in at them or the one that's going to go straight across and close to the edge again. So can he get one to come back straight? Or
yeah, he just drew him in reaching a long way. If he can get one to nip back, he'd almost certainly have Thomas in trouble.
Well, good over. 5 dots in a row this. Just building a little bit of pressure. Sussex won't want the rate to creep too high. This early on, so a long way to go. And as we saw, things can change. You need a couple of, at this stage of a match, you get a couple of decent overs, a couple of boundaries in, and the rate swings round again. But streaky outside edge. Just be a single, so only one off that over from McElroy. The Sharks 21 for 1 after 8, and yeah, tidy start from the Glamorgan opening pair, and just got the wicket as well. So I think, you know, decent start for Glamorgan. That seems to be the plan. Just that these two maybe bowl 5 each, and then see where we're at, and then possibly think about some of the other changes. I think Dan Douthwaite tends to be a guy who tries to bowl that sort of hard length in the middle, hit the top of the bat in the middle of the innings, and maybe also does a bit of death bowling as well.
Still Van der Gugten for now. I think Gorvin would like a look at Romano Franco early on as well. I think it'd be quite good to look at Franco early on, particularly if the pressure is on Sussex at that early stage. Let's just see how he goes, because there is going to be a lot of responsibility on him. If you look through the Glamorgan side, they've got those front 5 bowlers, and then Jack Hope Bell bowls some off spin, but otherwise I don't really see there being as many options if things don't go their way, unlike what Sussex had, where Sussex could have called on 10 different players if they needed to. They ended up using 7. So I think that's why you'd want to get Franco in the game as early as possible, while still having the protection of being outside the power play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when they bring him in.
And of course Gorvin himself.
Yeah, well, this might suit him. He's obviously a little bit slower than the other fast bowlers, but as accurate, and has got variations of different tricks.
Nicely driven from Thomas, not getting too frustrated at 11 from 25, just showing the patience needed.
Yeah, well, a long way to go. Morgan showed that actually, even with a slow, tricky start, it is possible to rebuild and pick up, and certainly it was much more difficult to bat early on when the ball was hard. There was bits of movement, and the bounce was quite variable for Glamorgan. They really struggled early on, but then once that partnership got going, things did seem to flatten out a bit, and batting looked a lot easier during those middle overs, and so maybe that's the template that Sussex are going to try and follow here. Just try not to lose too many wickets in this early period.
Yeah, I think it only took Hope Bell to get to about 30 to look like he was in for a big one, didn't it?
Yeah, no, he batted beautifully. I can't really remember many chances. Can you? It was just a real innings of maturity and full of lovely shots, and some of those sort of signature shots like the back foot punch,
yeah,
where you just looks classy, doesn't it? Immediately say, yeah, that's a proper player who can play that shot.
The only one I remember, it wasn't even a chance, it was just close to being one, was Kirtley's first ball. He just chipped airily just past short mid wicket. I'm not sure what he would have been on at that stage, probably about 40. But yeah, nothing to hand. And a maiden from Van der Gugten, who after 5 overs in the power play is 1 for 4. Sensationally.
Well, they've managed to take the momentum from the end of the innings, the batting, into the bowling, I think, where Glamorgan were definitely on top for the last half of the of their innings, and well, they've got a great start here, and it's Van der Hoogten in particular who's been so impressive. Yeah, we've only had 2 runs, well, 3 runs from the last 4 overs, 6 runs from the last 5. It's very, very tidy stuff here. Just builds that little bit of pressure that might induce a false shot. It's a nice looking shot though. Clip through mid-wicket, and I think that's going to race up the hill and go all the way. It is. Well, a welcome boundary as Price is first. And just over pitched a little bit onto leg stump. I think leg stump and middle. Yeah, worked away nicely. Didn't have to hit it too hard, just had to thread it through past Andy Gorvin at mid-wicket, and he did that very well. So relieves the pressure slightly there. Boundary from the first ball of the over. Drives again, but can't get it past Tim van der Hoogten, who's at mid-off, where he can stand and talk bowling with his opening partner, McIlroy. Yeah, there's a bit of a brain stress to bowlers at that end at the moment, with Dan Douthwaite there as well. The 3 sort of primary seamers all standing together, one either side of the McIlroy who's bowling. Guess I'm bowling in partnerships. It's an important part of cricket as well. Often bowlers can attribute their success at one end to the pressure that's been built up at the other end by the person who's bowling at the other end, creating pressure and meaning that the batter's mindset may be slightly different, feeling like they've got to get on with it or take a bit more of a risk because they haven't scored the previous over. So McIlroy and Van der Hoogten working well. Edge, think it's just dropped short of slip. Just bounced as it got to him. I think it was Will Smale who leapt forward but didn't quite carry, I think. I'm not sure you can put that down as a chance, but McIlroy has found the edge. Didn't quite get there, did it? I think it just bounced on the half volley, and there was no attempt to try and claim the catch, even though it kind of bounced straight in. It was obvious that it had bounced before it reached. So a little bit of an escape for Price. Wonder if Smale will decide to take a couple of steps forward. Normally judge those sort of things on where the keeper's standing, Alex Horton. So I've seen 1 or 2 when Sussex were bowling did fizz through early on and were hitting the keeper sort of in front of their face. So maybe it's just difficult when this bounce is a little bit variable to decide where to stand as the keeper.
Yeah, just what I was going to say on that. These 2 openers have bowled entirely different lengths to what we saw from Finn Hudson-Prentice and Dom Goodman. The Sussex pair are probably a little bit taller, but Glamorgan have just looked to bowl fuller of length and keep it tight that way, whereas we saw the Sussex keeper Charlie Tear taking balls kind of in front of his chest, in front of his face, because of the length that the Sussex bowlers were bowling was naturally a lot shorter, and being taller managed to get that carry through. But nonetheless, they've kept it tight, Glamorgan. 25 for 1 after the first power play.
What were Glamorgan, 44? Something like that. I have that in my head.
Correct, for 3. Still Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, for 3 being the big difference there, I think.
And
Sharp bit of work in the field there from Nichols, backing the bowlers up.
Of course, the recovery came at 5 down with that partnership worth 240 between 22-year-old Horton and 19-year-old Hope Bell.
Oh, it put a smile on everyone's face, didn't it? You could just talking to some of the backroom team and team who would have worked with both of those players in the academy, and they were kind of beaming, absolutely glowing, I think, having seen what those 2 young batters had done. Really lovely moment, I think, for everyone involved in their development. Now it's over to the old stagers, leading the attack with the ball.
Yeah, even Gorvin's part of that old crew now. He's 29.
Yeah, well, no, he's a captain as well. He's definitely sort of moved up into that category, hasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, probably the only couple in their 30s is Douthwaite. How old's Dan? He's still
Douthwaite's no younger than that. Yeah, he's
in his 20s.
McElroy's
Wasn't that long since he was a
32.
student, was it? Yeah.
McElroy 32, Van der Gugten 35. I think that's just about it.
That's a funny thing, isn't it, when you're 35 and you're in a team with sort of, well, if Harry Wallace had played, he's 17, isn't he? So
yeah, twice his age.
Yeah, gosh, just sort of very different cultural reference points in life. Very feels must be when a 17-year-old sharing a changing room with 35-year-olds. That sort of quite a different thing, different experiences, different life experiences. But that's what sport does, brings people together in that way.
Nicely played, and it's just beat Hope Bell. I think just ricocheted off of him, so they are able to come through for a single. And Van der Gugten did have Thomas under a fair bit of pressure in the last couple of overs. 12 from 32 now. The important thing is he can get off strike.
Yeah, I think there's a big sort of there's a little rolling section, a big dip in the turf just in front of where Jack Hope Bell is fielding, and I think it kind of came out of that at a funny angle. He did actually quite well just to kind of get his body behind. I think it hit him in the chest and then rolled away for a single, but would have definitely gone for 4 had it have crept all the way through. So he did well to get a bit of something behind it, prevent a boundary. We saw 1 or 2 of those, didn't we, in the Glamorgan innings early on, just to hit a bobble and trickle through the fielder's legs and over the boundary. So yeah, be brave, get your body behind it, hope it hits something, and hopefully it hits a soft fleshy bit rather than the hard bony bit. I think it's probably what you've got to do.
Quite. Dan Douthwaite loosening up at deep third, just to our left. Van der Gugten finishing another good over with a dot. 1 from it once more. He's now 1 for 5 from 6, and Sussex 26 for 1.
Well, great economy from a Glamorgan perspective. 2.36 runs per over so far. We're out of the power play. Question is now what bowling changes to make, and we're seeing the first one now as there's a change at the Dyfed Road end where it's going to be Dan Douthwaite. And you think, I wonder whether Franco, I think as he did last year, I seem to remember, did Franco bowl more from the Llantwit Road end? I'm not sure if you're left arm spin which end would be the best. All the spin that Sussex bowled was down from the Llantwit Road end. So sticking with seam for this over, Dan Douthwaite will bustle in. And Thomas lets it go.
Yeah, I think as far as Franco's concerned, the longest boundary, or longest boundaries, are probably the 2 corners from that Llantwit Road end, so as if hitting to kind of deep mid-wicket, wide long on area, one towards the Doombar area of the knoll, and the towards the hospitality.
I suppose you've got to hit it uphill a bit there as well, so I suppose there's more chance of getting a catch if you don't quite catch it. You've got to hit it that little bit harder to get it up the hill to the boundary as well. Oof, little sort of false shot inside edge there, and it just runs down to Henry Hurl in his black trainers down there on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, of course it'd be deep mid-wicket. The hospitality attempt would be deep mid-wicket for a left-hander, and there's only one of those I can spot in the lineup. I think Toby Munt is the only one. I'll just check my notes on that. So none in the top 7.
It's kind of interestingly, it does seem like it may be the pitch is. There's a good shot. Well, let's just admire that for a minute. Price has timed that really nicely. A little bit over pitch from Dan Douthwaite, and has just lent on that, and they hit it pretty straight for 4. Yeah, good looking shot. Just got it inside the fielder at mid-on. Jamie McElroy races away, so a welcome boundary. Yeah, it almost seems I had a little bit walk around, but didn't go to that part of the ground in the gap. But whether it's almost slightly uphill on both sides of the ground down to those corners. We've seen when Glamorgan were batting quite a few chases going on as the ball was hit up down to that far corner down towards the rugby ground, where fielders were herring after it and hauling it in a couple of times. Then Glamorgan ran a few threes when the ball was going down there, which suggests, I don't know, from this angle, or is it just how we're sitting, that maybe it's a slight trickle upwards even up there as well, so not quite such a big hill as this side. So yeah, maybe that probably makes sense why the spin may come from that end, because you're hitting to those longer corners, right and left, and maybe slightly uphill as well. But Douthwaite now. They're going to take a quick single chance. Oh, and that has not missed by much. Tim van der Hoogten with the shot at the stumps. I think it just went over the top actually. A couple of inches lower, and that would have been tight.
Yeah, this would have been close. It's not quite the angle we need, but see if we can spot it. Yeah, it's gone.
Well, risky single to take. They've just made it. It's only a whisker away from being out. But as it is, they're still there. Thomas on 13. And at the end of the 12th over, the Sussex Sharks chasing 296. They're 32 for 1 now. And, well, lovely sunny afternoon here in Neath. There was a little bit of early cloud, but that's now has burnt away in the sunshine. It's a really pleasant afternoon. Quite a nice, bearable temperature as well, with a nice breeze coming sort of left to right as well. Sort of from the picture you're looking at, kind of coming from sort of behind the wicket keeper and blowing across the pitch. Well, Tim van der Hoogten's in his groove here, so no suggestion of taking him off after 6. Why not if he can keep going? And that is the first boundary I think he's conceded. A length ball pulled round the corner, and a welcome boundary again for Sussex. There have not been many of them. Van der Hoogten didn't miss the mark by too far there, but I just think decided to get the bat out there, maybe fraction short, but not by much, and just to pull it into that vacant area behind square leg. So Van der Hoogten has been so good, just bowling off stump just outside. I want to get back on that.
Yeah, I was going to say his figures of 1 for 5 just before that ball was taken down to the boundary, but still 1 for 9 off his first 6. Andy Gorvin will be delighted with that from his experienced Premier fast bowler. And I'm just looking at that run rate now. Been keeping an eye on it over the last few overs or so, and it's just creeping up towards 7. Of course, we saw Glamorgan accelerate the score quite quickly at the back end of that innings, but something to keep an eye on.
Oh, another boundary. Shot. Yeah, that's a lovely drive again, slightly over pitched. Just hitting through the line there, Price. Straight back down past the bowler. So a couple of boundaries this over. Just
it's pure technique, isn't it? Just leaned on it. Lovely balance. Head over the ball. Hands going through the ball, and as you said, just slightly over pitch from Van der Hoogten. And Price takes full advantage.
Well, all of a sudden, runs are coming a little bit more easily. Not sure why that is, but just maybe a sense that they've got to pick it up slightly here. Or the fact that both batters now have actually been out there for a little while. Both faced around 30 balls each, which I suppose is you might probably feel you're in when you've faced that many. And so, yeah, a useful partnership, slowly building here.
Yeah, we saw this in the first innings, didn't we? Perhaps this pitch just big shout.
They were definitely interested behind the stumps, possibly a little bit high. It looked like it may have actually hit him sort of around the box region, or
thigh pad,
upper thigh.
Yeah. The slip corner were very interested, and Will Smale's still got his hands on his hips as if he's dumbfounded with that decision. See it on the replay, yeah, just hits the thigh pad.
Good shout, but just maybe height is the only thing you could think.
Yeah. Looked in line, didn't it?
It did. Well, London Houghton would love a second wicket. Price now coming down, a couple of shuffling down just to get to the pitch of that one. The end of the over, so much better over from Sussex. It's their best over so far. And they're 42 for 1 now, after 13.
Yeah, and as I was sort of saying, I think it's probably taken around this amount of overs, 10, 12, 13 overs, for the batters to kind of work out this pitch and work out the best scoring areas, work out how it's playing off different lengths. And we kind of saw a similar, it was a similar time in the game where Glamorgan started to get their feet under the table a little bit and start to accelerate the score or get it back up to a respectable mark as Douthwaite comes in, and that's crunched through the covers. Not the start to this over Douthwaite would have wanted. Thomas, that's a really nice shot, just again slightly over pitched, half volley, and he's been put away.
Yeah, it was the length really there that was the issue. Ball not doing anything in the air, and straight onto the middle of the bat, and threaded that through expertly. So runs coming a little bit more easily all of a sudden.
Douthwaite in again, and that's worked again through that covers region. This time the other side of Jack Holt Belt, and it's back-to-back boundaries here for Thomas. And again, just slightly over pitching, a bit wide as well from Douthwaite. Just give Thomas a bit of width, and this time it's through the to the left-hand side of Holt Belt, who had no chance.
Well, Douthwaite's best length is definitely a bit shorter than that, so that's a hard length, back of a length. Hit the maker's name on the bat, and the moment it just looks a little bit full, and there's a wide as well, so just a sense in which he just been trying to, maybe not sure why he's not yet into his rhythm. So it could be all sorts of things, even the run up here maybe slightly undulating, or just needs to get used to it and settle in and just try and get that ball, you think, just a little bit higher when it reaches the batsman, pitching a little bit shorter. That's better.
Yeah, just left alone by Thomas that time, and seemed to send that one down a little bit quicker. I often think with Douthwaite, sometimes when things aren't going his way, he's guilty of just maybe trying a little bit too hard. And I think we saw that a few times in the T20 comp. Didn't have the best of competitions, and I think sometimes he's just, he's obviously doing his best for the team, but I think sometimes he's guilty of trying too hard a little bit. And that's worked away again, and that's going to be a big chase. Hurl's done really well.
Oh, that's a great piece of fielding from Henry Hill there. Had a lot of ground to make, sprinted round about 20 metres to his left and got the slide in, and I think he's feeling the effects of that slide. Very, very dry surface in front of us, so a lot of friction generated when you slide on your backside, running at that speed.
But again, from Douthwaite, he strayed to the leg side that time, and it's an easy flick off the pads for Thomas. Gorvin's in there, but when you stray that side, that onside region is open. And as we've seen, we're this side of the square, aren't we? This pavilion side, and it's a short boundary here. Doesn't need much to help it on its way to the boundary. Hill did really well.
So, just a few questions here. For Dan Douthwaite to work out. Big appeal, very full and given. Well, he's answered the question by producing a wicket-taking delivery, fast and full. Thomas missed it, and the umpire was convinced it was going to rattle into the stumps, and so Glamorgan take their second wicket.
Yeah, really good comeback from Dan Douthwaite that time. As we said, we saw him a couple of balls earlier with that dot, just find that good length. As you just see the replay here, slightly back of a length, hit in front, and the umpire's finger goes straight up.
Well, Thomas seemed to know. He almost started walking off to the pavilion before he'd even sort of looked at the decision from the umpire here. Kept it a little bit low.
Yeah.
Came back in, and he was almost turned his shoulders and was on his way back to the pavilion. Well done, Dan Douthwaite, under a little bit of pressure there. The ball was starting to find the middle of George Thomas's bat on a regular basis, and the boundaries were starting to flow. But there's nothing like a wicket to slow down a scoring rate, and so Dan Douthwaite has done really well there. Got one full and fast and straight, got a little bit of movement back in, and gets his man. So that's last ball of the 14th over, 53 for 2 now. And, Glamorgan, I feel like they needed that a little bit. It was a useful partnership that was forming.
Yeah, Thomas had just started to get into his stride, didn't he? And obviously with those couple of boundaries in that over, just looked like he was starting to flex his muscles a little bit. That's, as you said, it's a really important breakthrough for Glamorgan at an opportune time as well.
Well, time for the captain to bring himself on. Andy Gorvin, of course, captain in this competition this season, with the regular candidates, and Kieran Carlson away on 100 duty with the London franchise. So, Andy Gorvin. Different sort of bowler. This is, of course, much shorter in stature, a little bit slower, but skips and scurries in, and but will be accurate, and will try and use all his experience to get something out of this pitch as well.
Yeah, usually his accuracy is his strength, and he's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve as well. Can bowl cutters and can bowl the slower delivery as well. So he's used to one-day cricket, white ball cricket. So something else for the Sussex pair to deal with here. This is slapped to the leg side, and Van der Hooten's got a chase on.
Yeah, well, not really a convincing shot. It's going to run away for 4, but wasn't convincing. I think it was slightly out of control. Maybe looked like he was leaning back on the shot a little bit, Price, and so didn't get a very good connection. It was slightly uppish, but in the end he got enough of it to thread it through, and it races away.
Yeah, there's no timing on that. More by luck than judgment, really. Just finds that gap on that leg side, and once the ball's through, it's away to this boundary.
So a little rework. Callum Nichols there, palming it round to Jack Cope-Bell, who's now doing the sweeper's job on the offside. Gets a chance to stand next to the coach for this competition, David Harrison, who's just standing next to him, maybe feeding bits of information on.
The Ibrahim now faces first ball. And a shout close. Just an inside edge, I think, or maybe no, umpire is going to signal. No, he has signalled it as runs, so an inside edge. Close though, close call.
I think they felt that was pretty close. Andy Gorvin thought he was in business for LBW there for a bit, I think, until just managed to lay a little bit of wood on the inside of onto the ball.
Sometimes that's all you want from your first ball, isn't it? Just get something on it, get up the other end, get a run under your belt.
Well, we've got a problem here. Just looking at wicket-keeper, I'm not sure what's happened here. Alex Horton is down, and the pad is off, and I think he's done something to his lower leg here.
Yeah.
It doesn't look very good the way that he's.
Is that his right calf that he's holding at the moment, or maybe the groin area? I think he slid, didn't he, to field that off the edge, and whether he's done something. Looks in a bit of pain, doesn't he?
He is. Whatever's happened, it looks painful. So is this a calf tear or something? I wonder what's happened. Obviously he was out there for a long time batting as well, and so he would have been very hot, and would have had to try and rehydrate as quickly as possible. So he turned to pull there. I think that was it. He's turned to run, and it looks a little bit like either he slightly lost his footing or his calf when he's pushed off there has just felt a little tear or something give way. That's kind of what it looks like.
He's in some pain, isn't he? You see the head just rock back there. And as you said, he was out there for a long time batting. The legs are probably heavy as it is, having to come out and keep wicket as well. The good thing for Glamorgan is they have got plenty of wicket keepers in this team. Henry Hurl and Will Smale as well.
Yeah, so probably you think that Will Smale might be the one to come on. Although you're not allowed to. Well, would you better bring a sub wicket keeper on and bring Harry Wallace to keep? I don't know. Is that allowed?
Harry Wallace as well. Yeah. I think Mr. Blake Bint is the man for that when it comes to the rules. But we've seen the substitute fielder rule be a problem in the championship, haven't we, early on in the season? And I think Alex Horton's got a problem here.
Yeah,
I think.
My feeling here that he might be done. I don't know. He just looks like he's writhing around in pain a lot at the moment. Looks to me like probably a calf tear or something like that. I think it's straight off. He's pulled his trousers up to the knee and his shoes and socks straight off, just so the physios can get access to the calf. And I think it's probably that's the end of his match. Well, we'll all remember it for that wonderful century earlier on. But let's just hope this isn't too serious. Let's hope it's something he can recover from very quickly. He won't want to sit out many matches in this competition, having done what he's done already with the bat. So, well, Harry Wallace is out on the field now, number 81 on his back, and looks like he's come out to join. I don't think there's any sign that he's got the gloves on though. So Horton's putting the stuff back on, is he? Well, that's good. That's really good. For a minute I just thought he was definitely done, but just to see how he goes. So young Harry Wallace has run onto the pitch and is going to sort of now head straight back off again. So maybe they're just going to suck it and see here. Alex Horton's walking very gingerly.
He's just trying to, I think, just sort of stride it out a little bit, isn't he? He's just trying to stretch it whilst he's walking. And
I mean, there are some injuries that you can run off, but I'm not sure calf strain if it is that, but we don't know definitively what it is. But
good news nonetheless that it's not a serious injury, that or presumably so at this stage, that he's carrying on anyway. Because the concern was after that brilliant 100 that if he picked up a serious injury, the competition is so fast paced and there's so many games back to back that he would miss a significant chunk of it.
Well, I'm sure Alex Horton just wants Andy Gorvin to just bowl it straight to his gloves. Don't give him anything down the leg side where he has to shuffle across. Well, he's moving a lot more easily now, jogging straight back down. You can see him there on the left of your picture, just jogging down to take his place. Seems to be moving reasonably well. So I wonder what it was, whether it's a long-standing injury that he's had or something else. But you'd see him there, you wouldn't think anything's happened. Number 37 on the right of your picture now, going to his mark.
And it didn't seem like an impact injury from when he put the dive in on the ground. As you said, it seemed to be from when he turned.
Pushed off.
Yeah.
Well, good news that he seems to be okay. And we are sending our good healing vibes towards that leg. And as Dan Dalthwaite is going to continue from the Devon Road end. Bowling to Price on 27. Drives a little bit aerially. Was in the air for a little while. There was an ooh and an ah from the Glamorgan fielders nearby.
Yeah, a bit uppish that time from Price. I think he just, as he was completing the shot, just leant back slightly. And as he said, a bit of an ooh and ah around the ground. The pressure still seems, fairly large for the Sussex batters, even though they have got a little bit more breathing room. The 2 wickets have helped. Still, that run rate just under 7. No, required run rate. Sorry. The throw goes in at the stumps again from. I think that was. Is that Hopewell?
That was Andy Gorvin, I think.
Andy Gorvin, sorry.
I think it was
mid-wicket.
Probably, my feeling is he might just have got in, but it would have been tight. But I think he was probably just there. Was Price.
Glamorgan's throw-in hasn't been great so far, has it? It's
well, I think it's quite. Again, we've talked about this being Gone again. Douthwaite strikes for a second time. Big celebrations, fist pumps, and another key breakthrough. Glamorgan have their third wicket and really taking a foothold in this game now.
Yeah, brilliant from Douthwaite again. Similar dismissal to last time. I thought that he might have got a leading edge on that, Ibrahim, but it struck the pad first, and we'll wait for the replay to see the how close that was. I thought it was Price then heading on, but
it's just Price also wandered towards the pavilion to get a drink, I think.
See from this angle. Yeah, straight in front is he walks across his stumps. The only question I had was whether he got a leading edge on it, but obviously not. It's pretty bang in front. Maybe going down from that angle.
It was a sort of possibly clipping leg, wasn't it? Or just
probably an umpire's call.
Umpire's call, probably, if those facilities were available, you'd think. But, well, the benefit of the doubt has gone to the Glamorgan bowler. And so Glamorgan have their third wicket. 61 for 3 now, Sussex Sharks, chasing 296. And, well, that'll just, again, keep that run rate suppressed. Glamorgan hope, just as a new batter has to come in and play himself in. And that, rather than working it round or striking the ball confidently as you'd expect from a batter who, like Price, has been there for more than 30 balls.
And Jack Leanin in now for Sussex, experienced player, leading run scorer for Kent in this competition last year, so knows this competition very well. Douthwaite just outside the off stump. Leanin lets it go through.
Well, Alex Horton seems to be moving okay. I had to get down low to pick that one up, and seems to be all right. He's having a little chat.
It's a strange one, that, wasn't it? Because he seemed in a lot of pain, and now doesn't seem to be affected by it at all.
Unless it's cramp. Could have been cramp.
Yeah,
I mean, that is... Yeah.
Yeah.
Aerial again there. No one in at short catch and cover, though. They're going to think about 2 to Henry Hill, but he's got a good arm on him. And they decide to keep it to 1. Yeah, thinking about it now, actually, cramp possibly because he's been out there for so long and got 100 and is dehydrated, and the muscle's much more likely to cramp if they're dehydrated. So I don't know whether they've just given him a quick massage, made him drink some pickle juice. Isn't that what they do these days?
I think it wouldn't be for me. I can tell you that. I can tell you that now. But yeah, I think you're right, Ash. I think possibly that. Half-hour break as well in between. Obviously not sure what he did in that break, but might have just cooled the muscles down. And of course, when you're keeping as well, you're up and down constantly, so putting pressure on those muscles. The end of the over, 62 for 3 are Sussex after 16. Wicket in that over of Dan Ibrahim.
Yep. So it feels like Glamorgan definitely, on top. I would say 3 wickets. Is a good start, good inroads. Of course, Glamorgan were in a much worse position. They were 5 down by this stage, and so we've got to also put that into perspective. That Glamorgan were in trouble. Have Sussex got a partnership or a couple of players who can do something similar? And that's probably the question here.
Well, Price has done pretty well here so far. He's just found his feet, hasn't he? And 28 off 37, and Leanin, as we've mentioned, was the leading run scorer in this competition last year. So somebody who knows how to score runs in this format. So this could be a key partnership here for Sussex if they can put one together, and it'll be an important partnership to break for Glamorgan. Gorvin trying to do that now, and straight past the bat. Good gloves from Horton, standing up. This is the in vogue thing now, isn't it? Keeper up. I mean, with Andy Gorvin anyway, the keeper was always up, but
it's certainly been a new fashion, a new trend, isn't it? Not allowing the batter to get out of the crease, and if they stay back, brings in LBW much more so than if they can get forward. So another single. Yep, Price going nicely. Where you feel like he feels like a key man, Tom Price now. having got in, can he stay in and find one or two people to join him just to keep this chase going? I think, again, run rate, it's creeping up towards 7 again, but the sense is that can change, as I think that was that a stumping or even an edge maybe?
Umpires, no, signal for runs.
So I think it was an edge. Well, that's the disadvantage of standing up, I suppose, that catches like that you don't take, but would have been a very good catch. If you get a thick edge, it's almost impossible for the keeper.
You feel like Gorvin's starting to make a few inroads here, asking a few questions of Price at the minute. Just getting into his rhythm. One ball left of his second over.
Scampers in. Just be one more, so just 4 singles from the over. 66 for 3. Now Sussex chasing 296, and we're probably moving into that period now where can feel quiet in the game. Sussex will just not want to lose any wickets, just want to keep working the ball round, trying to put away anything that's on offer in terms of boundary balls, but give themselves a chance really to get in towards the closing stages of the chase with a few wickets in hand, and so they can have a dash for it.
Yeah, a few spectators here might be just starting to nod off, maybe a few pints in the tank already. It's getting to that stage of late afternoon, early evening, wide from Douthwaite to start. It's not where he wants to be after a good last over, taking that wicket second. That's well wide, isn't it? Just dragged it almost off the square. Worked into the leg side nicely, looking for 2, but Hope Bell comes around quickly and does well to keep it to 1.
Yeah, of course, that is the advantage of having other young fielders inside, that they tend to be good at covering the ground and bringing us some youthful athleticism to the side.
Well, he's been moved out of the covers now, out to be a boundary rider, and he was looking sharp in the covers earlier, and looking sharp on this deep square boundary as well. I mean, he'll be obviously thrilled with his innings, but he'll just have all the energy in the world, won't he, after that? Douthwaite in again, wrapped on the pads.
Oh, I think that one probably just going down. He half-hearted appeal in the end, didn't fully go through with it, done Douthwaite.
I think we could see that from here.
But the ones that he is firing up there do seem to be getting through more often than not. He's had a couple of LBW decisions go his way, and seems like a good bet. Maybe he's just surprising them with the speed through the air when he goes full. When he does arch his back, he can get it through sort of good mid-80s. Oh,
good
well fielded.
Yeah, really well done. I think that's is that Will Smale in there?
Yeah.
Got a hand to it, stopped it from going down to the boundary. Really good from Smale, and gets a round of applause from the crowd here. And just with Douthwaite, I think, as you said, he does try things. He is an experimental bowler and doesn't always get it right, and I think that's where some of the inconsistency sometimes comes from. But when he does get it right, he's got a wide skill set to use, can vary his length, his pace, his line pretty well. Will go for runs now and again, but will bring you wickets as well.
Yeah, that's I'd say that's how it feels, isn't it, with him? You're right, he's not a metronomic bowler who does the same thing every ball, but has the ability to sort of bowl a brisk length and surprise you with the odd sharp bouncer, fire up a Yorker, kind of all-action cricketer. He lives for big moments, but this is not one of them. Again, this one, he stops and stares at the umpire, trying to make him change his mind, imploring him to raise the finger.
Height an issue on this one potentially. Yeah, just it's above that knee roll, doesn't it? Maybe did it clip the back leg?
Height must have been the only thing, but I suppose he possibly got the benefit of the doubt on the last one, so maybe the umpire's just evening things up there a little bit. So leaning on 4.
A high back lift leaning. Quite a it's quite tight to the body in his stance. Gets a single. That's the end of the over. Sussex 71 for 3. With Price and leaning. Tom Price on 32. Jack Leaning has only just come out to the crease. 5 off 8. And Glamorgan in a decent position here. That run rate required has just crept up above 7 and over. Run rate just shy of 4 at the moment. As Andy Gorvin comes in again for the start of his 3rd over. And that's played out to Will Smale. Gorvin with a decent start here, 0 for 11 from his first 2. Captain today, captain for this competition. Gorvin in again and just pushed out to Hope Bell down at long extra cover or deep extra cover for a single, and Price will bring Price back on strike. And Blake Bint is back alongside me. Blake, what have you made of the last few overs or so?
Well, just keeping it tight, aren't they? A couple of chances. That's a nice shot though.
Yeah, he's just worked that one through the covers region. Strong hands from Price. Really wristy shot, but well balanced as well. Down on one knee, used those wrists to perfection through the diving fielders at cover. And Gorvin back in again. Looking to drive again is Price, and he'll get another one. Similar region. Straight to that white fence in front of the VIP area at Neath. So back-to-back boundaries for Tom Price. And just gives his side a lift in this over.
Yeah, we said it frequently in the Glamorgan innings, didn't we? But I feel like it's appropriate to say it again now that this is the key partnership for Sussex.
And he might get another one. He has. This time through mid-wicket, flat bat, sort of pull shot, low pull shot. And Gorvin is going for a few here. This time back of a length, just sits up. And it's meat and drink for Price, who quickly moved on to 44.
Yeah, he's seen that coming, hasn't he? 2 over pitched balls he's driven, so he drops a bit shorter and he's waiting on the back foot for it.
This time off the back foot, can only find Will Smale. And that's the end of the over. That's an expensive one for Andy Gorvin. 13 from it. Sussex 84 for 3. A really important over for them. That run rate's crept up now to 4.42, where it was dwindling below 4 just before that. And Tom Price finds himself 6 shy of a 50 as Jack Leanin looks to face Dan Douthwaite again.
Yeah, going along nicely, Tom Price. Going at a good rate as well. Dan Douthwaite, he's been impressive so far though.
And he skittled
him. Jack Leaning goes. I think there was a bit of bat or a bit of pad involved. Sound like 2 noises, but it doesn't matter. Dan Douthwaite gets a 3rd, and he's only been on for 4 overs and 1 ball. And that's a big wicket. That's a lot of experience in this Sussex team. Has just been removed for just 6.
Well, Jack Leaning got 21 against Glamorgan in the county championship. He's not going to get that today as Dan Douthwaite strikes for a 3rd time through the gate of Jack Leaning. And this is why Dan Douthwaite has become one of Glamorgan's most important white ball players just through the gate. Yeah, I think maybe a bit of an inside edge, as you said, Blake, on that, and that is a really, really important wicket, just as Sussex was starting to get some momentum from Price at the other end. After an expensive over, Douthwaite gets another breakthrough, and you'd have to say the pendulum swings back again in Glamorgan's favour.
Yeah, that's an important one. Even though it was so early on in the innings, it's not like the wicket of Price, which would be worthy because of the runs he's scored, but just the experience Leaning's got.
Yeah,
he's the oldest player in this side, and
averaged 54 in this competition last year.
Yeah, and someone who's got a lot of runs in this format in general. Nearly over 2,000 runs in this format.
Brings Finn Hudson-Prentice to the crease, who ended up with a fifer in the first innings. Experienced all-rounder for Sussex. He's in, drive in, straight back to Douthwaite, who stares him out. Douthwaite's fired up now. A few, I'm sure, friendly words exchanged between the two. And this is when Dan Douthwaite is at his best. When he's got his tail up, the head is held high, the shoulders are strong, and he's a really dangerous white ball player when he's in this kind of mood. He comes in again and whisked outside the off stump was Hudson-Prentice. Dan Douthwaite with his hands on his head. He's hungry for another one.
Yeah, he's in a really good rhythm, isn't he, Dan? He's didn't have the best of times in this tournament last year. As someone who hasn't played in it a great deal, because he is often picked up in the 100. Not this year, nor was he last year. So good to see him off to a good start.
Douthwaite in again. This time Hudson-Prentice just defends into the onside. So off the back of a expensive over from Andy Gorvin, this is a really tight one from Dan Douthwaite so far. Wicket with the first ball, 3 dots to follow. And as we approach the 20 over mark, again that run rate required up towards 7 as Hudson-Prentice looks to cut that one away, but comes off the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, last year played in 6 games in this competition, took just 2 wickets at an average of 161, and he went at over 7 and over. So,
well, he's eclipsed his wicket total from last year within the first 4.5 overs anyway, or within the first 4 overs rather. That 3rd wicket. Last ball of this over then, as Hudson-Prentice will get off the mark. Just drives one down on the offside, and it will bring a very good over from Dan Douthwaite. 1 from it and a wicket. 20 overs gone. Sussex 85 for 4. And the match still in the balance. Run rate is 4.25. Required just over 7. So Sussex, as we've said repeatedly today, when Glamorgan were in a similar position, 4 down and built a partnership, anything can happen. If these two can build that partnership, Price is going really well at the moment, then they'll be in with a shout. But at the moment, it's the home side who are in control.
Well, Gorvin's going to keep himself on, despite going for 13 in the previous over. And Hudson-Prentice, who's pinched the strike, can only find Smale. So it's just attack from one end, you would suggest now. Still to come, Jack Carson, and then you're into Toby Munt, the debutant, Dom Goodman, Ollie Kirtley and Troy Henry. So there's not a lot of experience with the bat once you get past Hudson-Prentice, and then Jack Carson, who has really come into his own with the bat in the last couple of years. He's had a couple of centuries to his name in red ball cricket in the last couple of years.
Gorvin in, short run up from Gorvin. Always had a short run up, but seems to me even shorter today.
Yeah, he changes his run up. He's got two different run ups. He's got a white ball one, a white ball action, and a red ball action. Yeah, they are slightly different. Nearly sneaking through. Just a bit of movement off the surface. It seemed that Hudson Prentice was making it look like. He's 1 from 9 balls, so he's not settled straight away against the two differing seamers of Douthwaite and Gorvin. 4 dots in a row. Happy to take 5.
It's a much better over from Gorvin. Can he finish it off with a maiden after, which would be a remarkable comeback after going for 13 in his last. But always gives an exasperated shout after he delivers the ball and sneaks through. And that's a really good over from Andy Gorvin. Maiden, Sussex, 21 gone, 85 for 4. Good comeback from the captain. And a few there that weren't too far away from hitting the stumps.
Yeah, good over. Maiden, as you said. And just builds up a bit of pressure once again. You can see the run rate required on your screen, 7.28. While still a long way to go and 4 wickets down, they're going to need a partnership of similar proportions to what we saw from Hope Bell and Horton if they're going to get near this total, 296.
Douthwaite in again, and that one's just prodded out to the offside. Come through for 1. Be interesting to see how Andy Gorvin uses Dan Douthwaite here, because presumably he will bowl at the end. He's usually a reliable death bowler. Already, well, this is into his 6th over now. So it'll be interesting to see if he keeps him back for some overs at the end or whether he wants to keep the pressure on. And it's worked down to mid-on.
Well, I wonder if Gorvin might try get Franco on from that far end and then switch ends himself, or potentially go back to Van der Gookten just to try go for the jugular, while Sussex are frail at 86 for 4.
Yeah, Van der Gookten's got 3 left. He's 1 for 14. Gone for just 2 and over. Done a really good job at the top, did Van der Houten, and it's a good dive in the deep. Prevents the 2. Gets a round of applause. That's Henry Hurl out there, who's done some good work on the boundary already.
Yeah, Glamorgan's mantra seems to be, all the youngsters, you can do the running around on the boundary. Us old boys will stand in the ring. Old being anything 25 and over.
They come through for a single, comfortable single in the end, and Hope Bell was there to back it up.
It's like X Factor, isn't it? Remember as a kid, you used to feel really old in seeing the over 25s category. You think they're really old, and now that's what it's like being Glamorgan in the ring. If you're over 25,
you've got a bus pass. Yeah, the closer I creep to 30, the body feels worse every year. They come through for a quick single, really well fielded by McIlroy down at mid-on. Saves a 4. It was a good punch down the ground. That time from Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, he'll feel better for that. Only a single, but it's a good signs as a batter when you're nailing that shot.
Price now on 46, just 4 shy of a half century. Douthwaite in and skied in the air. It's going to land safe. Is it going to go to the boundary and bring up that half century? It does, just trickles over the rope. Hope Bell in pursuit, and that is 50 up for Tom Price, who has batted really well here. 50 off exactly 50 balls, and a really important contribution for Sussex as they go to 93 for 4 off 22 overs, and Price will be very pleased with his work so far.
Yeah, he's batted well and needed to. He's stuck around when Sussex batters have fallen around him. George Thomas did occupy the crease for some time, but other than him, it's been pretty much Tom Price or bust, and that is his first half century in white ball cricket, bettering his 45, his previous best in List A, which came in his time at Gloucestershire. Andy Gorvin continuing. And finding the inside half of the bat.
Hudson Prentice was thinking about a single, but Byram was sharp in there at mid-wicket. I've got to give a shout out to Josh Harrison, my former captain down at Lewis Priory CC in Sussex, who's texted me that he's listening from down there.
Oh, down the leg side.
Shoots through.
Yeah, gone away for 5, and Andy Gorvin just holds his hand up to somebody and one of his teammates to offer a hand of apology. And now to Alex Horton, but it doesn't go against his figures, it's against his own. And after his maiden last time, he'll be disappointed with that, but comes back well.
Yeah, disappointing that, well, there was one from the overthrow earlier, and now one off the bowling of Andy Gorvin. Just some free runs there for Sussex.
Pushing back. He's got a grunt when he bowls, Gorvin, making every ounce of effort. The medium pacer.
Wouldn't be out of place on the tennis courts behind us with his grunting.
Beats Hudson Prentice, looking to drive through the offside. There is a big gap between Nichols and Smale. Hope Bell is beneath us, pursuing the boundary, but patrolling the boundary would probably be a better phrase. But there is a gap if he can get it through. Aerially up to mid-on.
Hudson Prentice just struggling a little bit here to get the ball away. He's 3 off 19, and he's just struggled to find the gaps, hasn't he? It's quite a tight ring field in front of him. He's just struggled to get it away at the moment.
Yeah, it's built up quickly as well, because Gorvin is rattling through his deliveries as that's another over comes to pass. Just the 5 wides coming from it. 98 for 4.
Yeah, it's almost like a spinner, isn't he? The rate that he's getting through is over, which will please the Glamorgan hierarchy or Glamorgan coaches, just keeping that pressure on, not really giving the batters too much time to think about what they're going to do. As we see, Franco will come on now at this David Road end. Some instructions from Gorvin as the field moves to Franco's liking.
Just seen Harry Wallace on the field for the first time as well, doing some substitute duties for Dan Douthwaite, who's just come off to have a well-earned rest and a drink. So this is, I believe this must be the first time the 17-year-old has been in a first team fixture for Glamorgan.
He's just taking his place at short third man. So the field for Franco. He's got long off, long on. He's got a deep square and a deep cover, deep extra cover as well. Starts with a dot. Decent pace on that delivery from Franco. And Price is forward and just knocks it down to long on.
We saw the Sussex spinners look to bowl with a fair bit of pace, just fire it in. I'd like to see Franco give it some air, see what they can do, but it is a small ground. You're always hesitant as a spinner to do that.
Well, yeah, and if he can mix it up and get that right, it will cause a lot of problems. But as you say, if you get that wrong, then you are vulnerable. And this time Hudson Prentice just pads it back to Andy Gorvin. Down the pitch this time, Hudson Prentice, and pushes it down towards long on. Bit of a fumble, but he'll keep it to 1. And with Gorvin and Franco at either end now, we can expect to see these overs rattle through pretty quickly. This middle part of the game. Big shot. Has it found a gap? It has. Won't go for 4. We cut off down there on the boundary. They'll come through for 2. But first time we've seen either of these two really go after Romano Franco. Didn't time it particularly well. And the young man will see that as an opportunity. Forward this time, strong in defence is Price, and that'll end Franco's first over. 4 from it. Solid enough start from him. And Sussex are 102 for 4.
Yeah, good start for Franco. As a spinner, you always just want to settle in, buy yourself another over. And he's done that.
Dan Douthwaite off the field for Wallace at the moment. Just getting a drink to the right hand side of us.
Romano Franco as well looked to build on from the campaign he started last year. He was given a short-term contract for this competition with Mason Crane and Ben Kellaway, the frontline spinners, away at the 100. And he didn't have a disgraceful tournament for the first one as a teenager. 5 wickets. 5 wickets at an average just under 60, so it wasn't the best, but could have gone far worse. When a runner ball as well, so didn't disgrace himself with his economy. As Andy Gorvin is going to take a rest after 5 overs. Tim van der Gugten's going to come on to try and grab this 5th wicket.
And we saw Sussex do a similar thing to this, didn't we? They paired a youngster with a more experienced bowler at the other end, just to kind of provide some insurance maybe. Maybe that's the thinking with Gorvin.
Oh, and think about a quick single, but there isn't one there. He's got a slip back in as well. Van der Gugten, Smales in at first slip. Deep third, fine leg, deep square and deep cover. The 4 fielders outside the circle permitted at this stage. As we're nearing halfway, remember Sussex chasing 296. Thanks to hundreds from Horton and Hope Bell.
And Hope Bell does that fielding this time. Absolutely remarkable innings on debut here. And we saw Franco make his debut here last year. This ground will mean a lot to Romano Franco, and now it'll mean a lot to Jack Hope Bell as well with that knock. And whatever happens here for the rest of the day will live long in the memory.
Certainly will. No run again this time. Every dot Glamorgan will feel we're adding pressure to the Sussex Sharks. Tom Price, though, will know that the longer he stays there, the better a chance Sussex have of chasing down this total.
Yeah, just 18 runs in the last 5 overs for the 1 wicket. It's about 3.5, just over 3.5. Run rate required now up over 7.5.
Yeah, and with Carson the only recognised batter to come, they won't want to be needing too many when relying on the tail. Toby Munt did score a half century in a second 11 fixture just a few weeks ago, but the standard is not quite comparable when you've got Tim van der Gugten running in at you. And Nichols does well to keep it to no run. Hudson Prentice still struggling, 5 off 25 now, just finding time for himself, biding it.
Yeah, and you almost feel if Hudson Prentice is going to find the boundary, he's going to have to do it with a big expansive shot at the moment. He's really struggling to pick the gaps. But good bowling from Van der Houten here. He's carried on from his first spell. Just 2 from this over. Look to finish it off here.
Driven firmly, but again can't get through the field. So at the end of the 25th over the halfway stage, Sussex 104 for 4. At this stage, Glamorgan were 118 for 5. Aled Hopkins has left for the time being, and we're going to have Ashley Crowther back in a moment. The batter's just getting a refreshment, and Harry Wallace, his 2 overs of service is done as well. Dan Douthwaite back on the field, and 25 overs to go, halfway. Sussex needing a further 192. How are they going to chase this down, Ash? What's the game plan?
Well, it's a good question, and well, as Glamorgan had, they need 1 or 2 really good partnerships. I think here it's interesting that they're behind where Glamorgan were, even though Glamorgan really did struggle for large parts of the first half of their innings. It was just, I guess, about this stage when we started to see that impressive Hope Bell Horton partnership really get going, and they probably need something similar here, and possibly also need to get after someone. You think they need a couple of big overs really just to kind of get things moving, get things shifting, and the question is, do they try and target someone? Is the young left arm spinner the one they're going to try and target? I think looking to play shots against him here. Sweep shot there. And they've got to try and find ways of scoring so they don't leave themselves too much to do. Of course, the longer it goes on, the longer they fail to reach the required rate. It comes down the pitch. I think that's what they're trying. This is in the air. Chance possibly. Just drops in front of Henry Hull, running in. So maybe there's a sign of that pressure starting. Maybe they do think that Romano Franco is the one that they've got to get after to put some pressure on Glamorgan now. They seem to be dictating terms at the moment, Glamorgan. They'll be really happy with the run rate. Dan Douthwaite's got them the wickets they need as well. So got to try and get moving. So big appeal. He's given. Franco strikes. And the young spinner gets his first wicket in the match. And he deserves that, as bowled well. They're putting him under a bit of pressure, trying to start scoring off him. And he's got a straight one that Price has missed. And the half centurion, the man whom this Sussex innings was being built around, is now on his way. So height again, a possible question, hit him on the knee roll, but I think it probably would have just clipped the bells, trimmed the bells, and that's enough in the umpire's view. And so it's Price who's on his way.
Yeah, he went back. There was a bit of bounce from Franco. He's a tall man for a youngster. Does get a bit of bounce, but he did go on the back foot, did Tom Price. Probably one of those 50-50 ones. The umpire must have been a bowler in his day. But an important wicket for Glamorgan, and you're right, Franco. He probably will have to withstand a bit of aggression coming towards him, but he's got the reward. But I think if you're Sussex, I think you're right, Ash, that they need to get after someone, and why not go after the teenager? Because past the front line 5 bowlers, the 6th bowler is Jack Hope-Bell, who is no more than a part-timer, and on debut you could easily, once he bowls, then you could almost get into him, and then you've got to go back to trying someone else again. So
yeah, you're right. If they can put one bowler under a lot of pressure, you think then it does pose some difficulties for Andy Gorvin. But if Romano Franco can respond like that, then what I liked about the delivery was the drift. It started quite wide outside off stump, didn't it? And then it really kind of came in and straightened, sort of drifted it in the air. And I think that was why it was a difficult delivery to play. It sort of shot on as soon as it pitched as well and slammed in front. So first wicket, an important one. And so new batter to have a bowl at. The skipper, Jack Carson, who's off the mark.
Yes, the last of their recognised batters, really. A bowling all-rounder, though. Carson, 190 runs in this competition last year, 2 50s, but he has got a couple of county championship hundreds to his name, so certainly capable. But then you are into Toby Munt, Dom Goodman, Ollie Kirtley and Troy Henry as the last 4. So Glamorgan will definitely feel they're on top.
Just having a look, who's off the pitch at the moment? Harry Wallace is on, isn't he? Did I see Harry Wallace on the pitch, or has he been and gone?
He was on. I think he's been and gone. Douthwaite was off for a couple of overs just to grab a drink.
Oh, there we go.
But he's back on now.
Great.
Good spell from him, wasn't it? 6 overs.
Yeah, very good. It's that wicket-taking ability, isn't it? Just kind of that ability to make something happen. It's not always kind of regulation, line and length, but he does have that ability to take wickets and kind of be the hero in the big moment, and that's what he's done again. So back to Tim van der Hoosten. There's 2 overs left.
Yeah, I think it's been a good bowling change here. Back to Van der Gugten. Oh, and he again just creates that pressure. Every ball, he's gone at 2 and over here, and when Sussex need 8, just under 8 and over at this stage at 5 down, it's a lot to ask. So bringing back your bowler who keeps it tight.
Well, can you believe it's the 27th over and Glamorgan have got 2 slips in, so that probably says something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
About how confident they are in the bowler, but also the match situation.
Well, I get it in some regard, because if you take another wicket now, you're confident you're going to win the game. But also, I would just say, just don't leave the gaps, just plug the gaps. You can have 1 slip, but I think 2 is a bit unnecessary. I'd just have another man in at cover personally, but Gorvin's played a lot more cricket than I have at this level.
Well, it's probably, I imagine it's just that, can we go bang bang, can we take 2 quick wickets and really knock the stuffing out of Sussex? And I think they feel like probably Andy Gorvin feels that Tim van der Hoosten is so much in his groove here. I mean, it's been immaculate, hasn't it, really? I think he had 1 over where he went for a couple of boundaries, but you take that out and he's been for the odd single here and there. It's been exceptional. So I think he's confident of his ability just to put it on a line and length at decent speed on off stump or just outside, and thinks with a new batter at the crease, Carson, if you can get him to nick off, then Glamorgan really are in business.
Full face. does play with confidence, Carson. But I think Gorvin's already showed the kind of captain he's looking to be in this competition. He's been aggressive, even outside the power play. He's not had 4 fielders outside the circle all that often. He's only got 2 outside the circle now, as if it is the power play. And yeah, it just shows he's following in Kieran Carlson's philosophy, really. They are in the driving seat. Oh, and that does find the outside half of the bat, just open the face.
Well, sometimes when you've got 2 new batters in, actually having that tight ring of fielders in a circle round, saving one, it can be quite hard. If you're in and playing yourself in, what you would like is a gap where you can just play a defensive shot and roll into a gap and get off strike, and you feel better about life. But if you just can't even do that because you're forced into playing a shot early on to try and push through the gaps or hit it over the top or something like that, then a much more difficult prospect. So maybe that's the thinking. Yeah, 4 fielders saving one on the offside now. Slips have come out. I think they're putting the slips in for Carson. Edson Prentice has been around for a little bit longer. I mean, he's been there for nearly 30 balls, but only got 7 to his name, so that says something, that what a struggle it's been for him so far.
Well, another over worth 2 for Van der Gugten. Feels like we can almost say that before the first ball of the over's bowled. He's just been that consistent. He's only got 1 left now, but I think Glamorgan can happily bowl him out and just say, well, he's done his job, building the pressure, and at 109 for 5, it's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, he has. So we're still 23 overs to go. The rate at more than 8. That's they're going to have to score well and score quickly. This is like if you bring that sort of into a more T20 context. That's a reasonable scoring rate. They're going to run on a misfield. Oh, Henry Hill just couldn't quite pick it up, and they decide to come back on it. So Romano Franco settled down nicely with that wicket. It's been pretty tidy. I think, of course, a former wicket keeper himself, of course, Franco. Oh, good stop for a moment. I thought that was a catch, but it just dropped short of Callum Nichols in there at short cover. Swings. That's a good connection, and that's 6. So maybe they do sense that Romano Franco is the one they need to go after if they're to get back into this game, and that is a nice clean hit, picked up from outside off stump and hit over mid wicket. 1 bounce into the crowd there. So how can Franco respond? Comes down the wicket again. It's just going to be 1 down to Dan Douthwaite there at long off. Just feel like that Callum Nichols thinks he's in the game here at short cover. There's a couple have gone near to him. 1 just fell slightly short of him. If driving at Romano Franco, if he can get some loop and dip and just force that misjudgment so one of those cover drives goes to the air, I think Callum Nichols thinks he's in business. We'll see.
I do like that he's not been shy to give it some air.
Yeah.
Even that ball that sailed over the boundary. You know, I like these, sensing a wicket-taking opportunity.
He seems to have a nice repeatable action, doesn't he? A natural loop. Get some drift in the air as well, as we've seen. Another single. So, end of the over. 119 for 5. Apart from the 1 boundary, looking pretty tidy. Forcing a couple of little misjudgments is Franco. So he's still got another 7 overs to bowl. So probably, you feel like from a Glamorgan perspective, how he goes is really important here. Not loads of choices beyond him, as Blake was saying. And so it looks like it is going to be Tim van der Hoofen to finish off. Been fantastic so far. Just 18 runs conceded from his 9 overs so far, including a couple of maidens, 1 wicket to his name.
Starts by building pressure once more. Carson knows he's got to dig in. For someone who's just 25, it has to be said he's got a lot of experience, Jack Carson. Played well over 100 games in his career already. Got a big job to do here. That's nicely punched, but Hope Bell, well, I said he was almost as if he had to be the shadow of Kieran Carlson in that cover region earlier on when I was on commentary, and he hasn't disappointed yet.
They look like a good couple of fielders, don't they, the young lads, Nichols and Hope Bell in there. You normally put your best fielders at point and cover, and that's where those two are at the moment. So, yeah, look lively, got good hands as well.
It's no surprise to see how the Glamorgan under-18 side won the County Cup last year. You know, best side in the across all of England and Wales. When you've got Jack Hope Bell, Tom Norton, we already know so much about. Callum Nichols is a little bit older, but then there's also a couple of lads waiting to come through. Harry Wallace, obviously, in the squad today. You've got a couple of young lads, Jack Kensington, Thomas Edwards have been.
He got 100 in the final, didn't he, Kensington? I think.
Yeah. Orn edged third, has a lot to do. Does well. Does McElroy. They're going to come back for two, but it was two saved from McElroy because that did travel quickly. Yeah, he looked a good player, Kensington. He scored I think 140 for Ammanford earlier this year.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good young players.
And 100 against Cardiff Met in a 3-day friendly. I noticed they played, which would also be full of quality players that have played a lot of second 11 cricket.
Feels like just bubbling under at the moment. You'd probably say there's a lot of batters who are catching the eye, but I think actually they've got quite a lineup of spinners as well who maybe need to go that extra step. But there's Jack Cosker, Dean Cosker's lad, another Newport player who's a good prospect. And there's a few others. Went to watch a day of one under-18 game the other day, and I think they had about 6 or 7 spinners in the side.
Oh,
the
wow.
under-18s did. So
well, I suppose they have the restrictions on seam bowlers, though, don't they? They can only bowl due to their age a certain number in a spell, whereas a spinner has an unlimited allowance. So that might be a reason the under-18s are in action at the moment at Newport. Nicely played. Again, just able to rotate the strike, take 3 from the over. Tim van der Gugten finishes a remarkable 10-over spell, 1 for 21, and his job done means Glamorgan are in a much better position because of it, and Sussex needing 8.29 and over from here forward.
Yeah, well, Tim van der Gugten getting a hearty round of applause as he wanders back to his position after putting a proper shift in today. Excellent job, so tight, has just got it on that line and length, not giving them any scraps really. So just needs now the other bowlers to keep backing him up, and well, it's Romano Franco's going to continue from the David Road end. 3 overs, 1 for 17 at the moment. Economy rates are below 6, which is fine. Absolutely fine, and so got to keep going here. It's got to slip in. Big appeal, big appeal. Alex Horton definitely interested, but maybe doing a bit too much that one. We'll have a look. Ooh, maybe he thought it was going down the other side. That was pretty close, that one. Not far off. So, clean strike. And that's going all the way. Just crosses the rope. And so there. Anything up there. I think Carson's going to have a go. Got to somehow try and swing the momentum of this match. And I think as we were discussing, it's maybe targeting the young spinner might be the way to do it. So a game of cat and mouse here. Can he lure him into a mistake? He won't mind singles too much. It's the boundaries, I think, that are going to be the problem. Well, tempted again to run on another misfield. Dan Douthwaite picked up and through to the batsman's end and prevented that extra run being taken.
Well, Douthwaite committed to throw into the keeper there, and Carson at the non-strikers end slipped on his turn back. So that could have been important.
So Franco going a bit flatter. That's driven aerially and nicely timed, actually. Finds a gap. So here's the pressure coming on. This is where you sense the game could be decided. Can Romano Franco get through his overs largely unscathed without going to the boundary too often? This over already worth 11. Goes again. Gets it again. 6 more. Well, this is the big over they were looking for. And there's pressure now on Romano Franco, and Andy Gorvin will also be just hoping his young bowler can come through here. I think you expect your spinner to go for a few now and again. It is the sort of job where you can get hit every so often, but responds well, goes a little bit flatter, and ends the ball with a dot. So good over that one. And questions now for Andy Gorvin as to who he brings on to replace Tim van der Huften, who's been bowled out now.
Yeah, interesting decisions to be made. I think if they're looking for wickets while also trying to contain the game, stop it from going to 50 overs, I wouldn't be surprised to see Franco brought off just while these two are in and have got a good sight of him. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring him off now, get a double change on. Jamie McElroy's coming on from the Llantwit Road end, and I wouldn't mind seeing Andy Gorvin from this near end. That's going to be my departing remarks, as Aled Hopkins is going to come back in.
So yeah, Jamie McElroy then swapping ends. Bowled his first spell from the David Road end. Now he's going to resume, and just feels like an interesting moment here, with the game maybe slightly in the balance. Signs of a counter-attack from Sussex, and could just do with something very tight here from one of the senior pros in the side. Yeah, Andy Gorvin will be just wanting McElroy to settle things down again, see if he can just not leak too many from this end, because I think he is going to have to let Romano Franco bowl as many overs as he can from the other end.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum, isn't it, for Gorvin at the minute? Possibly his biggest challenge as captain so far, how he navigates this period as they come through for 2. Will he be tempted to bring himself back on at that other end? And presumably he's keeping Douthwaite back for the end. I suppose, as you said, he's going to have to keep himself for the end as well, isn't he?
Well, I suppose you don't really want Franco bowling too late on. You'd think you'd rather he got through his overs before you get into most of his overs before he get into the last 10. So he's got 6 left, and so in theory could just about be done by over 41, over 42. But question is, I think it'll be a real test for Franco now. This will be.
Yeah, still a bit of breathing room to play with. Still a good few runs to get. Run rate is still only around 4.6. The run rate required creeping up to 8 now, so some breathing room for Franco, but can't afford to be too expensive.
And this is good from McElroy. pretty tight. Just gone from 3 for 3 runs this over so far. Put a little run of dot balls together, and I think that's what his job will be here. Just to try and slow the charge. You got the impression that last over that Hudson Prentice, having had a look, was going to try and get on with it. So too Carson.
Yeah,
and they have to a point, else they're going to leave it too late.
Jamie McElroy has proved he's a man for the moment in this competition. Obviously played in the final in 2024, was a part of that side that won the title, and that's a really good over from him, just to keep things tight and to relieve Franco a little bit.
Well, I think Romano's going to keep going. I think he has to. I think that's a good decision. You don't want to sort of, just because when you take it, you wouldn't want to take a ball off just because he's had one bad over. I think captain now just going to try and come up with a tactical plan, get his fielders in the right place. And Franco has induced a couple of false shots. They just haven't landed with fielders. So it's not as if he hasn't, created a couple of problems. And it's not as if he's being hit cleanly for boundaries every ball. That's a good start. Dot ball to start.
Yeah, exactly right. Colvin's got to get this field right, hasn't he? He's got to give his young bowler a chance. Give him some protection in some places, but also give him a chance to break through this partnership. Carson's done well so far. 14 off 21, and Hudson Prentice has started to find some of the gaps. He started to expand some of his shots after a slow start.
Well, 3 dots. It's a really good start from Franco. Fair play. It's showing he's got a bit of courage as well after the last over, just to get it on the money. That's in the air, and that's actually very well hit. It's a very, very clean strike by Carson off the back foot this time. Sails over our heads and into the car park, and that may mean we need to go looking for another ball.
Yeah, I think that one is in danger of being in the tennis courts. That was the biggest 6 of the day that we've seen, just sails over our heads here in the wooden box, and cannons off something behind. I heard a big thud behind us.
So just felt he had the room to rock back there and hit that off the back foot, pull it. So there's not much margin for error for Romano Franco. Difficult job just to get it right. And every ball, and of course you can't just do the same thing over and over again, because batters will also cotton on to that as well and use their feet to get to the pitch, and that's almost easier to decide what shot to play if you know where it's going to land every time. So got to have some variations. It's got to keep an eye on what the batter's doing, and also got to make sure that he gets the basics right. So we've got a ball.
Yeah, and saw Callum Nichols there chatting to Franco, and this is where you're just missing maybe that more experienced spinner in the side who could just go and have a word with him, settle him down a little bit, just give him a few ideas of what he needs to do, because when you're a young player, these are the moments you need to work through, and you can't buy experience.
Goes full of that time, just a single, good comeback. Didn't give him the chance to get under it and sort of get a bit of elevation on the shot. So went right up full in the block hole then. So can he finish off? Well, that's not a bad effort at all. Oh, disappointing, just ricochets off the knee. I think of who's that? Is that Will Smell there? And a single, so only 8 from it, which actually is less than required rate. So on one level, that's okay. That's pretty decent. Not much is going to change.
Yeah, and they're not able to move the needle on that occasion, despite that big 6. Franco did pretty well for that, especially that first half of that over. And McElroy back on now as well. If he can continue the good line of length that he's bowled so far. 0 for 23 off his 6. Kept it really tight. If he can tighten things up again, more pressure back on Sussex.
So Jamie McElroy then coming in then in his second spell. They take a quick single. Oh, couldn't quite gather it cleanly. Callum Nichols, and they scurry through.
Yeah, good running.
Yeah, so I think that's part of the mix as well, isn't it? In a good chase, the running as well as the hitting, and they responded well to the call there.
And that's the thing, when you're on your toes and you run singles hard, there's an early call. You put pressure on the fielders, and you saw it there. Bit of a fumble from Nichols, and he wasn't able to get a throwaway. As soon as you are really clear in your communication, you set off straight away. It really puts pressure on the fielders.
It's just not an easy surface, I don't think, to pick up on. It is slightly undulating. There are a few lumps and bumps in the outfield, and I think the ball's not going to be quite as true as it would be if you're fielding at Sapphire Gardens, for example, where you're pretty confident about the trajectory and the way the ball is going to run.
Yeah, especially on this offside closest to us now with the slope as well. It's really, really uneven, and we saw it in the first innings, wasn't it? I think it was would have been Price where the ball hopped over his long barrier.
So probably it is worth putting a bit of pressure on a fielder when they're having to pick up on an undulating surface. Why not? It's going to have to be a very good pickup to pick up and throw at speed on that surface. So probably a gamble worth taking. You get away with it more times than not if you both go quickly. So McElroy to Carson. We've seen the power of Carson. Dan Douthwaite does well again, just to judge that as the ball skips up into his hands just as before it arrives. Gets a round of applause for his efforts down there in the far corner.
Yeah, and even a slightly looser delivery there from McElroy, and it was Carson just shifting his weight across to try and change the point of attack. Still only gets one, still only two from the over. So doing his job here, McElroy.
Comes down the pitch, can't get anything on it, so just trying here Hudson Prentice to put McElroy off his line and length, but by shuffling up and down himself. But McElroy wins out that time. The ball slams into the pads and another dot ball, so just two singles from the first 5 balls of this.
Yeah, he looks a bit frustrated, Hudson Prentice, doesn't he? He goes big that time, over the top, and that is a nice shot. Straight down the ground for 4 to end the over. 6 from it. So a good over from McElroy. The run rate required still 8, as we've said, so still under that required run rate.
Didn't quite get the length right there,
No.
I think a little bit full, so it was pretty much a half volley that Hudson Prentice could just swing through the line and hit straight. And once he could get it past the bowler, it was a pretty low risk shot and put it away well. So those boundaries just helping Sussex not to lose touch too much.
And it will be Gorvin to replace Franco from this David Road end. So he rolls the dice here, Gorvin.
So it may be a question now of maybe I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Franco switch round to the other end at some point, and maybe try and leave Douthwaite and Gorvin himself be left to bowl at the end. You think maybe
possibly even
or even
McElroy?
yeah.
He got 3 overs left. Just want to pile as much pressure on early on and really get that required run rate.
So Gorvin, he's got 5 overs left. Franco got 5-2. So I wonder whether that could be the next 10 overs.
As you look at this lineup, I'm not too sure who else be an option bowling. You mentioned Hope Bell bowls a bit of part-time, but you would think it would be an odd decision to bring on a guy on debut who's a part-time bowler.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a good day.
Yeah,
he's the golden boy of the hour, but even that's asking quite a lot. Driven straight and timed really well. It's another boundary. Carson starting to hit the ball well now after a slow start has caught up. 26 from 29 and starting to find the boundary quite regularly, and that will be a concern for Glamorgan. They just don't want too many boundaries. Singles will be fine, they don't mind in dealing with those. It's the boundaries they need to stop.
Looks a good player, straight down the ground, doesn't he? Carson, as it shuffle relay. It's a bit of a big shout there. As a bit of a mix-up between the two.
Well, it was a direct hit.
Hesitant, wasn't happy with his partner. Could see the frustration in the middle there with Carson, with Hudson Prentice. And a chance for Glamorgan, well hit in the end. Safely in, but just plants a little seed of doubt in the mind. Little 1 and 2%. Oh, it's got a hand on it.
Done well to stop that, but I think it's going to go all the way it does. I thought he might have just taken the pace off it, Eddie Byram there, to allow Henry Hull to get round, but no, it was well hit. So another boundary. So Sussex, they are giving this a go here. I think they just sense this is a moment. This is possibly the next 10 overs where they can either go to sleep or put themselves in a position where this chase is really on. And the way this over's going, the change of bowling has not really worked as they come back for 3. So already worth 11 this over. And feels like the game is. We've got a game on here.
Yeah, they've done really well in these last couple of overs, and they, in particular, Jack Carson, the captain, putting the team on his back, it seems, and as he said, trying to go down. If they're going to go down, they're going to go down fighting. But they've just wrestled themselves back into this game now. The situation: 128 to win, 95 deliveries. As the screen catches up the graphics. So
well, this partnership worth 52 now, so it's valuable in the context of the game, and I think they're scoring at a reasonable lick as well. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, they're going at sort of 8.6 in the last 5 overs, which again is sort of kind of only around what they need, but still, it's it does feel like boundaries are coming more easily. And now Tim van der Hoften has finished his spell. I think it's just really a question of how Andy Gorvin rotates his bowlers, how he gets through, how he gets Romano Franco and himself through the overs here, you think?
Yeah.
To possibly then leave Douthwaite and maybe McElroy, possibly an over or 2 for himself at the end. So that's the calculation that he's having to make. Sussex have not totally allowed him to dictate terms here and just go through some preset plan. I thought forcing him to think on the hoof here.
Well, I'm wondering as well, is he thinking to try and attack Carson a little bit as well? Because even though Hudson Prentice has been in longer and is on 35 as opposed to Carson's 33, you do feel like the next big wicket is Carson. And if they can get the wicket of Carson with only Munt, Goodman, Kirtley and Henry to come, Hudson Prentice has had moments but hasn't really found his form. You feel like that would be a huge moment in the match.
Well, McElroy yet to take a wicket, but has been pretty tidy in this second spell. Looks like it's going to be a boundary. The ball skips away. It's hit cleanly over the top into a gap. And, well, there's a boundary. And again, this pair feel like they're in. Definitely now. Anything that's up there, they're going to have a go at it.
Yeah,
So
and I think this outfield, it's been quick all day, but I think even as we're going into the late afternoon, early evening now, I think it's just getting quicker and quicker. Anything through the infield is racing away. We saw it last time with Eddie Byram getting a hand on that ball, and it was still too much to do for Henry Hurl.
Well, what is it about 6th wicket partnerships in this match?
Some things are possibly written in the stars, but you do feel like the next breakthrough is really important.
Yeah, no problem. What is this? 101?
Can Glamorgan find it? Can McElroy find it? quick single.
Yeah, good decision.
Nichols was just a little bit on his heels there, and a good call through from the two of them. Picks up a good single. 5 so far off the over.
Well, yeah, this is a good early test of Andy Gorvin's captaincy, I think. I think his senior pros are doing a good job for him. Van der Houghton delivered exactly what his captain wanted. McElroy also pretty good, and going at under 5s and over, which is absolutely fine and a really good performance. It's just really, I think, the question of how to get the turnovers of Romano Franco in. And that has been swung round in the air. Is it chance? Oh, it's been put down by Henry Hurl. He made a lot of ground to get there. Had to run a long, long way. Made it, but just couldn't quite hang on. Well, how important will that be? He did so well to get there. Just looks at his fingers now. Couldn't quite cling on, and the ball rolls over the rope for 4.
That does feel like a big, big moment. That could have been the key wicket there for Glamorgan, and Henry Hurl unable to hang on to that. What I will say is he's on that far side looking into that sun, so whether it went above the sun and came back down as he's moving across, tough chance, but he got himself in a good position there, Hurl. End of the over, and Sussex are 179 for 5 as we get a change in the commentary box. Blake Bint coming back in, and how costly indeed could that prove to be for Glamorgan? As I said, I would caveat that with it's a particularly strong sun peeking over the pavilion on that side. I only think that affected Henry Hurl, as Gorvin is back in, starts this over off with the dot ball.
Yeah, it could be costly, couldn't it? I mean, he did all the hard work, covered the ground, but as you say, yeah, it's hard to know from our position how affected he was by the sun. But it's one you fancy yourself to take, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big chance as a flat 6 is smashed towards the dressing rooms. Hudson Prentice down on one knee and just swipes Andy Gorvin to the leg side for 6. Just slightly back the length, and he saw it coming, didn't he? Just slapped it. It's not a big boundary on that side. Hudson Prentice now moves to 46.
Well, the tide's turned, hasn't it? The tide is turning. Glamorgan need a wicket.
Gorvin comes back well. Bit of a shout for LBW, but it came off the bottom end of the bat, close from Gorvin to rack in the pads. But Gorvin has done well. He's just had the odd over that has been expensive, or the odd ball that has gone for a big score as he comes in again. That's a fuller length, just lent on into the leg side for 1.
Good work from Callum Nichols, quick across the ground to keep it to 1, because these batters will be pushing everything now. They'll know that which fielders are the more inexperienced ones who they could potentially put under pressure. So Callum Nichols held his own pretty well there, a deep mid wicket.
As it's worked into the leg side again, down to long on. McElroy, the man down there. At this point, Glamorgan were 155 for 5, so Sussex well ahead of where Glamorgan were at this point in time, and the last 5 overs have gone at 8.6, with the run rate now 111 required, 109 sorry, run rate right about 7.5 and over. They're going More than that at the moment. They turn 1 into 2 there. And it's an expensive over from Andy Gorvin. 10 from it. And Sussex just starting to swing things in their way. Glamorgan need a big wicket. Carson's still there. Hudson Prentice 1 away from a half century. And who do Glamorgan turn to get the breakthrough?
Well, they've got the tough thing now of where they've only used 5 bowlers. They have to, and they're going to, go back to Romano Franco because they haven't been able to kill the game off early with this partnership ongoing. It does mean it looks like we're going to go deeper and deeper into the game, which means Romano Franco will have to come back on, who was brought off because he bowled 5 overs, 1 for 42. Hudson Prentice and Carson both took a liking to him, both hit him for 2 sixes each. And now he will return. He's bowling from the other end this time, the Llantwit Road end, which I think will give him slightly more protection. And cutting is Carson first up. And Hudson Prentice particularly has accelerated massively. He was, what was he, 5 off 25. It might have even been more balls than that, but he's now 49 from 55, and Carson is going at quicker than a runner ball as well. He strikes the ball well. Struck at 114 in this comp last year.
Yeah, it's 6 sixes so far for Sussex, and these two have got 3 apiece. Another single off Franco, which Glamorgan won't mind, but as you say, from a position of it's 50 for Hudson Prentice, so he's dug in really well there. 50 off 56 balls, as you say, from a position of 5 off 25. He's really started to accelerate the score, and it's a really important knock from the experienced all-rounder.
Yeah, he's gone well, and this partnership in general worth 85 now. Something about the 6th wicket partnership in this game has been the story. It's been the one that turns the tide as another quick single comes, or rather comfortable single in the end, with Byram having to shuffle round from mid-wicket. If you look at the Glamorgan bowlers, still to come. Van der Gugten's bowled out, he can't bowl again. McElroy has 2, Douthwaite has 4, Gorvin has 3. Oh, just clipped. Almost doing him with a slightly quicker one. Franco still has 4 overs after this one. So if Glamorgan are going to win the game in 50 overs, he will have to bowl 4 of the final 13.
Yeah, as we've said a few times, it's a conundrum here for Gorvin, how he navigates this. Test of his captaincy early on. It's a decent over from Franco. 193 for 5, Sussex. But I suppose that's the disadvantage of missing Norton and Leonard as well. That extra option unavailable for selection. They've chosen to go with the 5 bowlers, putting trust in those 5 bowlers, and they're going to have to see it out here.
Yeah, good return for Franco though. Gone for just 4 there, 4 singles. I do think he has got more protection bowling from the Llantwit Road end, but it does mean, you know, someone has to bowl at the other end, the Dyfed Road end, and it's going to be Dan Douthwaite now being turned to. Gorvin was expensive in his last. Douthwaite was the guy who took 3 wickets inside 4 overs earlier on. He was the one who swung the game in Glamorgan's favour, and you feel it's swung the other way since. So he's got a big job to do here. Needs to find a wicket.
Yeah, I think that's the thinking behind this. I mean, you know, traditionally you would have thought Douthwaite would have been kept to the end, and maybe we will see maybe just an over or 2 from Douthwaite and still kept to the end, but he's been brought on to bring about a breakthrough. Aerial, Gorvin does the fielding. They'll come back for 2. Bit of a hesitation there, but First up from Douthwaite, that shot hit in the air and just evaded Gorvin at long off, or sort of, well, he's at mid off now, but that's what Douthwaite's been brought back on to do. Force a mistake. Goes again out off the outside edge. So a good start here for Douthwaite to his second spell. Hudson Prentice just looking to find those gaps again. And he flicks it behind him over the shoulder. One bounce for 4. That's a brilliant shot. Douthwaite just dug it in slightly back of a length. Hudson Prentice picks it up and just flicks it over his shoulder. Nobody down there. One bounce and another boundary for Sussex.
Well, we've seen regularly, this is not the pitch for that length ball. Also, it doesn't have a fine leg, so it was basically a free swing of the bat for Hudson Prentice, just helping it round the corner. Poor bowling.
Hudson Prentice looking for 2, but it'll be cut off by Nichols, and they'll settle for 1.
Well, under 100 needed now, 200 for 5, chasing 296. Needless to say, if it wasn't for Hope Bell and Horton, Sussex would have won already.
Yeah, the game is in the balance still, but at the moment, the way the visitors are going, you'd fancy them at the moment if we had the WinViz or the Wasp, whatever your preferred method of prediction metrics is. Dot ball, crucial dot ball for Douthwaite there. Does a bit of fielding off his own bowling. 7 from this over so far, with 1 to come. Can Douthwaite get this breakthrough? Carson is the man who has accelerated the score, probably a little bit more than Hudson Prentice, although Hudson Prentice has done well in recent times. Sort of short and wide, get a single off that, so 8 off the over. Another good over for the Sharks, and it's 201 for 5.
That final ball is just a prime example of what Sussex have done well, is they've scored regularly in boundaries in the last 10 overs or so, so it means the fielders inside the ring are sat on the edge because they're trying to prevent anything from getting through them, and then that means they can just take easy singles even inside the circle because the fielders are sat so deep on the edge of the ring. It just makes it a little bit easier, a bit of pressure eased off the batters, and Franco's going to continue for a 7th over. Fired in, and using his feet was Carson, as well adjusted from Franco to ensure he didn't bowl it into the arc.
Yeah, exactly as you said there, Blake. I know that did go into the gap, but you see Nichols is just on the edge of that circle as well as Gorvin.
Looking for the sweep, it's upish, just getting over Horton, able to come through for a single.
And that drop from Henry Hurl does feel significant at the moment, doesn't it? It was a big chance, it should have been taken.
Yeah, 33, Jack Carson was on. Chance, no, straight enough. One bounce into the Metro Bank sign behind Romano Franco, and a free swing of the bat from Carson, nicely timed. And there's a boundary that if they can get one of those in every over, they're going to get over the line.
Well, Carson's played really well straight down the ground so far. He's hit a couple of them now, and he's shown that if you're too straight with your line and you're too full, he's going to punish you. Franco has to keep that in mind here.
It's well bowled. And they're going to push the fielder who's slow off the mark, Will Smale, but in the end just settle for one. Carson 49, one away from a half century. Did score 2 of them in this competition last year in what was a good tournament with the bat for him and Hudson Prentice, in fairness. Using the feet again, just happy to take the single. They already got the boundary they needed in the over, so 8 from it in total. 209 for 5. The equation now 87 from 66 balls.
Yeah, Glamorgan in desperate need to break this partnership. And will it be Douthwaite to continue? Looks like it is. Did threaten in the last over. First ball was a bit uppish from Carson. Falling safe in the end. But you feel like if there is going to be a breakthrough, Douthwaite is going to be the man to provide it. I mean, he comes in again. Slightly shorter, just padded out to the offside for 1.
And this partnership's worth 104 now, so it shows its value. 106 for 5 they came together. They've almost doubled their score. And just psychologically, they're now within 100. Every little milestone.
That's uppish. Chance, and it's taken. It's Jamie McElroy. He's dropped it. Initially, Callum Nichols was celebrating, and McElroy sportingly throws the ball back. The replay comes onto our screen. McElroy made up the ground. It was then just spilled out of his hands at the final moment. Another drop from Glamorgan. This time it's McElroy. And another chance goes begging. Shout in front. No, says the umpire. They'll come through for 1. Crazy period here in this over from Douthwaite. But Blake, that's a huge chance.
It is, and amongst all that, Jack Carson's got himself to 50 as well, and that's a big shout. I think he stepped well across. I think he might have got outside the line of off stump. But yeah, Jack Carson bringing up 50 in 45 balls. I'm not even sure if he raised his bat. I must have missed that if he did, because it was all eyes on McElroy at long on. Well, there's 2 lives he's had now, Jack Carson. Henry Hurl on 33 off McElroy, and then McElroy off Douthwaite on 49.
And they'll get another single here. Just again to that outer ring. Single off every ball so far this over. And they've had a chance, and you do feel like if Glamorgan are to lose this game, they will look back on those 2 chances with gritted teeth, really. Douthwaite look desperate for that breakthrough. What do you do here if you're Andy Gorvin? I mean, Douthwaite's got 2 more after this over. He's been the closest to that breakthrough. There could be the crucial blow to get you back into the game. It's a real conundrum of stick or twist, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And to be honest, I don't know the correct answer. I think it's all going to be with feel. I think that he goes to Franco next over and then just thinks about it then.
Take some time to think about it. Stopped just for 1. End of the over again. So Sussex 213 for 5. And I'm going to leave you with Blake as Ashley Crowther will come back in for the next few overs.
Well, into our final power play. 82 needed from the final 10 overs. So it's 8.2 and over for those of you that aren't mathematically inclined. So that boundary didn't have that over didn't have a boundary within it. So although there was that drop chance, Glamorgan will still feel they were on the better side of that over. But crucially, Finn Hudson Prentice on 62, Jack Carson on 51. are going well. Romano Franco to continue. He's had a good return since bowling at the Llanthwit Road end. 1 for 53 from 7. Looks damaging, but he's bowled well in this second spell so far. Welcome back, Ash.
Well, in the balance, isn't it? Really in the balance. It feels like it's going to be a tight finish, one way or the other. And a couple of chances to break this partnership have not been taken. Both quite tricky chances, but still, if you want to win games, you've got to do something brilliant, I suppose. And they weren't regulation chances, but disappointing to see them go down from a Glamorgan perspective. But Romano Franco, he's battling hard here, been put under some pressure, and he's responded well, as you say, in the second spell.
Yeah, and the thing Gorvin will be thankful for is that in this final power play he can have an extra fielder outside the circle, so 5 allowed out now like a T20. One down the leg side, signalled wide, thankfully for Glamorgan. Hudson Prentice wasn't able to get anything on it. I think the batter will feel he missed out there with fine leg up. It was a full toss as well. Looks to sleep and bowled him. Quicker one fired through from Franco, and Glamorgan know they needed it. Delight from the balcony, delight from the fans here at Neath. And Hudson Prentice, who's played an important innings in this Sussex run chase, goes for 63. Romano Franco gets the wicket.
Well bowled, young man. You were under big pressure there, and felt that the game was maybe starting to drift away from Glamorgan. But Romano Franco, since he swapped ends, has responded really well, has shown character and skill, and finally has got his man, pushed it through a little bit quicker, attempted sweep shot, missed. And so a vital breakthrough for Glamorgan, and the pendulum swings slightly back in their favour, you'd say again now. It's played so well, and has Hudson Prentice, and but that partnership is broken. That 6th wicket partnership proves not to be as prolific as the Glamorgans a little bit earlier in the day. But a new batter, a chance for Glamorgan just to really get into this Sussex Sharks tail now. Carson, of course, still there on 52. But the fact that Hudson Prentice has gone, well, that's a big fillip. I think we'll just fire some energy into these Glamorgan fielders again, whose heads maybe were starting to drop after a couple of chances went down and the boundaries started to flow. Now they'll feel they're back in it.
Yeah, Toby Munt on debut. This isn't the time you'd want to be coming in either, really, when you need 8 and over. I mean, thankfully he's with an experienced campaigner. I say that about 25-year-old Jack Carson, but he is an experienced campaigner at this stage. And he's on 52 as well, which will help him. But it does then put more pressure on Carson to do the heavy lifting as the 19-year-old comes in. First left-hander we've seen, so he does have that on his side of facing Romano Franco. If you talk about matchups in the modern day, you know, the ball's turning into him, it's a free swing to the leg side effectively. But that didn't seem to affect Carson and Hudson Prentice too much when they were laying into Franco. But he's got his due reward. And driven out to long off, slight misfield, and they're going to come back for 2. It's been a couple of those now.
It's just as bobbly, as difficult, isn't it?
It is.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think the batsmen are aware of that and are running the first one very, very hard, because if there is a fumble or a misfield, if you run that first one hard, there's always a chance of getting back for the second. So that's good batting, taking advantage of tricky fielding conditions, I'd say here. Franco can't quite field that one off his own bowling.
And that means Carson keeps the strike, but crucially for Glamorgan, no boundary in the over, and even more crucially the wicket of Finn Hudson Prentice for 63. Sussex 221 for 6.
Well, still feels like it's going to be close. 75 to win off 54 balls. That, in many senses, seems manageable in the modern day. And on a fast-scoring ground like this, you know, it doesn't take too many big overs. You know, 1 or 2 overs that go for 15 or something like that, with a couple of sixes in it. You could think, well, that will soon whittle that down to run a ball.
I think the relief as well is something that will go less noticed, is the fact that Franco's got that wicket means Gorvin can hold Douthwaite back again, whereas he might have been tempted to keep him on.
Yeah.
Had that
Well, it's
wicket
Andy
not come.
Gorvin's back himself now from the Dyfed Road end. Again, feels like he's under a bit of pressure himself here. These are important overs, and of course he's got to do the captaining as well and make sure he's got his field right and look after everyone else. So more to do for Andy Gorvin than any of the matches he's played this season, and needs to deliver his team with the ball here. No wicket for 51 from 7 overs so far, and how he would love to get a wicket here. Just going to be a single for Munt.
Well, Munt is a young cricketer on his debut and is more known for his bowling, but he did have a half century in a second 11 game just a couple of weeks ago, so he
no mug
does
with the
know
bat.
how to do it. Yeah, no mug with the bat. There's like hierarchies in batting, isn't there?
No mug means you're all right. Hit hard and hit for 4. Well, that was made a fantastic sound off the bat, and Carson really is starting to strike the ball cleanly now. That ball was hit very, very hard. It wasn't far away from the fielder there at mid-wicket, and he didn't have a chance. So, just feels there's some pressure here now. Morgan needs something, need a half chance to be taken. Well, Smell managed to stop that ball again. Just so difficult to pick the ball up cleanly here on this bobbly, undulating surface. 69 to win from 50 balls remaining. Cuts it away. 4. Well, it was short and wide, and at the moment, Carson isn't missing out on any of those.
Yeah, Gorvin's just struggled to bowl 2 balls in a row in the same place, hasn't he? I think that's been the key. Leaking both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, I think one would have thought he might be quite effective on this pitch, but it's not been his day so far. Of course, he's still got another couple of overs to bowl, as has Romano Franco. So my feeling is they've probably got to try and get through them now, and then hand it over to Dan Douthwaite and Jamie McElroy to bring it home.
I mean, Gorvin, I know he's just bowled 1 over, but I don't know, would he think about going back to McElroy and just try keep it chopping and changing just to keep them guessing? Maybe keep Franco and then change seamers from the Dyfed Road end, but it is Franco anyway from the Llantwit Road end. And a dot will be pleasantly welcomed.
Well, it is feeling tense, and there is a hush around the ground here. I think the crowd here, all knowledgeable cricket fans, sense that there's a tight finishing prospect. This is going to be a close one.
And they'll push for 2 here because he's got a good weight of shot. But it's just 1. Well done, coming off the boundary, Callum Nichols, who's doing deep mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. That often goes unnoticed in limited overs cricket, but he's done well there.
So Romano Franco's got 10 balls left, barring wides and no balls in this spell. If he could go for less than 10 from those 10 balls, his team would be happy.
Well, his first 5 overs went for 42, so what's that, 20 in the 3.3 since is a sensational return given the circumstance. But Jack Carson holds the key, really, doesn't he?
He's the key man. Can they get him out? Can he attempt a shot on top edge? And they're looking for something like that.
Zipped through, it was short and just didn't get up.
Well, he does have the ability to bowl a quicker one that seems to slide through.
Yeah.
It's got the LBW and the bowled. One that just sort of doesn't have the loop, but just seems to land and pitch and skid on a bit. And almost did it there. Just Carson managed to just jab the bat down on it.
Oh, another dot. Oh, it's a wide. Well, they'll have to bowl it again. Disappointed. Oh, Franco, Horton and the crowd, but
yeah,
the crowd are going to be disappointed regardless of any decision. It could have been off the strip and they'd still be booing. Just worked. But again, barring a boundary, it's been a good over from Franco. It has to be said, the pitch has got better to bat on. The modes of dismissals haven't been what they were early in the Glamorgan innings. The edges behind, movement off the surface, the one that stopped and was caught at short mid-wicket for Eddie Byram. Finishes with a dot this time. Franco, really good over once more. 5 from it when Sussex are needing 8s. 2-3-7 for 6.
Well, just a step away from the tight match situation at the moment. I think, you know, what's so good for Glamorgan's perspective here is putting Romano Franco as the only spinner in this situation, just to see how he responds. Can you think about what he'll learn from this experience of having to bowl in a situation like this with just 7 overs left in a one-day match, and being put under pressure but having to respond. So, and I think Glamorgan will be pleased by the way he's come back. Well, every dot ball really counting at the moment. That's another one there, as Munt, the new batter, can't get it past the fielder at short cover. It's Callum Nichols being given a reprieve from his mid-wicket to mid-wicket duties. In a short cover on the offside. Again, that'll be one for him too. They're going to get through for a single. Well, Munt just needs to try and rotate the strike, really, not get stuck, and get Carson back on strike. You think the keys to this match possibly sit with him at the moment, if he can stay around for long enough. It's been a really good knock, going at more than a run a ball. It's paced things really nicely.
It's well bowled. That's a better line for Gorvin. There's just too much width in the previous over.
So working hard, these Glamorgan fielders now, trying to back the team up. Who knows, this could come down to a couple of runs here or there. And so proper shift being put in on a hot evening here in Neath, South Wales. Matching the balance. That's been cut away, so Jack Hobell can't get there, and it's 4. Well, that's the boundary that they need pretty much every over here to make sure that they keep in good touch, and maybe just a little bit of width to work with here. It wasn't much, but just a little bit is all he needed to find the angle and cut it behind square on the offside for 4. So Munt looks organised, doesn't he? This is how he's playing. As you say, it looks like he knows how to hold a bat and he's doing a good job here. Already into double figures. Providing good support for his captain, who's 68, not out now. Again, just going to be a single. And that's the end of the over, so another one gone. Andy Gorvin, I think, now has just 1 left. One left for Romano Franco as well. And then that'll just leave the last 4 overs to be bowled by Jamie McElroy and Dan Douthwaite, will be more comfortable at that end of innings scenario. But at the moment, you'd have to say Sussex probably best place. Although if a wicket falls and they can get rid of Carlson, that could swing back the other way. So in the balance.
Yeah, it's easier to score 8 and over at the back end, isn't it? Because you're always going to be pushing harder. There's more fielders outside the circle, more opportunities to milk it round. So Romano Franco will finish then. And Carson's going to push for 2. No, he won't. So 2 wickets for Franco, Tom Price for 55 and Hudson Prentice for 63. So you have to say he's got the 2 big wickets so far. If he can finish with the other half centurion, Glamorgan will feel that swinging it their way. Good length in the block hole of Toby Munton. He gets a big round of applause for the dot. Good crowd here at Neath to witness a thrilling finish, or so we expect it to be. And just a single, 2 from the first 3 balls of this 19-year-old's over.
Well, no boundaries. Can Glamorgan stop the boundaries here? I think that's what they'd love to do. And equally, probably Carson would love to get 1 or 2 over the rope if he can in this over.
Well bowled again.
And I think about 2, but no. Hard work there running in. Was Callum Nichols again, putting a proper shift in the field. Warm out there, doing a lot of sprints, aren't they, these fielders in the wide open spaces.
Yeah, it's got hotter as the day's gone on. 10 to 6 now. You'd think it'd be cooling, but no.
In the block hole again, well bowled. Well, that seems to be the ball. If you can get it right up there in the block hole with the spinner's equivalent of a wide Yorker.
Well, now Glamorgan won't mind a single. Munt looking for a free swing at it. Can only get 1 out to deep cover, so 4 off the over to finish. Romano Franco finishes 2 for 69 from his 10. His second spell was 5 overs for just 27 runs in the scenario. It was magnificent. 249 for 6, and that is my final contribution to this game.
Well, as Blake goes on his way to write a report that you may see in your newspaper in the morning, Ad will come back alongside, and well, 5 overs to go. This game really in the balance, and I think they'll be so encouraged. I think the Glamorgan management, just how Romano Franco has stood up there under a lot of pressure. He didn't give up, didn't bottle it, showed strength and character, bowled nicely, and in this tight situation he actually delivered really well. Just 4 singles off that last over of his spell, so he finishes with more than respectable figures of 2 for 68.
Yeah, really well done, Romano Franco. The youngsters are coming to play here for Glamorgan today. Hope Bell in the first innings, and Franco, as we said, who got hit about a little bit earlier on, but came back really well. Had to finish his 10 and can be really proud of his effort, however this game finishes.
So Jamie McElroy will bowl out from the David Road end now. It'll be Dan Douthwaite from the other end. He'll have the last over as well. Dot ball.
Excellent.
Being applauded like wickets almost at the moment, the dot balls. Crowd starting to lift now, starting to get behind the team, and they'll need that support. They just need 1 or 2 things to go for them now here, Glamorgan. A catch, a wicket, an edge, a diving stop. What's it going to be? Whereas Carson, he's the key man for Sussex. Played really nicely. 71 not out. Top edge. Just gone over Van der Hochten. Now the chase is on to haul the ball in, and it wins the race for 4. Well, chanced his arm and got lucky there, but fortune favours the brave. And it's another boundary to Carson.
Well,
I have no idea where that had gone.
He's going through his full set of lives here, isn't he, Carson? And gets 4 for that one as well. As you said, top edge, could have gone anywhere. Big boundary for Sussex, really unlucky for McIlroy, who forced the mistake, forced the mistimed shot.
Worked into the leg side. McIlroy thinks about doing the fielding off his own bowling, but probably best to save his energies for the next 8 balls that he's got to bowl in this match. Could be crucial.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether Andy Gorvin might be tempted to potentially bring somebody in and put a bit of pressure on Munt, just stop the strike rotating as much as it is, but I suppose its boundaries will be Sussex's currency if they're going to win from here. Run rate 9.86 required now.
Well, Munt does look like he can strike the ball cleanly, looks organised.
Can.
And so, doesn't look like a tail ender the way he's playing. I'm sure he's not a tail ender, just a genuine all-rounder.
But you feel Carson's the man to take them home if he is going to do so.
Well, a couple of big boundaries here, a couple of sixes would just really change the numbers, wouldn't it? It just simply comes down to run a ball, and then you feel like you're really right in place to win the game. So just biding his time, waiting for the one that's in the slot. Morgan won't mind too much, just conceding a single. But again, just one boundary from that over. And, well, the maths is 39 runs to win from 24 balls. So the margin just creeping up a little bit here. Sort of
got ourselves a real game, haven't we?
39 off 4. Well, that's just under 10 and over, which again on this fast scoring ground doesn't seem an insurmountable target by any means. But then it's Dan Douthwaite, so, well, this feels like a really big moment again. Douthwaite wants to be the hero. That's the sort of guy he is. Loves to step up in the big moments, but can sometimes fly around the park a bit as well. So
yeah, and we spoke about his wicket taking ability and his experimental bowling. You know, he'll try different things, but right now he just needs to be consistent, doesn't he? He just needs to be really tight and economical.
That's just going to be a single.
It's a full toss though from Douthwaite, bit of a low full toss, but
leg bye signalled.
Risky.
Yeah, I think there is behind square on the leg side. If you can get it over the fielder, fielding at square leg. Well, he's dropping back now. There's Eddie Byram's dropping back down to kind of mid-wicket position. There's a short. This is to the left-hander, of course, so they're switching. Yep, so there is a deep square leg just in front of us. Jack Cope-Bell, deep fine leg.
Big shout. Nothing from the umpire.
Oh, you get the impression that was that one of those appeals where they're just trying to persuade the umpire not to give a wide.
Well, it was a yet shout, wasn't it? As if it was
clip something on the way through. Well, I don't know why he hasn't given that as a wide.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
Maybe it must have just tickled the thigh pad or something on the way through. That's all I can think of. Because normally they would be given, wouldn't they? Anything down the leg is given, but must have just caught something. Glamorgan get away with it. A welcome dot ball. Big hit in there now. Chance. Must be a chance. Oh, it's gone down again. McIlroy didn't see it. He didn't see it. I think it was in the sun. Hit right into the sun, and I think for the first 5 or 10 metres, he didn't know where it was.
Yeah, you could see the hand go up, couldn't you, trying to shield his eyes from the sun.
Yeah.
There it is.
And then left himself a bit too much to do just at the end. And again, very similar to the one he put down earlier. Just only really got a sight of it at the end. So he's got his sunglasses and his cap on, but the sun really sort of shining into his eyes here. In the air again.
Goes
again. Going to get away with it. Hasn't hit all of it, but it's just going to be 2 as Henry Hill fields and gets it back in. So, well, Munt is taking his chances here, but so far has got away with it. And twos, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
They can deal in twos, no problem. And, well, again, another chance. It was in the air for a long time, that one. But I think McIlroy just didn't see it, just couldn't see. He was trying to work out where the ball was.
Yeah, I think the sun is following the ball at the moment. It's a few times it's interfered with the Glamorgan fielders. We saw it with Hurl earlier on, that first drop chance from Carson.
Dot ball. Well, I think now Carson's just coming down, I think, maybe to have a word here with the young man, Munt, who's played really nicely, but possibly just needs a bit of encouragement and just a little word there to settle down, get some bat on ball here. That's all you need, just get some bat on ball, get me down the other end. That's probably what his skipper's saying. Don't feel you've got to hit everything for 6 at this stage.
Big last ball, this. 5 from the over so far.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
Fires it into the legs, and what's also good about that is Munt stays on strike. So Dan Dalthwaite's done a good job there. Could have had a wicket as well. We'll be a bit disappointed that he didn't. But doing a good job there. Proved hard to get away. Created some half chances as well. So now it's over to McIlroy.
Yeah, looking to atone for his error earlier on. Can he be the man to get a breakthrough here and really swing this game in his side's favour? 48, not for 48 so far off his first 9. Final over for him. 3 overs to go.
Well, Gorvin's got a bowl and over, so when do you bowl him? That's the other question. So this is what's interesting about this.
Yeah.
Now, Andy Gorvin's got 1 left. Do you give him the last over from this end? Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen, because it is, because Dan Dalthwaite's going to have to keep going at the bottom end.
Yeah.
So McIlroy's going to bowl through now. Then Gorvin will bowl the last over up this end, and then the last over of the match will be Dan Dalthwaite's. Swings hard into the leg side. It's just going to be a single. 33 off 18. So ones are okay. With every single, the required rate will climb.
Yeah.
And it's Carson now. This feels like an important over. Carson looks, surveys the leg side. We've got these young fielders in front of us, Hope Bell and Callum Nichols on the leg side boundary. Could they be brought into action? Oh, well bowled, really full. And Nichols races, get it? There's a fumble, and they get back.
Well, I was literally just about to say these two fielders, Nichols and Hope Bell, have done really well today, and that little fumble from Nichols just gives them 2. And at these crucial moments, you can't afford those little mistakes.
Well, it's very tough. I'm going to be generous because this outfield is not easy to deal with, and they are running and attacking the ball so hard. There's lots of moving parts there. The ball's moving quickly, they're moving quickly, and there are a few bumps and lumps as well. So I think the batters here, they've got a good chance of running 2s as much as they can. Hit cleanly. Where's that gone? Just straight to Andy Gorvin, who again bobbles in the hands, but he picks up quickly and recovers, so keeps it to 1.
They've just got to concentrate on watching that ball in, haven't they, and get a clean pickup, and then you can think about the throw. Just the worst thing now would be one of those routine pieces of fielding bobbles off and goes for a boundary. Just got to concentrate on watching it in.
Swung into the leg side. Should be straight to Henry Hurl. It is. Keeps it to a single. So the equation now, they need exactly 2 a ball now. Sussex. 28 needed off 14. And McIlroy doing a good job getting it up in the block hole. Not giving them any width or length to get under and hit into the air.
And even though Munter's come in and he's 21 off 21.
Carson swings into the leg side, misses, doesn't connect. It's a dot ball. It's cheered like a wicket around the ground here at the Knoll.
You feel like if this wicket of Carson could come, then that would be Glamorgan's game, you would think. Carson on 80.
Well, it feels like an important ball. They perhaps won't mind if he, if they could stop him getting a run as well, and be bowling at the young man at the other end next over.
In the block hole again, it's well worked out for a single.
It's well bowled, just a single. So that's 6 from the over. It's a good performance from McIlroy. He's done a good job for his side with the ball. Tidy figures there, and really kept his nerve under pressure at the end. So with 2 overs to go, Sussex Sharks need 27 to win. Their captain Jack Carson, well set, looking dangerous on 81. He's been joined by young Toby Munt, who has looked very decent with the bat as well. He's certainly playing his part, and has got a nice partnership going here.
So it is going to be Douthwaite and Gorvin to bowl the last. That's an interesting decision.
I think that's probably the only mathematical possibility now, isn't it? I think. Well,
unless they changed ends again, but
unless they changed ends, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Douthwaite obviously has bowled from that end as well.
Yeah. In the air. And out! Great catch by Jacko Bell. And could that be the match? Dan Douthwaite roars his celebration, and the young man whose century has put Glamorgan in a position to try and win this match has taken a crucial catch under pressure. It's Jack Carson, the Sussex skipper, who has to go, trudges off the pitch, having played so well for his 81. He had to go for it, and in the end just hit it in the air off the back foot, straight down the throat of young Jack Bell, who held his nerve, took the catch, and that feels like a very big moment in this game.
Well, he's had a few lifelines as Carson, been put down a few times, but it's that man Douthwaite striking again, picks up his 4th, and the man of the day, Jack Bell, is the one, of course, to take the catch, and that is a vital wicket for Glamorgan. The danger man Carson, the captain, who was looking to put the side on his back. He's produced a captain's performance, he's been fantastic, but just chipping it up to Bell there. And 27 off 11 now with tail-enders in. Munt, as we've said, maybe not classed as a tail-ender. He's shown promise with the bat, but he's going to have to lead this now, isn't he?
Well, I think that shows the wisdom as well of Dan Douthwaite getting through this over as well, because if he has a good over here, he's taken a wicket, and if he can bowl it cheaply as well, got a new batter to bowl at as well, and just leave Andy Gorvin something like 20 to have to defend last over, well, that should be very doable. Whereas if it was... You know, Gorvin went and got hit for a couple of boundaries, it could have been a different question. So Goodman defends it straight back to Douthwaite. He's loving this, loves the contest as Douthwaite. This is what he enjoys, the joust, enjoys the confrontation, the one-on-one battle.
This is what he craves. This is his stage, Dan Douthwaite. Final couple of overs at the death. With the sleeves on, those broad shoulders.
Well, final leg goes back, and mid-off comes up. Maybe inviting Goodman to see if he can try and hit over the top here. Has a go, slices it in the air, but just falls just in front of Jack Bell and keeps it to a single. Well, that's absolutely fine. 26 needed off 9 balls now. That's almost 3 a ball now. So getting harder and harder with every single that's taken, every dot ball that's chalked.
Yeah, and the 2 in long on and or mid on, mid off, go back to long on, long off now. And with Munt needing to hit Dan Douthwaite down the ground, he's setting the trap. Round the wicket.
Swing and a miss.
Excellent.
Another dot ball. And it just feels like now things are swinging Glamorgan's way. They've had to fight hard for it. This game really was in the balance, but that Carson wicket just has really put Glamorgan in a strong position now. 26 needed off 8.
And Gorvin going to his strike bowler to provide the key wicket as he goes again. Another dot ball, fantastic from Douthwaite. What an over this has been. Started with that wicket and he's produced 3 dots in it as well.
Well, you think this ball really does need to go to the boundary here from Munt for them to have any chance. I think if it's anything more than 24 runs off the last over, I think Glamorgan will think they're home and hosed, but you know, strange things can happen. So last ball from Dan Douthwaite.
Glamorgan have been a team this season that has gone down to the wire. We've seen
that for 2.
Various last ball finishes, haven't we, in the T20 comps. They are a team that do things by extremes generally, but that's a really good over from Douthwaite to finish.
So, yeah, excellent figures from Dan Douthwaite. 4 for 54 from his 10 overs. Has been the go-to man, and his wickets really have been really important in keeping Glamorgan in this game, particularly that last wicket of Carson, the Sussex captain. So 24 needed from the final 6 balls to be bowled by the captain. You can probably do the maths. Every single ball needs to go to the boundary here, or, well, that's not strictly true. Because I suppose they could hit a few 6s and get it done quicker, but a lot of the balls here need to go to the boundary. It's not going to be easy. It's Don Goodman coming in at number 9, not a recognised batter.
That's a good
in the end, could be out. It is. Dan Douthwaite makes no mistake. He loves the hero moments, takes the catch, points to his captain, and walks back to his fielding position. Well, Douthwaite doesn't seem like he's in the mood to celebrate too much here, just wants to get the job done.
Yeah, really good catch in the end. Straight down his throat. Goodman had to go for it. And we've seen a few mistakes catching wise from Glamorgan. This time, no mistake from Douthwaite. And it's an important grab in this last over. Everything now with Glamorgan and 5 balls to go. They just have to see this out now.
Well, the wicket's obviously important, but the dot even more important. The fact that no runs were conceded from that delivery means that suddenly the mathematics gets much more difficult. And 24 from 5, well, you don't see many won from this position, not least with tail enders at the crease. It's Troy Henry.
And he played 1 game in this competition last season and is mainly featured in the Sussex seconds team. He'll be on strike as well.
Yeah, just Ollie Kirtley, another debutant to come after this. So, well, this is a tall order here. Very tall order. Andy Gorvin got 5 balls left. He'll be confident of defending them. Just got to get the ball in the right place. Yeah, that's fine. Anything hit along the floor, down to those deep fielders, is absolutely fine. Takes a single. So now they do need 6s. Every ball's got to go.
Well, if they are going to do it, it's this man who is going to need to do it. Munt, who's had a really good game,
gets a good connection on it, but can't get the elevation. It's just going to be 2. And so mathematically now, barring no balls, we have seen a few of those bowled in tight situations, so what you don't want to do is bowl a waist high full toss. Sorry to bring that up. Any Glamorgan fans who are watching the blast, you don't bowl a waist high full toss that gets hit for 6. That's not what you do at this situation. And Andy Gorvin's bowled an immaculate full length delivery. It can only be hit for a single. So 21 needed from 2. And this is Glamorgan's match. They've battled their way through. They fought hard when the game was in the balance, and looks like they've come through here.
Yeah, good start to the competition at home. Disappointing campaign last year as it's flicked out towards the boundary. That's going to go for 6.
That's a great shot from Henry. Fair play. He has picked that up and just clipped it off his legs for 6. So
Gorvin won't mind that at this stage.
Well, it's a very decent shot indeed, but yeah, too late, I think, really to have any impact on the match. With 14 runs required from the last ball. And that's it. Glamorgan win this match by 12 runs. And I think that represents a fantastic victory for Glamorgan. They've got this Metrobank One Day Cup campaign underway with a victory, and thinking that they were 54 for 5 at one stage and we all thought we were going to go home and have an early tea. That is an outstanding performance with bat and then with ball.
Yeah, really impressive performance in the end from Glamorgan. A game that ebbed and flowed. Sussex threw everything at them, but a really pleasing performance and a great win to start the Metrobank One Day Cup campaign here at home. They'll be back here on Friday against Yorkshire, looking to back this win up with another one. Disappointing campaign last year, and having won the competition the year before and a title in 2021 as well, they would have been really disappointed with the performance from last year, but a really positive start here, and it's been pleasing because it's youngsters who have stepped up. You look at Jack Hope-Bell, Horton, who hasn't had a huge amount of first team cricket, he's still only 22, and then Romano Franco with the ball as well, taking a couple, and Dan Douthwaite, who is obviously one of the more experienced members of this side, hasn't had the best of form at the Blast, but has really produced today.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's one of the most pleasing aspects of this, really, is just the young performers. And Romano Franco just having to bowl then in a very tight situation. He will have learnt so much there. That's vital experience for a player who wants to sort of play regularly in the Glamorgan first team. Did so well. I think Andy Gorvin will be hugely relieved as well. Show that his captaincy plans have paid off. They were definitely being put under pressure as well in his first game as Glamorgan captain in this competition, so he'll be delighted to have come through and managed to juggle his bowlers and rotate them round.
Yeah, he stuck with his young bowler as well, didn't he? And it's paid off for him. It's good captaincy in his first game from Andy Gorvin, and he'll be delighted to get a win. Unbeaten record as captain as well, which is always nice.
Exactly that. Yeah, and what's nice too about the fact that Glamorgan have got over the line is that those two brilliant centuries we saw earlier, as well from Jack Hope-Bell and also from Alex Horton. Well, they were in a winning cause, and I think that just makes them a bit more special. I think players will be pleased to get a century, but if you lose the match, well, you'll kind of think, well, what was the point? But actually, they did really win the match with those innings. Outstanding sixth wicket partnership of 240 got Glamorgan over the line. So, okay, let's just quickly review then the Sussex Sharks innings. There it is, up on your screen now. And they started slowly but built very nicely. Price played really well for his 55 before the young left arm spinner Franco dismissed him LBW, and then it was this key partnership for the sixth wicket of Hudson Prentice and Carson, who really put Sussex in with a great chance of winning this match. But then when Hudson Prentice was bowled by Franco for 63, and then towards the end Dan Douthwaite got rid of Carson for a really well made 81, well then it was Glamorgan's game, and it's Douthwaite really the outstanding performer there with 4 wickets, and they came at crucial moments. He was the player that Andy Gorvin turned to when he needed something, and he delivered on all fronts. So an outstanding performance, and at the end, Munt actually batted well for his 26, but was left with a little bit too much to do. Sort of ran out of once Carlson went, it was too much to ask him to deliver on his own. So 283 for 8 in the 50 overs, and Glamorgan home by 12 runs. And the bowling figures, Alex, you just take them through those.
Yeah, Tim van der Houten starting us off with 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. Excellent figures from him, from the veteran, when at only 2 and over. That turned out crucial in the end. Jamie McElroy as well, similar, nice and economical. 0 for 54 off his 10. Douthwaite, as we've said, 4 for 54. Took key wickets at key times to stunt the Sussex chase. Andy Gorvin might be a little bit disappointed with his own personal bowling performance. Was expensive in the end, 1 for 81. But Romano Franco, 2 for 69 with the ball, and a key breakthrough with Hudson Prentice, as we've said, which felt like it really flipped the game. Even though it was still in the balance, that really flipped the momentum of the game at that time.
So there's the match summary. What a day for Jack Hope-Bell and Alex Horton. Centurions both. Hope Bell on his debut as well. Very, very special day in a winning cause. And Glamorgan in the end getting home by 12 runs on a very memorable afternoon here at the Knoll in Neath. I think a game that Jack Hope Bell and Alex Horton will remember for a long, long time. And so Glamorgan off to a winning start in this competition. Back here again on Friday when the visitors are Yorkshire, and Glamorgan will be hoping that they can pick up where they left off today and get a second win under their belts. So it's a winning start for Andy Gorvin. And don't forget, if you want to follow more cricket, Welsh Fire in action tonight for the first time. So lots of Welsh players in action this evening. They're playing down on the south coast against Southern Brave, and I think you can watch that on BBC TV as well, or on Sky, so no excuse for missing that as well. Cheer them on. I hope they make a good start to the campaign as well. So it's been great to spend the afternoon with Blake Bint, who's working hard to provide you with a written report for your newspaper or website as soon as he can, and also to Aled. It's been great to spend the afternoon with you too, Aled, as well. And from me, Ashley Crowther, thanks very much indeed for joining us here at the Knoll. We hope to see you back here for an 11 o'clock start on Friday as Glamorgan take on Yorkshire. But from now, on a winning Wednesday for Glamorgan, it's goodbye.